weren't at this scene with this minor bump, and you can see as she pulls away, the tail light is well intact. So all of that is not going to hold water.
People, it's over. Elvis has left the building. It's done. Over.
Buddy, I don't know why I'm laughing. I'm going to say, who's that fool?
Oh, I love it. It's great time. It's great timing because of the coffin daffer.
Oh, God.
That fool led by you. It's like, it's over, coffin daffer. It's over. How are you, my friend? You okay?
Good. Listen, I couldn't believe 3.5 hours went so fast last night. Try to get the juices flowing for our beautiful group over here in the chat and others. And I just hope that we bring positive energy to this trial for Karen, for John O'Keefe, that God directs that defense attorney, right, that group, to get the evidence in, to show the world how corrupt this Commonwealth was and what they did to Karen. That's my whole end game here.
Yeah, and let's get justice for Officer O'Keefe.
Right, exactly.
So, we've got some people in chat here. We'll fly through it quickly whilst we've got here, and I've got some pictures to show. Right. Christine is here. Alice was here. Ronnie is here. Everyone up super early. Me, Stan, good morning. I appreciate you and Sean for all the time and effort. We appreciate you, Stan, for being here. ACT, good morning to you. Mary, 10 o'clock. But hello, Mary. Viviano, how are we? Jonathan's in the house. Hello, Jonathan. How you do, my friend? Tony, how you do, fella? Ruka, hiya, Ruka. Nice to see you again. Cassie is here as well. John says, don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button. Head over to Sean's channel as well. Subscribe, and also just remember, Sean's also doing recaps every evening about all of this. So make sure you go and support my friend, my man, the main man himself, El Jefe. So Jean's in the house. Hello, Jean. Here we go. Everyone's good morning, man. Here we go. Helena handbasket. It's not the same, right? I honestly, every time I start the stream now, I look for Helena because of the Helena handbasket. You've got to get that in. So love that name. Good morning, Sarah P as well. How are you? Please hit the like and subscribe. Elizabeth, hello. Nice to see Sean wearing pink. It is.
Yeah.
This is. I've got my free Karen Reid shirt on. I have, so not in pink. Apologize. It's sunny in Naples. Good morning, A-team. Here is also my little princess, Lady Law. Hello, love. Hiya, Lady Law. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're having a nice journey into work, and hope work's going to go well for you today. But hopefully you will be listening as well. Kathy's in the house. Hello, Kathy. Kendall, good morning. It's good. It's a good gang here. The gang's all here. Lady Law's here too. You see. Yeah, if you want to support the channel, PayPal or coffee, never required, but always appreciated. Just remember that. Never required, guys. We just want you to be here. So thank you for that. Also, if anyone questions, no, this is not Sean's merch line or anything. It's not his merch line. He has no cash apps. He has no PayPal. He has nothing. He's doing this. Well, I asked you once, why don't you do it, Sean? And you said, because I just want justice for John.
That's all I want. That's all I want. That's all I need. That's why I'm here. This hits home for me in so many different ways. It really does.
Yeah, I can imagine. It's your place of birth. And before we get into that, Wendy, shout out to Wendy as well. I was speaking to Wendy on Facebook yesterday, and she's like, do you know what? I will post the links on Facebook for you. And she's a godsend. She's a godsend.
Give a little tip about Wendy. She's got a place right down the street here. So I'm going to meet up with her and her husband. Like I said, I know these people. I've never met them, but she's great. Her husband's great. And I can't wait to meet them in May. So
there we are.
Great.
Lady Law's there. Join the Auto Quarter community. You can become a member. You can get memes and stuff like that. If you want to join through YouTube, you can get. Where's the memes? What are they? We got some memes here. We got El Jefe there. Hang on. Where is he? Here he is. El Jefe's there. We got John O'Keefe. We got Karen Reid. We've got the Gilf herself. We've got Nick Bosa here somewhere. Nick Bosa's there.
Nick Bosa?
Nick Bosa's on there. We've got some tacos in the chat. We've got Erin Hack and a small bus in that chat as well. We've got Paddington. So, yeah, we got everything. We got Zachary Anderson as well in the chat. This is what you get if you become a member.
Oh, that's great.
$1 we could pay. Anyway, that's enough for that. There's a lot of people here sent on super chats. Thomas, good morning, people of character, grace, and common sense. That describes you well, I think. A graceful character with common sense, Sean.
Me or you? I think it's you, my friend.
Oh, stop me. I've got no grace, you know.
My wife says I'm like a bull in a china shop.
That's why we get on well. Outstanding show last night, Sean.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you.
And Ronnie says the same. Great show last night. Hit that like and subscribe button. Share the show the D some love. Thanks, Lady Law. Hey, Robin. So again, just so people know, my background is made by this wonderful lady. Sean looks so professional. You get all the praise.
Let me give you a little backstory real quick. So,
Yeah.
Robert, so last night, 2 minutes before showtime, I had the whole thing set up. Someone said to me, Sean, you need to get this one piece of equipment. It's going to streamline everything. Put your earphones in, you put your camera in, you put your mic in, you set up to streamline, you're good to go. I have all these little buttons I can push, right? 2 minutes before, nothing worked. And I'm like, oh my God. Finally, with the help of Dylan today, it's all working. Thank God. So thank you, Robin, for looking at that. I hate these earphones, but hey, what are you going to do?
I hate them as well. People don't get it. I hate it. Absolutely hate headphones. But there we are. Everyone says you look professional. Just so you know, I've got no pink, but this is Rhyddhau. This is free in Welsh. So Rhyddhau Karen Reid. This is my free Karen Reid.
You're the best. It's your show. We know where your heart's at.
Yes.
All that matters.
I wish I'd ordered some pink stuff though, but I don't. That's why I made the background pink as well.
Great background. Great background.
Yeah. So shout out again to Robin. She made the background. She allowed me to use it. So thank you, Robin, for the background.
Robin's gonna have to give me some lessons on my scales because I've been a bad boy, Robin. Jack Judge would not be happy with me. Poor John Judge would not be happy with me right now.
Me Stan says, I have so much respect for you, Sean. I think everyone does. Pink is your colour, Sean. Hello, Melanie. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well.
Oh, I like
Turfs in the house.
The truth, I do like pink. I've always liked pink. You know.
I like pink. I love it.
I'm very what's the word? I'm very comfortable in my own skin and in my what do you call it?
Feminine.
Whatever it's called.
Whatever it is. How masculine you are. Like women love it. So
yeah. Listen.
Why would you wear it? Good morning, Scratchy Itchy. Fire Wife. Good morning, everyone. So excited for today. Murph Turf's in the house. Now we can start. Murph's arrived. Good morning, everyone. Getting ready to the trial party started. Yes, Aussie Insider. Hello, Aussie from Australia. Sean, I ask a question. Yeah, are you asking about Karen Reid? What evidence there is against Karen Reid? Well, we're going to see all this as the trial progresses. So the best way to do it, Christine, is let's see what because to be fair, Sean, we don't know what they're going to say in opening statements.
They always say the trial is won and lost in the opening and closing.
Mm-hmm.
You can have the greatest opening, but fail in your closing. That's because you didn't get the evidence in. I just hope and pray it never gets to any closing because, like I said, I'm not going to do any more predictions. It's a win-win. If this thing goes to trial today, it's a win-win. Karen needs her story of corruption told. If it doesn't, it's even better. But I personally want it to go. So I'll take the L. I'll take the loss like a man. I don't care. Any competent DA, and I've talked to a lot of attorneys, private, U.S. District attorneys, they all said they wouldn't take the case, never mind put it to trial. That's all I got to know.
That's fine. MC, good morning to you, MC. Erin Hack says, good morning. Rita's she was giving an epic rant on Tom's stream. I was watching it. So this is Erin Hack. This is the yellow bus, the short bus with Erin Hack. Hey, Erin. Lally, you rock. Thank you, Miss Stan. But I know that Sean rocks more. He's a guitarist. He's a rock star, so of course he rocks, Dylan, tell Sean to talk closer or something. He's in and out with
All right,
sound.
hold on. Let me stand by.
Stand by me.
All right, how's that now?
Yeah, I think it's go on, speak.
Is it okay on your side there, Dylan?
Yeah, it's fine for me.
How about Wendy? How about Wendy?
Let's wait to see what the boss says. Let's see what Wendy says. Casey, good morning to you. Hiya, Carla, Marcelo. Doing the rounds, no problems. On the way to Emily D. Baker Street, even wearing pink PJ tonight. Haha, there we are. Yeah, thank you for doing the rounds. Guitar's been having moved in weeks. So she's asking, who was the guy in the picture from your show last night?
That was former special agent, Brian Higgins.
Brian Higgins. James, Pac Centauri, retired BPD, Love Sean, McDonough, Quest for the Truth, FKR, and Free Wales. There we are. Free kind of read of Free Wales. Let's go. Independence. Hey, James, how we doing, my friend?
Good coming up, my friend.
Sean's definitely a summer pink. Looks great on him. Good morning. Good morning, Melissa. Merv's Turf, Erin Hack. Hello, GOJ. Greetings from Mablehead, home of the US Navy. Jeez, look at that. Welcome, Gio. Trident, good morning to you as well. Tony, as long as Beverly doesn't interrupt, Yanetti's going to crush it. Yeah, I agree. Gary T says, good morning from 02021. Gents, let's do this. I don't know what that means. What's 02021 mean?
02021 is Canton. Gary Titus. That's got to be Gary T, right?
Gary T. Hello, Gary. How are you doing, my friend? Lona is in the house. Hello to you. Wendy says it's better.
All right.
He needs to play live for us someday. There we are.
Yeah.
Yes. Good morning, Sarah in the house. Hello, Sarah. How are you doing, Sarah? Welcome to you.
Hold on. Is that Sarah Ashburn?
Yes.
Oh, my God. She's in. I love it.
You know Sarah, yeah?
Beautiful. All right, Sarah. Thank God you're here. Sarah, let me tell you. Think about that name. You'll find out who she is.
Sarah, okay. Well, you have to tell me. I'm just trying to fly through everything. But we'll get back to that. Sean would wear that shirt when testifying. It wins over the ladies on the jury. Yes. Right, so this is a confusion. Lana Del Turtle. So this is Lana, Sean.
Right.
So the other Lana is not Lana. So this is Lana, who's your mod. Lana.
Exactly right. Lana
We keep going around the circles, but Lana, welcome. We always get you confused, so welcome to you. Alyssa, hello to Liz. How we doing? Hope you're well as well, Alyssa. I love your tweets. I love Alyssa because if you follow her on Twitter, she goes after Kevin all the time. And by going after him, calls him out for his untruths all the time. And he can never answer it. So thank you for doing the God's work, Alyssa. Thank you.
Is Lissa from Minnesota? No. Is there another lady? Is it? There's another lady from Minnesota. Who is that?
Well, the only one there's a few from Minnesota, I think. Obviously, Erin Hack's from Minnesota, but she's not on Twitter.
Oh, I didn't know Erin Hack was. All right.
She's from the Torbs on the Minnesota. She's from Minneapolis.
I'll give you a quick story about Minnesota.
Yeah.
When I started seeing this whole thing about trials on YouTube, there's a great guy in Minnesota called Riquetta Law, right? I don't know if you ever seen it.
Yeah.
They drink up and they go through the whole trial. And he has all his lawyer buddies come on. And I said one day, man, I would love to do something like that. And here I am doing what you do. It's beautiful.
Well, I might not be Riquetta Law, but I'm Dylan from Wales.
I don't have my scotch with me, though.
No.
God.
We got coffee, but it's the same thing.
Where's my
coffee? And Big Dog's in the house. Hello, Big Dog. How we doing, my friend? Yeah. Vinny is on Tom's CPU. Hang on, I've got Tom here. Hang on. Let me just go through people quickly. Hello, Pam McCarthy. Hello. Hello, Salvador. Salvador Dali Talk. Welcome, Sal. Nice to see you again, my friend. And again, thank you for the message, Sal. Scott and the feds, besides you're watching over here. Scott Collery. Hey, Scott, how you doing? Seriously, it was be interesting to see how Lally formulates his opening statements without introducing the third-party culprit argument. Yes, true. But this quite clever. Darlene, oh, I can't say this again. I said it wrong last time. Darlene, hello, Darlene. Morning, gents. It's a great day for justice. Free Karen Reid, absolutely. Not sure if I'm Barry. I know. Let's see if I'm Nick Rakita, the Law Pope. Yes. Let's see if I missed anyone here. James, I think. James, St. Angela Parish, 1960s, 70s. Did Sister Veronita ever give you a good beating?
James, I know who you are now. I definitely know who you are. And no, I was always a good guy in school, but she definitely beat up my brother Kevin. I mean, Brian. Oh my God.
MJ Gaglio, I can't say it. Gaglio. MJ Gaglio. Sure, no, you handsome son of a bitch. Karen has arrived. Bollocks. Hang on.
Bollocks.
Right, hang on. I got Karen here.
We're the state troopers.
God bless.
We love you, Karen. We love you, Karen.
Karen, did you get a fair trial? Stand tall.
She looks great.
Yo, excuse us.
Oh, the family.
In the way, walking up. That's just blows. You guys should know better.
Aiden's there. Tillboy's there. Rita. There's a crowd there. There's a crowd.
There is.
Before I got Elisa says hi from North Reading. MA Free Karen Reid.
This side, and I know he's passing through the sidewalk, past through the DEA out on the sidewalk.
Perry, hey people, I'm listening in. Hey Perry, nice to see you. I'm so seeing you, Perry, for months. Perry's all the way from London, London Town. How you doing, Per? Erin is from Minneapolis. She's from Minnesota. She speaks like the tubes. She likes the tubes there, Sean. So you were right. Morning, chap. Morning, Scott. How we doing, fella? They all look great.
Yeah.
Josie, how we doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Baby squirming, that's fine. The troopers are there, sort of. I think they keep in the back, keeping distance, I think. Isn't there a safer way for her to arrive? I think that they said they don't want it to stop outside the court, Sean, because
2 minutes.
stopping
2 minutes. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah, there was something about it, wasn't it? But yeah, I wish they did stop outside. Just let her in. It's easy, but she does. And we got Kelly said she's going to pop in today as well. Kelly Reid, she's going to pop in and say hello to everyone. And she also sent me a nice message to say thank you to everybody that bought popcorn with her.
Yeah.
I think they raised over $15,000 between them all. That goes to Karen's defense team. So thank you very much for that.
It's great.
I'm not sure what, Erin. Hey, Tim from Denmark. How you doing, fella? Hope you're well. Right. Is there anyone I've missed here? Hopefully not. Neo Dark Matter. Morning all. So you actually have a jury. They have a jury, yes. I believe it's 16, Sean. Is it 16 they got in the end or 19? I don't remember.
19.
19.
They're going to go with 12 primary and 4 alternates.
Thank God she has this defense team. I agree. My daughter loves the UK and wants me to watch Mum. Have you seen it? No, I've not seen Mum. I've not seen it, Helena. You should, not seen that, to be honest with you. There's a lot I have seen, but that's not one of them. I don't know what that is. I'll have to look it up. Hey, Stephen. How are you doing, fella? Good morning from Japan. B. Hi, B. Right. Dennis has sent me some stuff. Let's look at Dennis as well now then. Dennis has been sending me stuff all morning. Fair play to him. So this, Sean, was from yesterday, I believe, a protest yesterday that we got. You see, Peter Murphy.
Peter Murphy, that's right.
Peter. Oh, I can't do that. Right. So that's from yesterday. This is today.
Mm-hmm.
When we were up there, it was very peaceful, but again, they when we were up there, it was very peaceful, but again, they blocked off. It started.
Technical question for you, Dave. All right, you're controlling that in another tab, right?
Yeah. Well. Oops. Yes.
Okay. I just want to know.
Yeah. So I got 3 tabs at the minute. I got the StreamYard. Sorry, I got 3. So I got another window open with Tom CPU, Law and Crime, and Facebook. 3 tabs.
Okay.
Yes.
And you add that to present.
Just
want to be sure.
Stop screen, add, present. Yes.
Gotcha. All right.
Hey, Amy in Boston. How are you doing, my darling? Nice to see you, Amy.
Amy, how you doing?
Right. So this is this morning. This is the crowd. This is like 7 o'clock this morning, I believe. Aidan has arrived there. Obviously, he's in court today with Paul. Everyone wearing pink. This is.
I get attacked online because I'm sober.
Me too.
Are you kidding?
I'm sober too.
Get away.
Yeah, they like to pick on the week, you know what I mean?
Good old Dennis.
What did you say?
So that was Dennis. Dennis is going to be sending me pictures, videos, and all sorts. So yeah.
I don't know if you knew this, or maybe I told you, but Dennis is right in the line of fire. He lives directly across from Lieutenant Lank.
You said that last stream, actually.
He's right across from him. He gets to see all the dirt, all the visitors, all the cell phone conversations on the street when he's yelling. God knows who's he's yelling at.
But Dennis is a bit of a legend. Shall we just say?
Good boy for Selfie. He's a Selfie boy.
There's somebody here, B, said something here. Sean, that's B, formerly from Canton.
Okay, B, formerly from Canton. In Japan. Is that who I think it is?
I think you do know this person. You must know this person because they know you. So
B, I know. Okay, B, did you send me some messages today early? Did we chat back and forth? I think I know. Now it's clicking. Yes, okay, B. The B threw me off there. You're a little undercover guy, aren't you?
Janice Slouthy girl here. Slouthy, how do you say it?
Southie. South Boston. Janice
South Boston. Slouthy. Please remember to hit the like and subscribe on the way in. Yes. And she confirms, hello. If you're not already, make sure you subscribe to Sean's channel as well. He will have evening recaps as well. And, you know, on the Gulf, El Jefe will be giving it, bringing it large. So, El Jefe, another thing for you here, right? Obviously, we were all despondent after the hearing last week. There's a lot of people being, you know, myself included, a little bit negative, but it wasn't that bad, was it? You know, what's your thoughts?
You know, my thought basically was, am I clipping? I think
a little bit, yeah.
I'll fix that. I just thought that it was the last night. You hadn't heard from me in a while, and I just said, you know, I just got to do this. I put a poll out. The Celtics and Bruins are on Saturday, so I figured, okay, Sunday's the time to do it right before. And you know, I must say, it was a weird kind of vibe yesterday. Kept hearing people, this is like Eve for Karen Reed. I kept thinking, you know, what can be the theme? And I just said, you know, we got to focus on. And I've meant to say this last night. Well, I didn't come to me until this morning, like at 3:00 in the morning. The true X factor in this whole thing is going to be the FBI. I'm telling you right now. I said it a year ago. I told Turtle, I told all these other people, Kevin, I said, the FBI is going to have a much greater role than we all know. When they started handing out those grand jury subpoenas a year ago, right about now, I said, that is something to be very cognizant of. And here we are. They gave 3,000 pages of exculpatory evidence in nature for Karen. That's not what they have. If they get 3,000 pages just for Karen, think about what they have on the whole case, their whole case. So, like I said, who or what will be the X factors? There's multiple X factors in this case. And like I said, any normal prosecutor would never have touched this case. So just be prepared for a very abnormal trial. And I'm telling you, it's going to be rocked with drama like you're not going to ever see. I'm telling you, this is going to be an incredible case to follow. I'm so happy to do it with all you people and my man, Dylan.
Yeah, it's not going to be like, as you say, straight sailing. It's going to have ups and downs throughout.
I can't wait for the first cross-examination. I just can't wait. Whoever that person is going to be on the stand for the Commonwealth today, and we'll have a witness today. There's no doubt.
Yeah, I can imagine the morning is going to be the openings and stuff, and swearing the jury in, and then they'll probably take lunch, and then this afternoon it'll be the witnesses.
It'll be game time. It's going to be beautiful.
Right, once I can, and we've got some time here. Thank you to Gary. Gary bought some coffee there. Thank you very much, Gary, for the coffee. Appreciate you for that, my friend. Always nice when you get some coffees. Thank you very much for that. I just played the wrong page. My bad for that. But yeah, thank you very much, Gary, for that. I should have. Which one was it? This one. This is the one I'm supposed to open. You see, I'm a boomer sometimes. He says this $5 is from the Bay Bank account. So there we are. Thank you for that, Gary. And shout out to you, Sean, for that.
I just want to say something for all the ladies out there. If you think I look sexy and pink, you should see my Barry White impression. That's it.
Oh my God.
Not bad, huh?
You got a voice changeover.
No more toys. I had to get that in.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Could they hear it?
They could hear it. They could hear Big Bank. They could hear it. You just stay on certain delay. Oh my, from Erin Hack. Barry White. You see, they got it. They got it. You got a voice changeover thing, have you?
It's got 1,000 things. I haven't read up on it, but I'm glad I can use it today with this stream. So
yeah, fine. I should have also said, give a shout out to Murph's Turf and Hens for you all as well for becoming new members as well. So shout out to you two. Over the weekend, they became members. So thank you very, very much to both of you as well. Doubt is written on Lally's face. The jury will see it. Hopefully, yes.
No doubt. No doubt.
El Jefe is losing his boomer status. Hey, Chrissy.
I know. How about that? Even
Josie,
my grandson's even proud of me.
Josie says, instead of let's fucking go, let's get it on.
There you go. That's right.
Hello, Miss. How are we doing, Miss? Nice to see you, Miss. As always, always supportive. Thank you for being here. Great presentation, Gary says, from last night. And Gary, thank you again for the coffee, Gary, my friend. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary.
Love the shirt from Shop Mom. Good morning from H-Bag. Hey, H-Bag.
Hey.
Miss Lynn, I got my Baybank card. It just keeps getting better. The jingle for Sean.
It's great. Jesus.
DV, good morning all. Best wishes for Officer John O'Keefe and Free Karen Reid. Absolutely.
Can I shout out? I forgot to say this last night to my mods. You guys did an awesome job. I know there was some consternation in the back channel there, but my mods did a fantastic job. Thank you.
Mods are underrated. So, Ozzy, catch you later, Ozzy. Mods are underrated. You know, if you don't have a good mod team, then you're pretty much stuffed, Sean. Because what people don't realize is they do all the hard bits in chat, whilst you can then concentrate on doing your bit. You know, so shout out to your mods. Shout out to my mods as well. So thank you for you guys as well for being here and doing the Lord's work. Justice for John O'Keefe is 1. Justice for Karen Reid is 2. Justice for We the People is 3. Stephen Fenner, sorry.
I saw that earlier today, Steve. As a perfect statement right there.
Yeah. Lightning Life. How do I decide which stream to watch? The TB, Glera, Ms. Little, you two or more. Well, there's plenty of choices out there, guys. You know what I mean? We appreciate you coming in. And like Ozzy, she jumps around, but happy to have you here. But I also appreciate there is a lot. Like we discussed this earlier on, Sean. There's a lot of people that's covered this for months. You know, Till Boy is obviously in court, so he's not live. There's also a lot of people that just jumped on board today to do it. So I'm not sure if you've got any thoughts about that.
If I was watching today, I'd watch Melanie Little because she's going to give this perspective from a lawyer, right? If this wasn't a trial and this was leading up, I'd say watch me and Dylan because we gave you the street stuff, the investigative juice and all that stuff. Claire is great, but between the experts like Melanie, I mean, she is like superb. How the hell they could ever attack her for whatever reason, but she's obviously over the target and she makes no bones about it. So if I was watching it, I'd be watching. I'd have split screen Dylan and Melanie.
Yeah, you can watch plenty, and you can hop around as well. Do you know what I mean? You can hop around. We're going to be with that stream that we won't be discussing. And if you want to watch the trial, watch it with us. But then in breaks, if you want to hop over to Melanie, Emily, whatever, just hop over. We all have different. But for the trial experience, me and Sean will not be saying a word throughout the trial. So,
can I tell you one comment about that, Dylan? Someone commented they love watching our stream because we keep it quiet. I said, we're not even keep it quiet. We shut the mics off. We can't. That's the greatest thing about Dylan. He shuts those mics down, which is great.
Yeah. So yeah, Jonathan says we encourage people to express differing opinions and get along like adults. If you have a personal issue with someone, feel free to use the block feature on them to stop drama before it begins. What a sensible thing to say, Jonathan. Good morning, El Jefe and Dylan from Chicopee. Oh, I can't say that.
Chicopee, Mass. Beautiful.
Was that right? Did I say it right? Chicopee.
Yes. Someone had I used to work at Westover Air Force Base. I think it's in the Chicopee Air Force Base. Westover in Chicopee. My daughter's a teacher at Chicopee High.
So it's go time. Let's get justice for Officer John O'Keefe and free Karen Reid. Absolutely, Kim. Shelley, hello, my darling. How are you doing, Shelley? Hope you're well. Shelley, you need to go in your emails and look for the Discord link and join Discord because you are a paid up member. So please join Discord from Buy Me a Coffee. Hang on, we've missed a few here now. So Tina says, hi, Sean. I'll say, hello, Tina.
That's got to be Tina Russo. Has to be, right?
It is Tina Russo. Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful. I'm getting to know the names now.
One homegrown guy and one from across the pond. There we are. Homegrown Sean and me. Yes.
Love it.
Baseball Dad from Indiana. Hello, Baseball Dad. How you doing, fella? Hope you're well. Lightning Leaf, just spread the love. Make sure people you like go and like, subscribe to everybody. Do you know what I mean that you like? You know, so support everybody. Okay, B is saying it's going to be a lot different when they turn the lights on and begin the trial. The world is watching.
B's over there in Japan. You know the world's watching.
Yeah.
He's a homegrown guy too, though. So good guy.
Chrissy says, you guys are my iPad Melanie on TV. There you go. There you go.
Love it. Beautiful, Chrissy.
But also, just to put that, you know, you give Melanie credit, but you also give yourself credit. There can be stuff here that you have expertise over. Do you know what I mean? The tail light and stuff like that. So listen to Sean then, but there's stuff that Melanie has expertise over. Listen to Melanie. Do you know what I mean? So it's part and parcel. Do you know what I mean? So everyone's got something to contribute, is what I'm trying to say. So Alicia B says, that's exactly what I'm doing the channel. This channel and Melanie's are the ones I'm watching. Appreciate you, Alicia. Thank you for that. Elise says, morning, guys. Let's freaking go. Tony, there are all kinds of folks fighting here. Common fight, forgetting about things like politics or other noise. The state doesn't like that. Too bad. Absolutely. Oh, look at this. Joey. It's game day, boys. Is it bad that I'm wearing eye black and got the smelling salts out? Well,
keep Joey there for a minute. Right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you right now. A little secret out. I have a little thing on my iPhone. It's called the OG Dream Team. It's Olivia, Joey, and myself. And he's part of the team. He's undercover, but he's part of the team. Look at this guy. The guy's amazing. He's when you find out who Joey is, you're gonna be amazed. But I'll keep it a secret
for now. But Joey, thank you for the $50 super chat as well. Appreciate you, my friend. That's way too generous. That's actually, I think, the biggest super chat I've ever had. So thank you very much, Joey, for that. Appreciate you, my brother. Thank you.
Joey's a good man.
Talking with testimony gets annoying sometimes. I hate it. I can't stand it. Talk during breaks and during sidebars. Don't talk over testimony. I hate that. That's why I created this channel. I couldn't bear it, you know. If you want to show love, yes. Thank you, Jonathan. Buy me coffee, PayPal. No heavy breathing to the mics, no sighs. No, none of that stuff here. But because it was one point, I thought I was deep breathing when I met Judge Bev. I was like, am I breathing horribly here? But it was her. So, Joey, you keep it on point. Joey just saying thank you so much for the super chat. Absolutely. Carla says, good morning, gentlemen. Good morning to you, Carla. Awesome, Delan. Afternoon, Hens. Hello, Hens. And again, thank you, Hens, and to Murph for becoming members throughout the weekend. I appreciate you, Hens. My lovely mods, they are. I'm a pacer. Kim is a pacer. What's that mean?
He's Indiana pacer? I don't know.
No, Kim, I don't know what that means. Oh, sorry, Kim, I don't know what that means, Kim. Paul says, hey, Dylan. Hey, Sean. Tuning in from beautiful San
Giancarlo?
Is that how you say it? Jimmy Jano.
Hold on. You know, I love the new technology, but I'm so far away from the computer with all these cords, and I feel like I'm in a prison cell here. Hold on for a minute.
San Jimmy Ganano. Jimmy Ganano.
Paul Lamar or May? Yeah, it's got to be Paul Lamar, right?
I have no idea. How do you say that?
How do you call his name? Paul Lamar, right?
Maya or Ma, yeah. Maya?
Italy. Gianni Ganano.
She's forgoing her aperitivo to watch the trial. What's an aperitivo?
Aperitivo? It's got to be your appetizer. I don't know.
Oh, I thought you were up to speed with all this lingo.
No
No bueno.
No,
Is that?
no hablo italiano. Italiano.
I have a crush on Sean, so here I am. Sorry, Mrs. Sean.
Miss Lynn. Thank you.
Miss Lynn. You're gonna make him blush now.
Mrs. Sean is okay. She truly is.
So before I go on, I'm just making sure that
Mute
I
my
haven't
mic.
got anything here. I'm waiting for somebody to go live. Law and Crime, but they're not gone live yet. So Do Greg says, Sean, today only opening statements, so will witnesses be called? Witnesses will be called. Well, supposed to be.
What witnesses? Yeah, witnesses definitely will be called today. Oh, that's Do Greg. Greg Hood.
There we
Funny.
are.
Let me tell you about Greg Hood. He had me so confused in these Facebook groups, but no, definitely. They will be called. It's only an hour and a half for openings, right? 45.
It'll take you to lunchtime, basically.
Yeah.
Ghost 13 says, I'm here in Chicopee 2, actually right near the base, stuck at work, but streaming on my laptop. You two the best combo.
I'll tell Ghost this story here. First time I ever played golf in my life. My partner and I did a little hooky from DEA work, right? He took me up to there's a golf course right there in Westover, right? Westover Golf Course Club, or right? First tee. Never played golf in my life. I lost all my balls. I had 24 balls. I lost them all in the parking lot. Brand new, whatever the hell they were. Not tailor-made. Titleist. I lost them all. I broke my clubs. I said, that's it. But anyways, I picked it up later.
I've done that as well.
First tee. I had nothing left to play. And the kid said, I'm not giving you my balls.
We've got Dell. Dell's in the house. Dell's from Manchester. Has anyone spotted any feds within half a mile of the courthouse? No, Dell.
Oh, hey,
Dell.
They're watching.
They're watching.
They deputized Peter Murphy.
So Dell's got the deepest voice you'll ever hear. He's deep.
I think I saw Dell last night during my live. I think.
I don't even chat. Erin Hack says, I don't even chat during Sean's stream so I can pay close attention. That says a lot. Shutting me up is not easy. That's true.
I have a Kelly Reed sighting. It is a Kelly. I have a Kelly Reed sighting.
Okay, let me just go through this quiz. Kevin is Lizzie's Bobo. Let's freaking go. Karen looked very confident walking in. She did. Consider becoming a member of the alternate corner. There we are. Just music lover. Hello, music lover. Good. I haven't missed anything. No, not yet. Paula Meyer. Sounds like Gimoneano. Italia. Hang on, just go through. Audrey, hello. Hi, Sean and Dylan. I just put on a Blast the Corruption page with a link to your life. Thank you, Audrey, very much. Very much.
Audrey's great.
Court starts in 15 minutes, fella. Kelly Reed, hello, Dylan and Sean. So, Kelly, we gave you a shout out. Well done on the popcorn. You smashed it with the popcorn. Smashed it, girl.
Kelly is great.
Amazing.
Great
thank you.
A great friend. Yeah.
And thank you for the kind words for everybody. And you thanked everyone for raising money. But thank you for everything you do, Kelly. She's amazing. Thank you for popping in. I mean, it means the world to us and to everybody that you just pop into chat. You don't have to pop into chat, but you do because you care. So thank you for that. Just know we are all here for Karen. We're all here. We're all ready. We're all waiting. We're all anticipating. We all got our backs. But, let's frigging go, as we say, as you would say, Sean, let's get it on.
Yeah. That's our good friend Marvin Gaye. Barry. Get Barry back.
Well, have I missed any questions from Dell? Someone said, great question, Dell. I don't know if I missed your question, Del. Repost it if I did. We saw Karen's family arrive, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, we watched that. I think, Kathy, I think you're a bit behind. I think we did watch that. They arrive. Dear, we'll interrupt you. Hopefully not, Shelley, but I will send you a link, by the way, but hopefully not. Chris is saying, I'm in New York, been following the case since last year. I can't wait until the McAlbers are behind bars.
It's going to be sweet.
Mel, most of do you have a Weeman? Oh,
Weimaraner. Right? Weimaraner,
yeah,
right?
it is, yes.
My baby's half Weimaraner, half lab. Good little girl.
There we are.
Star.
Hello, Heather. Hello, Donna. Alison, hello to you as well. Good morning to you. Right. Love the voice changer. Brenda says, good morning, Dylan Sean. Good morning to you, Brenda. Sorry if I missed anybody. I'm just trying to get through this. Right, let's have a look to see is there any streams up. I don't think there is yet. I'm not aware of Law and Crime have posted anything yet.
Well, they should be getting it pretty close.
Yeah, sometimes they're a bit slow. I mean, they like to keep people guessing.
I saw Vinny Politan working the street.
He's
today.
there.
All undercover. Wouldn't even recognize him.
Right, hang on.
Is Donna? Donna's in the house. Yeah.
I think everyone agrees with you, Don. I don't think anyone could see the day this bogus case will go to trial. What a shit show it'll be. Absolutely.
I'm all with you, Donna. We've had many discussions. You know this. But on the flip end of this, it's going to be so good to see what happens to those people.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Look at that, Christine.
Thank you, Christine. I've not seen it, but thank you. It hasn't come through, Christine, but it's all good. You don't need to at all anyway, so it's all good. There we are. Good morning, Mrs. Ash. Tilboy should be starting soon. He's at court, I think, today. He was at court just now, so I'm not sure if he will be streaming, Chris. For rescuing volunteer with man. There we are. Hello, Vivian. I'm not going to say your surname, I'll butcher it, but hello, welcome.
Vivian's from good stock. Yes, she is. Hey, Vivian.
I am still searching. There's nothing live yet.
Yeah, that's amazing. Well, you figure they're going to have to get the jurors seated, going to give them their oath, right? All 16. I mean,
yeah,
the little pomp and circumstances before everything. Hopefully they did this, beforehand, but you never know.
Right. So it's just more of a normally Law and Crime prisoners have everything set up ready. Oh, here we go. I got it. As soon as I say that, it's there.
Beautiful. Look at you, Don.
Look, check us out. So this is a good question. How long was the opening statements of the Carragher case? I can't believe it's only 45 minutes. The Carragher case was 4 days of opening statements. 4 days. Kevin Lobo says, do we know the order of witnesses who might go today? No, we don't. We don't.
In usual circumstances, it should go like telling a story, right?
Yes.
So it should start off with who called the cops, how did they get there, and but you never know with this trial.
I'm gonna move for a second. Hello, people feel inappropriate. Eliza. Oh shit! How do you say that? Eliza. How do you say it? Eliza, have a feeling no cameras until after jury sworn in seated. No, normally they do. They do stream it normally. Not the seated bit, but they normally stream the jury being sworn in. But maybe not. We'll see.
So they usually put the camera on the clock, right?
Yeah. They normally have it live. Just might be some technical issues. What if there's a mistrial? That's my biggest worry. Then.
Yeah, that's mine too, Chrissy, because there could be something explosive that happens that causes for a mistrial. And then you've got to start the whole thing all over again.
Spacey Stacy, hello, my darling. How are you, Spacey Stacy? BDO, how are we doing? Maya, hello to you as well. Look at it's people that come back all the time. I love seeing these names come back.
Yes.
Good to see you, my friend. Hit the like button, everyone. Hi, Erin. Let's not use the Carriega trial as a good comparison. No, let's not. Let's move on from that. I know, I have as well. Let's not talk about Carriega anymore. Done. I don't want poor Karen to have to go to trial, but now that we're here, can't wait to see these liars on the stand. It's going to be amazing. Popcorn, yes. Let's go. Let's do this now. The Scripsters, Sean. Is there any way Bev is called out for her tactics, understanding it's her court?
I would believe at some point during the trial, they'll have one issue that she will be called out. But I don't see, this is the thing, in a normal trial, if Karen was to get convicted, there's tons of things that she can be appealed on all these rulings. So, but I listen, not making any more predictions. I just don't see that ever happening. I don't see we get to that point.
Yeah. MJ says, "Good morning, boys. Karen Karma has landed, Sean."
Yes, Karen Karma. That's true.
I'm literally a ball of anxiousness. I know, Chris. So we all, I think. But you know, Sean's confident. We all should be confident. We should all, like, the truth is on our side, as they say. So,
Dylan, what do they have?
No, so I mean, truth's on our side.
What do they have for evidence that has not been already disputed? It's been debunked.
Mm-hmm.
The FBI is the X factor. That's what it is.
I'm sorry to cut you off this slightly, but Mel says, Sean Dylan, I'm late to stream, but I heard that they might move to a larger courtroom. You guys hear anything? Hang on.
I heard it's going to a smaller courtroom.
No, they're still in a small courtroom. Great day, ma'am. Good morning from Idaho. There was some discussion about noise from typing as the press are allocated directly behind members of the family. If it's too distracted, they may be asked to relocate. So no, they're in the small courtroom at the minute. They are in there at the minute. So I'm not sure, Mel. Maybe, but I've not heard anything. Shelley says, I watch other trials now and now really see how jacked up. Yes, the Carriega one was, yes. Warrior Ma'am, hello from Norfolk, MA, Mass. Hello, Warriors Ma'am.
Norfolk, nice.
Let's all hope and pray that Karen is found not guilty and the FBI swoops in and locks up the real people that did this. Absolutely. Dorothy is here. Dorothy Keeley. I think there are important motions still on the table before opening. Am I right? So there's some that she's passed on. As in, she said we'll deal with it later on. They're more to do the defense ones, I believe. Now, I'll give Audrey a shout out here. Audrey from your channel has put everything in a list. So if you go to Sean's channel on Facebook, I'll share it in the break or something. She's done a great list, Audrey has. So we'll go through all the motions. Spider Girl, switch to my trial account. Hopefully I get to watch this trial with little less to no interruption. Life is busy. Hello, Spider Girl. Nice to see you. I heard a rumor about more seats. So Jessica just messaged to say that they sat down, but there's complaints about the noise from the press. Is all I've heard. I go downstairs. Okay, there's rumors. Okay, so it might be true, guys. I've not heard, but that's Kran's typing. Yes. Settling down. So there we are. Hang on. Whilst I can do this before trial starts, let me just move this here. Bear with me. Bear with me, Sean. You know what's coming, so bear with me for a second.
I love it.
Where's it gone? Here. Wrong one again. Jesus, numpty I am. Hang on, share screen. I got two of them, you see. So there we are. Thank you to... let me just zoom in here. Mia, who brought 5 coffees. Thank you to both of you. I'm disgusted that this is even going to trial. Free can read. Well, I totally agree with you. And thank you to you, Mia. As always, more than generous. Always generous. Thank you very much for the coffee.
Thank you, Mia. Thank
you. Let's get this here. Get the stream back on. And for people thinking we're going to play that all the time, we're not. Only during breaks or before or after the trial.
It's always good to give the love back there.
It is. I won't do it during the trial or anything. Just yeah, I always want to say thank you to people for their generosity. So it's only fair. So yeah, you can see the same screen as us. Nothing's happening yet.
There's still time for Mike Morrissey to do the right thing. You never know.
H-Bar said they should use the other courtroom for media and flow over. Yeah.
That's true. Great comment.
Great job, Audrey. Yes.
She's my new co-admin, by the way.
Co-admin, there we are. Huh? Here we go. So rumor is that they may use courtroom C, which is a little bigger than the small courtroom. Okay, so that makes sense.
Jesus.
Hey, Kim, needs to prove beyond a doubt with factual evidence, not a fitting theory. Absolutely, Kim. Totally agree. Court in session. Hang on. Whoa. Court is in session.
But no video.
Why have I not got video then?
Anyone else doing it?
Let me just go. I got it.
Wow. There you go.
Apparently they're at sidebar, so it's muted because they're on sidebar. Paul says I have another 50. No, it's not. There's numerous channels for law and crime, so it's all good. No, that's the family. That's the Reed family there.
Well, can I give you some news? Look at Peter. He's in there.
Yeah.
Can I give you some news, Eldon?
Yeah.
Not Eldon. God, Dylan.
Yeah.
I just got contacted from a CNN reporter who says she is watching our stream or your stream, and she's going to do some quotes from this stream as she covers the opening arguments. How you like that, my friend?
That's great. Thank you for watching this stream. Thank you for spreading the love.
Yes.
And hopefully we get some quotes for it.
Nice, very nice.
No, but thank you, appreciate that, and thanks for sharing that news. That's great to hear.
And Faith, thank you for watching us. That's awesome. Awesome.
Thank you, Faith. Thank you, Faith. Yeah, Marie. Hello, my darling. How are you? Kudos, boys. Let's go.
Let's go.
So let me just try and set this up then a little bit better. So I can. If I was more professional, I would have done this better, but here we go. That looks better.
You're fine, my friend. You're fine.
That looks better. Oh, I got my ticker as well. I need my own ticker. Where's my ticker gone? There we go. Just a reminder, if there's anyone in chat who you don't like, an easy fix is to hover over their name, press the 3 dots and click block. They vanish. Anyone who is rude or abusive will be dealt with by the mods. We all help each other. Do you know what? You'd be surprised, Stephanie. Hello, Stephanie, by the way. There is what I love about this chat, Sean, is if we don't know the answer, somebody in chat does.
It's great.
The chat is probably more intelligent than the two of us put together, to be quite honest with you.
I agree wholeheartedly with that, my friend.
Yeah. I can still join you. Yes, absolutely, Christine. You're part of the family, Christine. Welcome, Christine. Oh, let's go.
You know, this has been the most anticipated event in the past month. It's amazing.
Yeah. And shall I just play this, right? I'll play this, right, just as a reminder to you. If you are on Twitter and you've seen this lady at all, this is one of my favorite ever clips. I'll play it because we're in a sidebar. I won't do this during trial, but just remember this lady.
We're at this scene with this minor bump, and you can see as she pulls away, the tail light is well intact. So all of that is not going to hold water.
People, it's over. Elvis has left the building. It's done. Over.
So just remember, on one hand, you got Coffin Duffer. On the other hand, on our side, we have El Jefe. Let's go.
I understand she's going to be on Kevin Yellow Carter shells. She's going to be doing things with him.
Great. Good.
This might be setting up for a big court TV showdown. You know, you never know.
Never know. Good luck to them.
Yeah.
Two lawyers together. Good luck at them. 2 peas in a pod.
Look at the pink ties. I love it. I love it.
Love this. Yes.
Did you see that picture of Mr. Reed and his son in the driver's seat and Mrs. and Karen Reed?
Yeah.
That was beautiful. I thought that was so. They were confident. They were happy. Did not look like someone's going to face trial for second-degree murder. That I can tell you.
No. And Murph says, I have second-hand nervousness for Karen. Absolutely. I know. Melanie's in the court. Sarah says, I don't like this seating. Hey, Dennis. Dennis, we've been playing your stuff as well, Dan. I missed you the first time. Sorry, Dan. Let's fucking go, Dan. Chris, thank you. Here's $20 to celebrate. Carmelo belongs in prison with Jen McCabe. Thank you, Chris, for your generosity. Thank you. And thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you. Rachel. Karen looks physically uncomfortable with these people so close to her in a small seat and praying for her. Do you know what? I'll say this about Karen. She's brave. She is tough as nails. She's a proper Boston girl from what I've heard. As in, she'll just take all this. Look at her. I don't know how to describe it. What she's going through, Sean. Like, you've got to be a tough cookie to go through this. She's tougher than most people, not just any woman. She's tougher than most men having to go through this as well. Do you know what I mean?
She's very tough, very intelligent, but yet, let's face it, she loved a guy, right, who took on his niece and nephew. Not many women or not many guys, right, he's in the prime of his life, and he stood up for those kids. I mean, so she's a very she's a very discerning woman also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cuba still waiting outside, hoping to get in, sending positive energy. And thank you, Cuba. The jury have just arrived, apparently. So
good. Wow.
James says, "Coffee that way. If the tailor is intact at 508, then it wasn't broken." Exactly. I love playing that. I love tweeting that out.
James, you also ran across our other friend there from St. Angeles, right? I'm sure you know a lot of them, right? God, what the hell's his name now? I forget. He was the class behind me. He was in Brian's class. James.
Diego Wen.
Erin Shannon.
I know. I couldn't go through what she's going through. Damn, they let Grant in. He was the first one there, apparently. Most of us will crumble, yes.
Right. You know, you can say what you want to say about Steve Scanlon, and I went into this last night. He's the one that rang the bell. Do not discount his participation in this. I'm telling you, he plays a major part in this.
Yeah.
So, Dylan, CNN is covering this live stream. Can you believe it?
I can't believe it because
your live stream.
Yeah, but with you.
No.
My man. It's
You're
because
like,
of you.
Here comes the team. Here we go. All rise.
All rise.
That is a small courtroom. Oh my God.
Tiny. Oh, here we go. The jury must be on the way in then.
No clock. We got the fan.
Elisa says it. Mistake changing courtrooms? Question mark. Mr. O'Keefe sitting right next to Karen. Do you know what? I don't think it's a mistake, right? Only because I think Karen and her team want the jury to see the witnesses. They want to see the expressions.
It's important. It's important that each juror gets to assess not only the words, but the body language, the facial expressions. This is where it's all come down. I mean, I told you before, I'm speaking Spanish to these guys down in the jungle, right? And they're laughing, but they're laughing and saying, "Hey, boy, vamos a matarte." I'm saying, "Ha ha ha!" They just said, "We're going to kill you," right? I mean, and then they're laughing. But see, the spoken word. What I think about body language is the power of body language is amazing.
There appears to be an issue with a third party, possibly a juror. A woman was called up to the stand to speak to the judge privately. So there might be an issue.
Well, good. Then that's why they have the alternates. And they have, 19, right, total, but they have 16 present. So that's good.
So that's the issue. Dennis is here. LFG, let's effing go. Hey, Den. Thank you as well, Dennis, for your photos, your videos. I play every single one of them. So thank you to you, sir. I appreciate you.
Yes. Look at Jay Burke. Jay Burke. There she is.
Is that a she?
It's she or he. I'm not sure.
I have always gone towards a guy. See, attack her. Yeah, see, dogs, you're right. They don't have anything, so they'll attack her flat out. Absolutely. Chris is saying, I'm only putting that in the chat to rile up. Any chance the sidebar is Lally saying we actually don't want to have a trial and the case was dismissed? Game of chickens over Karen wins. You'd hope so. You'd hope so, Joey.
Well, the judge says, okay, Mr. Lally, stand up and say, based on newly acquired evidence in the interest of justice, we're dismissing this trial. Yes, you can do that. Go ahead, Adam. Just do it.
Dennis is saying Sean's super chat overheated.
Oh my God. Yeah. The Bank of Boston closed down.
Chris is here. Free Turtle Boy. Mrs. Ash, justice for John O'Keefe. Stephanie, I wish they were discussing the dismissal right now. Yeah, well, it's interesting with the jury. It could be because of time commitment. Maybe they've gone away now and thought about it and gone, geez, 7 or 8 weeks. That's a huge commitment. You know what I mean? So
guess what? I never heard a judge allowing that. I never did. I mean, that's your duty. It's your duty. So.
Kerry says, free Karen Reid, justice for John O'Keefe. Absolutely, Kerry. So, okay, we'll have to wait to see when this comes back now. There, you see, so people someone asked earlier on, will they cut away from this to go to Dayball's? No, so you can see there's 3 streams today. Sorry, 4 streams, I believe. There, Young Thug. Oh no, 3. Yeah, Doomsday. So Law and Crime have various channels for trials, and this is just one of them. So they normally do 3 trials a day, if not more. So everyone says they're getting dizzy with the fans. Fan v Clock or Matt Seal. It should all be for the jury. Yes. Hands. I agree. It should be all for the jury to make sure that they see and listen, be able to hear everything. They've got. We were thinking, was it you that said last night, Sean, on your stream that this is the biggest case since OJ?
I think it will be bigger than OJ, to be honest with you.
Do you?
Because of well, I mean, let's face it, OJ had to start him, but this is right. This is the element. You have a poor Boston cop dead on the lawn of another Boston cop. Framing.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Kenomi, now sitting in the Norfolk Superior Court, within the County of Norfolk, draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth and this good court. Thank you. May be seated, court now in that discussion.
Okay, good morning, jurors. Jim, yeah.
I'm sorry, jurors, could you stand one more time and raise your right hands? Do each of you solemnly swear you shall well and truly try the issue between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to your evidence and according to the law, so help you God? You can have a seat. Jurors, hearken to these indictments. 2282 CR 117001, Karen Reid of Mansfield in the County of Bristol, on or about January 29, 2022 at Canton in the County of Norfolk, did assault and beat John O'Keefe with intent to murder such person, and by such assault and battery did kill and murder the said John O'Keefe, and is guilty of murder in the 2nd degree and not in the 1st degree in violation of General Law, Chapter 265, Section 1. 002, Karen Reid of Mansfield, County of Bristol, on or about January 29, 2022, at Canton in the County of Norfolk, did operate a motor vehicle upon a way as defined in Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 90, Section 1, or in a place to which the public has a right of access, or upon a way or in a place to which members of the public have access as invitees or licensees, with a percentage by weight of alcohol in her blood of 8/100ths or greater, or while under the influence of intoxicating liquor, and did so operate said motor vehicles that the lives and safety of the public might be endangered, and by such wanton and reckless conduct so described, did cause the death of another person, to wit, John O'Keefe, in violation of General Law, Chapter 265, Section 13.5. 003, Karen Reid of Mansfield in the County of Bristol, on or about January 29, 2022 at Canton in the County of Norfolk, did operate a motor vehicle upon a way or in a place to which the public has a right of access, or upon a way or in a place to which members of the public have access as invitees or licensees, and without stopping and making known her name, residence, and registration number of her motor vehicle, did go away to avoid prosecution or evade apprehension after knowingly colliding with or otherwise causing injury to John O'Keefe, such injuries having resulted in the death of said person in violation of General Law, Chapter 90, Section 24(2)(a)(2). To these indictments, the defendant has pled that she is not guilty and for trial has put herself upon the country which country you are, and you are sworn to try the issue. If she is guilty, you are to say so. If she is not guilty, you are to say so and no more. Jurors, hearken to the evidence.
Thank you very much. Will counsel identify yourselves, please, starting with the Commonwealth.
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning, Mr. Lally.
Morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson on behalf of Ms. Reid.
Morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms. Reid.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury. My name is David Yanetti, and I represent Karen Reid.
Good morning, Mr. Yanetti. Good morning, Ms. Reid. All right, good morning, jurors. Before we begin, I have to ask you 3 questions that I'm going to ask you every single time we meet. The first question is, were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we were last in court? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. All right, jurors, I'm about to make some preliminary remarks to you to acquaint you with some of the legal principles, procedure, and terminology that you'll hear about during the course of the trial. But these comments are not intended to be a substitute for the more detailed instructions on the law, which I will give you at the conclusion of the case. This is the trial of a criminal case, as you've heard, and you've heard that the defendant is charged with second-degree murder. She's also charged with manslaughter while operating under the influence and leaving the scene after causing personal injury or death. I will describe in detail at the end of the case each of these indictments when I teach you the law, but briefly, murder is the unlawful killing of a human being. In order to prove the defendant guilty of second-degree murder, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed an unlawful killing and that it was done with malice. In comparison, manslaughter while operating under the influence is an unintentional, unlawful killing caused by wanton or reckless conduct while under the influence of intoxicating liquor. Again, these terms and elements of the crimes, including the additional crime of leaving the scene of an accident after causing personal injury or death, will be described for you in detail at the end of the case. Please remember that the defendant starts this trial presumed to be innocent. The fact that she was arrested or that she was indicted is not proof of anything. An indictment is just a piece of paper. It just makes an accusation, so it's merely a formal manner of accusing a person of a crime to bring her to trial in the Superior Court. But it is only the jury, in other words, you folks, who can decide whether the prosecution has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. If the Commonwealth does not do that, then the presumption of innocence alone requires you to find the defendant not guilty. The law does not require a defendant to prove her innocence, to produce any evidence whatsoever, or to do anything other than attend the trial. This presumption of innocence remains with the defendant until you, the jury, make your determination after listening and considering all the evidence. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt. For everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the prosecutor. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. That is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. You have agreed to be fair, and I'm sure you want to be fair, but that is not always easy. One difficulty comes from our own built-in expectations and assumptions. They exist even if we're not aware of them, and even if we believe we do not have them. Some of you may have heard this called implicit bias, and that is what I'm talking about. Of course, we judges have the same problem as everyone else, so let me share a few strategies that we have found useful. First, slow down. Do not rush to a decision. Hasty decisions are more likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Second, keep an open mind. Avoid drawing conclusions until the end of the case when you and your fellow jurors deliberate. Remember that when you deliberate, you will have all the evidence and all the time you need to make a careful decision. So there truly is no need to start making up your mind before then. Third, you should listen closely to all the witnesses. That is the best way to ensure that you decide this case based on the evidence and the law instead of upon unsupported assumptions. Fourth, as you listen to the testimony about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as members of a particular group. Finally, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? At the end of the case, I will remind you of these strategies and ask you to focus on the evidence instead of any unsupported assumptions you may have. All we ask is that you, individually and as a group, do your best to resolve this case based upon the evidence and the law without sympathy, bias, or prejudice to the best of your ability as human beings. Now, when I finish with these initial instructions, Mr. Lally will make his opening statement. Mr. Yanetti can choose to make an opening statement or not, because the defendant has no burden of proof and doesn't have to prove anything. Her lawyer doesn't even need to make an opening statement. An opening statement is a summary of what the lawyer expects the evidence at trial will be. It is intended to introduce the main issues in the case. Next, the prosecution will introduce evidence in support of the charges in the indictments. After that, the defendant may present evidence on her behalf if she wishes to do so, but again, she is not obligated to do so. Remember, the burden of proof is always on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. The law does not require any defendant to prove her innocence or to produce any evidence at all. After all the evidence, each side will have an opportunity to offer you closing arguments about what conclusions you might draw from the evidence. Like the opening statements, the closing arguments are not evidence. They're merely intended to help you understand the respective contentions of the parties. Finally, after all the evidence and the lawyer's arguments, I will instruct you in detail on the principles of law which you are to apply in your deliberations when you retire to consider your verdict. Your verdict must be unanimous. You see that we have many of you. We have 17 of you, and only 12 will ultimately decide this case, and that's done at the end of the case. We impanel so many jurors in a case that's going to take a long time in case something comes up and a juror can't complete his or her service. Let me talk briefly about our respective roles in this case. As the judge, my responsibility is to see to it that this case is tried in an orderly, fair, and efficient manner. It's also my function to decide any questions of law that come up during the trial and to instruct you about the law that applies to this case. It is your duty to accept the law as I stated to you, whether you agree with it or not. The jury's function. You folks are the most important people in this courtroom. You determine the facts of this case. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. You alone determine what evidence to believe, how important any evidence is that you do believe, and what conclusions all the believable evidence leads you to. You will have to consider and weigh the testimony of all the witnesses who will appear before you, and you alone will determine whether to believe any witness and the extent to which you believe any witness. You can believe all of what a witness says, some of it, or none of it. It's entirely up to you. It is part of your responsibility to resolve any conflicts in the testimony that may arise during the course of the trial and to determine where the truth lies. Ultimately, you must determine whether or not the Commonwealth has proved the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. The lawyers have their own important role in this trial. They are, of course, advocates. Their job is to bring to your attention the evidence and arguments that best support their position. They may also object to evidence offered by the other side that may not be admissible under our rules of evidence. Similarly, we may engage in sidebar conferences over here out of your hearing. They're not intended to keep secrets from you, but to allow the lawyers a little more time to argue their points so that I can rule on what you may consider as evidence. If I agree with an objection to a question during trial, I will use the term sustained. You are then to disregard that question, and you're not to speculate as to what the answer might have been. In the same way, you are to disregard any evidence that I tell you is stricken from the record. If I reject or overrule an objection, I will allow the witness to answer the question, and you may consider that answer. But you're not to give that answer any more weight than you would have had no objection been made. Please do not hold it against the lawyers if they make an objection. That's part of the lawyer's job. The lawyers have to let me know when there's a potential issue about the admissibility of certain evidence of law under our laws. You must decide this case solely in the evidence presented in the courtroom, and this will include the sworn testimony of witnesses and may also include exhibits that are admitted into evidence, any facts which I tell you may have been agreed upon by both sides, and any facts which I indicate to you that you may take as a matter of common knowledge. Question to witnesses, no matter how artfully phrased, are not evidence. Only the answers that you receive from the witnesses who are testifying under oath are evidence. If one of the lawyers or I refer to some part of the evidence that does not coincide with your own recollection, it is your collective recollection which you are to follow in your deliberations. In this case, I'll allow you folks to take notes. Any jurors who wish to take notes during the course of the trial, except during opening statements and closing arguments, because again, those aren't evidence, we'll hand out notebooks after the openings this morning so that you can take notes. They'll be provided to you daily. Your notebooks will be collected every day. They'll be kept locked up and confidential, and they're destroyed at the end of the trial. You're not required to take notes. The choice is completely up to you. Some jurors may feel that notes are helpful, particularly if the case involves many witnesses or complicated issues. Notes also can help you to remember specific testimony or evidence, such as times, places, dates, names, relationships, events, distances, things of that nature. Other jurors may feel that note-taking is a distraction and may interfere with hearing and evaluating the evidence. If you do take notes, I suggest you keep them brief. They are not and cannot be considered official transcripts of the trial testimony. However, bear in mind that although the court reporter is recording everything that transpires here, we do not have the capability of providing you with a transcript of the testimony at the conclusion or any time during the trial. So you will have to rely on your own memories of the testimony, perhaps supplemented by your notes. Regardless of whether or not you take notes, remember that how a witness testifies may be just as important as what he or she says. Therefore, your observations of the witness's appearance and demeanor on the witness stand may play an important part in your assessment of his or her credibility. So please do not let your note-taking distract you from an appreciation of all the evidence. Now, I'm going to address the issue of public interest in this case again, and the duty of this court and this jury to adhere to the rule of law because it is so very important. Remember, John Adams said that we are a government of laws, not of men, and that the law must be deaf to the clamoring of the public. He meant that while public opinion about a given subject may ebb and flow, the law must be steady, reliable, and even-handed. We know that on the subject of this case, there are people advocating for one outcome or another with intensity, but without the benefit of having heard or seen any evidence at all. The law works in a different way, and the difference is crucial to our system of justice. This jury will decide
This jury selected for this trial will hear and judge the evidence. You will decide what the facts are, and where the evidence is contested, you will determine where the truth lies. Ultimately, this jury, you folks, will decide whether the Commonwealth has carried its burden of proving that the defendant is guilty of any crime beyond a reasonable doubt. People outside of this building have rights, and we know that they have voices, but this trial will be decided by you, an independent jury, free from outside interference, based only upon the evidence presented in this courtroom and the law. This is the only way to ensure that every person who comes before the court receives a fair trial. It is just that simple and that important. So, while public comment will likely continue, you must ignore it so that in this courtroom, the rule of law will be upheld. This means that during the trial, until you retire to deliberate, you must not discuss this case with anyone. This includes family and friends, and even your fellow jurors. Nor should you allow anyone to communicate with you about any aspect of this case. You must not conduct any independent research about this case, the matters in this case, the individuals involved in this case. In other words, you must not consult the internet, including social media, and do anything else to find out any information from any source outside the confines of this courtroom. As best as you recognize them, please have no contact with any of the participants in this trial or anyone associated with either side, including the lawyers. Please do not visit any locations that may be mentioned during the trial. We will go on a view, and I will discuss that with you before we go. Remember, you were instructed that you must not, and you assured us that you would not, read, watch, or listen to any account of any aspect of this case in any news media or from any other source. It is critical that you follow that instruction, as hard as it's going to be. Finally, please continue to keep an open mouth. Now, I know that you will try this case according to the oath that you have taken as jurors. When you took that oath, you promised that you would well and truly try the issues between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the evidence and the law. If you follow that oath, approach this case with an open mind, and make your decisions fairly and without prejudice, bias, or sympathy for anyone, then you will arrive at a true and just verdict. And that's what we ask of you. So with that, it's time for opening statements. And whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Erin.
And I ask only that you keep your voice up, please.
Do my best. Good morning. So as Her Honor was telling you, this is one of the two opportunities that I will get to address. The first of which right now, essentially what I'm going to attempt to do, and I know you've heard over the course of the impairment process a number of different witnesses that were listed out as far as potential witnesses in this case. So what my intent here is to provide as much of a roadmap as I can through those waters and help you to navigate sort of who these people are and what relation they have to this case. We start with John O'Keefe. John O'Keefe grew up in Braintree. He was 46 years old when he passed. He was the son of John O'Keefe Jr. and Margaret or Peggy O'Keefe. He was a brother to Paul O'Keefe and to his sister, Kristen Furbush. Kristen was married, and so John's brother-in-law was a man named Stephen Furbush, and they had two children who were very young in 2013. Now, in 2013, Kristen, unfortunately, tragically, passed away, succumbing to cancer in November of 2013. Within months of that, Mr. O'Keefe's brother-in-law and Kristen's husband, Stephen, passed away as well. Now, initially, when John O'Keefe's sister passed away, sort of the initial plan for that situation was that John O'Keefe was going to move in with Stephen Furbush and kids and assist as far as raising them. And then when Stephen passed away a few months after his wife, before those plans could be finalized. John O'Keefe then moved in with his niece and nephew and assumed the parental role and assumed legal guardianship with respect to both of those children. Now, he was assisted in this by a great number of people within the town of Canton where the Fordbushes lived and where John moved into the home with the two children there. There were other parents within the neighborhood, other parents within the children's age group. You'll hear from a number of them over the course of this trial, but they included Mrs. Carrie Roberts and Mrs. Jennifer McKay. They helped Mr. O'Keefe out during those initial stages and during the time that he assumed this role. He also got help from his work. John O'Keefe was a proud member of the Boston Police Department, had been for many years. He had been a patrolman prior to moving in with the children and assuming this role. Boston Police Department helped him greatly as far as positioning him into more of a desk role, working in the sex offender unit with more regular hours to sort of assimilate himself to this new life and this new role that he assumes with his children. Initially, John O'Keefe lived in the house with the kids. However, in 2018, they moved into a new home, sort of a new home that they could have as their own. That home was located also within the town of Canton, sort of on the Stoughton side of Canton at One Meadows Avenue. John O'Keefe raised these children, assuming guardianship for them for about 8 years. His niece was the elder of the two, was about 14 at the time that John O'Keefe died. And his nephew was about 11 years old at the time that John O'Keefe died. January 28th, 2022 was a relatively typical day. It was a Friday going into a Saturday of January 29th. Sort of typical in the sense of most sort of suburban parents. There were a lot of activities, weekend sports, practices, games, things of that nature that the O'Keefe and Furbush family had to look forward to. One little difference when it came to that particular day of January 28th and the 29th is the weather. So there had been predicted and there was going to be a snowstorm, an insignificant a blizzard essentially was coming in overnight that Friday and the Saturday, lasting through most of the day on Saturday the 29th. And as a result of that, most of those sort of typical, weekend routine activities that would keep most people, including those within the town of Canton, busy, have been canceled ahead of time. Everybody knew what was coming. Everybody knew essentially you weren't going to leave your house all that much the following day. Now, also on January 28th, Mr. O'Keefe had received some news in respect to his niece. So his niece and her best friend were in 8th grade at the time, going into high school in the fall of 2022. They both applied to a private school called Bishop, and they both found out on the 28th that they had been accepted to that school. So the friend, as well as her father, a gentleman by the name of Michael Camerano, who's both he and his wife, Catherine Camerano, were friendly with John O'Keefe. They had children around the same ages as both John's niece and his nephew. And they had come over to their house on Meadows Ave that evening to celebrate the girls getting into that school. The nephew of John, the 11-year-old, was sleeping over a friend's house that night. He left that home sometime around 7 p.m. or so, got picked up and went to sleep over at his friend's house. John O'Keefe and Michael Camerano then decided to travel out to a local establishment on Washington Street called CF McCarthy's Bar and Restaurant. You're going to hear testimony and you're going to see surveillance video and you're going to see receipts and all kinds of things from a variety of different establishments, all sort of located within Canton Center along that strip in Washington Street. Now, they get Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano leave the girls at home. They then go to CF McCarthy's, arriving there sometime between 7:30 and 8 p.m. They eventually cajole another friend of theirs, Mr. Kurt Roberts, to come out to the bar and join them as well. And there's some other people that are located within the bar, including Mr. James Sullivan, who we hear from, who was present at the bar that night as well. Eventually, the defendant, Karen Reed, joins them at this establishment, CF McCarthy's, sometime just before 9 p.m. Now, John O'Keefe and Karen Reed had met sometime in 2004. They had dated briefly during that time, and reconnected sometime around March of 2020, around the time of the COVID-19 sort of pandemic shutdown. They had started dating around that time period, or reconnected during that time period, and the defendant had stayed at the house in Canton several nights a week. She had helped out with the children. In the month or so leading up to Mr. O'Keefe's death, the relationship soured. You will see text messages between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed to that effect. You will hear testimony from the children, from John's niece and nephew in regard to things they observed within that relationship. And you'll hear testimony from other individuals as far as their observations or things that they heard. Turning to January 29th, 2022. Just after 6 a.m., Canton Police Department receives a 911 call from a woman reporting a male party subsequently identified as John O'Keefe, found in the snow outside a residence at 34 Fairview Road. At the time, as I mentioned, blizzards that had been predicted was occurring, heavy snow, temperatures in the teens, wind rustling around. Officer Stephen Sarif and Officer Stephen Lally of the Canton Police were dispatched along with Canton Fire and EMS, and you'll hear from them in regard to their response and what they observed on scene. In particular, with Officer Sarif, he'll have as an exhibit, anticipates a cruiser camera video from his cruiser detailing or memorializing sort of his response in the darkness, in the blizzard type conditions as he's driving from the Canton Police Station, where he was located when he received the call, to 34 Fairview Road. When they arrived there, they observed three individuals, three females, sort of off to the left side of the property. And when I say the left side of the property, I mean if you're standing out in the street facing 34 Fairview Road, off to the left side of the property, there's a flagpole, there's a fire hydrant, there's some bushes. That is where Mr. O'Keefe is located. To the right side of the property is sort of the driveway and the mailbox, other things that you'll become familiar with through photographic evidence and other means, of course, of this trial. The three females that the officers observed there were then identified as the defendant, Karen Reed, Mrs. Jennifer McCabe, who had received a phone call earlier in the morning from the defendant, as well as Mrs. Terry Roberts, who had also received a phone call early that morning from the defendant. The several firefighters from the Canton Fire Department you'll hear from in regard to their observations of injuries, abrasions, and lacerations to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe. You'll hear their testimony in regard to swelling of his eyes and other injuries that he observed. They observed redness from the cold that he had been lying out in for some time. You'll hear the testimony from these firefighters, Timothy Nuttall, Anthony Flamati, Matthew Kelly, Francis Walsh, Katie McLaughlin, and Greg Woodville. And at least from three of those firefighters, you'll hear testimony anticipates detailing statements that the defendant made to them when they had asked about the origination of some of those injuries. The defendant stated repeatedly, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Mr. O'Keefe was then taken from the front lawn onto what they call a scoop stretcher. As he's doing that, I anticipate you'll hear Ms. Roberts' testimony that despite the 6 inches of snow approximately that was on top of Mr. O'Keefe's body and the snow throughout the roadway, front yard, everywhere around where he was, there was grass underneath Mr. O'Keefe, where his cell phone was located underneath his body as he lay on that front lawn. He was then transported by firefighters Kelly, Flamati, and Nuttall, as well as the ambulance being driven by firefighter McLaughlin to the Good Samaritan Medical Center. Once there are some observations, and you'll hear testimony from Dr. Justin Rice from that facility as far as observations consistent with what I anticipate you'll hear from those firefighters. But then there is a certain warming procedure that they go through trying to bring his body temperature up. Because when Mr. O'Keefe arrives at the Good Samaritan Medical Center, his body temperature is 80. And after those resuscitative efforts prove unsuccessful, Mr. O'Keefe is eventually pronounced by Dr. Rice at approximately 7:50. Shortly after that, when the defendant is then being driven away from the scene by Ms. Roberts, who is now going to go pick up Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, John O'Keefe's parents in Braintree, and then bring them to the Samaritan Medical Center in Brockton, the defendant makes some statements of self-harm. As a result of that, she's then transported to the Good Samaritan Medical Center as well by two firefighters named Daniel Whitley and Jason Becker. And amongst the statements that they gained from the defendant as they're having a conversation with her in regard to that, in regard to her treatment and diagnosis, she indicates that the last that she saw Mr. O'Keefe, they had gotten into an argument before he had gotten out of the car in front of Fairview Road. Now, you'll also hear testimony from some of the other first responding officers from the Canton Police Department, including Lieutenant Paul Gallagher, Sergeant Sean Good, and Sergeant Michael Lenk, in regard to their initial response, their observations, people that they spoke to, where they went, and their ability to recover within these blizzard conditions that are still ongoing, certain pieces of evidence that they located in around the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found. You'll also hear from Lieutenant Charles Ray, Canton Police Department, who was tasked with, at this point in time, the Canton Police were unaware that the nephew was over at a sleepover. They were unaware that Mr. Camerano had come over to the residence on Meadows Ave and picked up the niece, bringing her back to his house as she was left unattended when the defendant left to go looking for Mr. O'Keefe. So unaware of that, they go do a well-being check at approximately 8:22 in the morning. And they also have cruiser camera video attached to their cruiser. You'll see that video and when they pull into the driveway at Meadows Ave, approximately 8:22 in the morning, they pull in directly behind where eventually you'll hear Ms. McCabe left the defendant's vehicle after driving it from her house to Meadows Ave in search of Mr. O'Keefe. And you'll have that footage, and you'll be able to see the back of the defendant's vehicle, specifically the right rear taillight of that. Now, you'll also hear testimony, as I mentioned, from the Cameranos, from Mr. Roberts, from Mr. So. Also, they were all present with the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe at CF McCarthy's. You'll hear testimony from a number of other individuals who were at the Waterfall. The Waterfall is a bar located across the street, essentially, from CF McCarthy's on Washington Street in Canton Center, and somewhere that Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant went after leaving CF McCarthy's at approximately 11 p.m. Now, from that establishment, you'll hear from Rebecca Traers, who was working as a bartender at the Waterfall that evening. You'll hear from a couple named Nicholas and Karina Polakaitis, who were friends of friends, who had known Mr. O'Keefe through their daughter around the same age as Mr. O'Keefe's. Mrs. Polakaitis had some conversation with the defendant that evening, as well as herself and Mrs. McCabe at the Waterfall. She left around the same time as they did. She parked on Washington Street around the same area as Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed did, specifically in Ms. Reed's car. And she observed Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant walking toward the defendant's vehicle, and specifically the defendant walking towards the driver's side. Now, you'll hear testimony from a Christopher and Julie Albert, who were people who were at one point neighbors of Mr. O'Keefe. They knew him well from being neighbors of him. Christopher Albert owns a pizza shop, also located within that Canton Center area. Mr. O'Keefe, earlier in the day of the 28th, had been into that pizza shop along with his nephew to get his nephew a slice. Christopher Albert and Mr. O'Keefe had some conversation regarding what they were doing that night, and it's Christopher Albert who actually texts Mr. O'Keefe and indicates that they're over at the Waterfall and that he should come over shortly before Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant make their way from CF McCarthy's home. Now, Christopher Albert left directly from the Waterfall and went home. He was sort of walking distance away from him. His wife, Julie Albert, had left earlier in the evening. There was a band playing at the Waterfall that night. Julie Albert started to get a migraine, and she left before most of the group. Included within that group, and sort of how they came to the Waterfall, the Albert family in particular, Julie Albert went there along with her sister-in-law, Nicole Albert, as well as her niece, Caitlin Albert, her niece's boyfriend, Mr. Christian Morris, and they had had dinner at the Waterfall earlier in that evening. Now, Nicole Albert lives at 34 Fairview Road. She has a husband named Brian Albert, who's also a Boston police officer. Brian Albert had gone with a friend of his, who's also in law enforcement, a man named Brian Higgins. And they had gone separately, but had come home together from a funeral for a fallen police officer in New York City. Came home early to sort of beat the weather, and eventually they meet up with Brian Albert's family at the Waterfall. Now, Tristan Morris, who was Caitlin Albert's boyfriend, had left the waterfall at some point in the evening. He then returns later to the residence on Fairview Road and picks up Caitlin Albert, brings her home. All of this is in relation to Brian Albert and Nicole Albert's son, Brian Albert Jr., whose birthday was coming up the following day, the day of the snowstorm on the 29th. So he had been back at the house at 34 Fairview while his family was out at the waterfall. He had a number of friends that had come over that evening to celebrate his birthday with him. Now, among those friends was two individuals named Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel, and they were at the residence at 34 Fairview for a good portion. Now, those individuals from the waterfall that leave and then come to 34 Fairview, they do so sometime shortly after midnight. Shortly after midnight is when it starts to snow. Flurries are starting to come down. Snow is starting to stick to some degree to roads, to the front lawn, to grassy areas around the town. Now, from that group, the group that goes back is obviously Brian Albert and Nicole Albert as they live there. Caitlin Albert, because it's her parents and her boyfriend is picking her up, as well as Jennifer McCabe, who is Nicole Albert's sister, and her husband, Matthew. They go back to that, and there's an open invitation to essentially anybody that's there. John O'Keefe takes them up. There's certain text messages and phone conversations between John O'Keefe and Jennifer McCabe as to where this house is located, as he's never been there before. And then he and the defendant drive in the defendant's vehicle to 34 Fairview. And once there are several witnesses from within the home that observe the vehicle parked in. So I mentioned earlier, there are two females that were with Brian Albert Jr. at the house, one of them being Julie Nagel. At some point, she had called her brother, Mr. Ryan, for a ride home. He then gets a ride from his friends, Ricky Antonio, as well as his Nagel's girlfriend, Heather Max, that's riding in the back of Mr. Antonio's pickup truck. I say that because they arrive at Fairview Road around the same time as the defendant. The defendant is coming in from one direction. The pickup truck with the Nagel brother is coming in from another direction. The pickup truck that the Nagel brother is riding in flashes its light, signaling the defendant to go. She goes first. They follow in behind, and lo and behold, they end up at the same house. They park the pickup truck somewhere in that right side of the property, facing it from the street in the area of the driveway, and the defendant in her black Lexus SUV parks a little bit further up. Different people from within the pickup and different people from within the house observe that Lexus SUV in one location, pull up a little bit further, and then pull up a little bit further until it's in the area of that fire hydrant, of that flagpole, where Mr. O'Keefe is located the following morning. Now, from their position, so I anticipate the testimony that you're going to hear is that Heather Maxon from that pickup truck observes a male passenger and a female operator when the pickup truck operator flashes those lights that the vehicles are facing each other before they pull down. What you'll hear also, I anticipate, from all three of those individuals in the pickup and Julie Nagel, who comes out to the pickup to talk to the brother, is that no one ever exits that vehicle. There are no footprints around that vehicle. There's no damage that they observed to that vehicle at that time. Again, it's just started to snow. Things aren't sticking really too much at this point. Julie Nagel has a conversation with her brother, decides that she's going to stay at the house longer, so the arrangements for a ride home, and the pickup truck leaves from that point. As they pass by, they observe a female operator matching what I submit as the description of the defendant. From all of those people within that house that evening, none of them at any point in time observed John O'Keefe come into the house. They see the vehicle out front, they see the vehicle pull away, and they just assume that they left and that no one was coming. We hear testimony from other individuals who were at the house that night, including Colin Albert, who is Julie and Christopher Albert's son. He's also the cousin of Brian Albert Jr., who was having people over for his birthday. He's leaving the house around the time that the initial people coming back from the waterfall, which includes the homeowners, and Mr. Higgins, are sort of coming into the house. At that point, Colin Albert was leaving. He's getting picked up by a young lady named Allison McCabe, who is Jennifer and Matthew McCabe's daughter, who's also friends with Colin Albert and also cousins of Brian Albert Jr., who's within the home celebrating his birthday. As I mentioned, you'll hear testimony from Matthew McCabe and from Jennifer McCabe. in regard to their observations that particular evening, both at the waterfall as well as at the residence on Fairview Road. And then you'll hear testimony in regard to a phone call. A phone call that Jennifer McCabe receives from John O'Keefe's niece at approximately 4:53 in the morning. She answers that phone call, speaks to the niece briefly, and the niece hands the phone over to the defendant. Now, you'll hear testimony from the niece as well, that about 4:30 in the morning or so, the defendant came into her room in a frantic state, saying that Mr. O'Keefe had not come home the night before. So initially, when the defendant is talking to Ms. McCabe, she indicates to Ms. McCabe that the last time she saw Mr. O'Keefe was at the waterfall. Eventually, as Ms. McCabe is waking up, she reminds the defendant that she not only saw them leave the waterfall around the same time as herself, but also saw the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, outside of the home on Fairview Road. Eventually, the defendant, while driving around, this will come in as far as other testimony and related testimony as it develops. But she's driving around in that morning. She's calling a number of different people, friends of Mr. O'Keefe. She's calling Mr. O'Keefe himself. She also calls Ms. Roberts. So Kelly Roberts receives a call about 5 a.m. from the defendant indicating that Mr. O'Keefe did not come home, indicating that he got hit by a plow or that he must be dead. Ms. Roberts then gets ready. Mr. McCabe is getting ready as they're all sort of planning to go out and look for Mr. O'Keefe to see if they can locate him. They call numerous times. You can see that within the text messages and the phone extractions from a variety of people's different calls throughout the course of this trial as well. So eventually the defendant comes to Ms. McCabe's home, indicates at some points prior to that she has a cracked tailgate. Ms. McCabe then gets in the driver's seat due to the defendant's frantic state. Ms. Roberts is there as well. Ms. Roberts follows Ms. McCabe driving the defendant's vehicle back to Mr. O'Keefe's residence on Meadows Ave, checks on the niece. The defendant then shows both Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe the damage to her right rear taillight, which is essentially missing a number of different pieces from that right rear taillight. They then proceed off to drive and see if they can locate Mr. O'Keefe. The defendant is insistent that they go to that residence on Fairview Road. Again, they're driving down there in the dark, in the snow, in the wind, in the blizzard. As they approach towards that residence, there's one person, so they're seated within the vehicle. This is Ms. Roberts' vehicle. She's driving. Mrs. McCabe is in the front passenger seat. The defendant is in the rear passenger seat. The defendant is the only one who sees Mr. O'Keefe. Yells and screams at Ms. Roberts to stop. Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe, I anticipate, will testify that they did not see Mr. O'Keefe, not only as they were driving past him, but even after they got out of the vehicle until the defendant gets out of the back seat and makes a beeline essentially right over to where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found. Mrs. McCabe then dials 911, and shortly after that is when the officers and the firefighters arrive on scene. Now, while they're waiting there, at approximately 6:23, 6:24 a.m., during a conversation with the defendant asks Mrs. McCabe to look up on her phone how long someone has to be out in the cold to die from hypothermia, or something to that effect. And you'll hear some dispute as to when that search was made. And you'll hear testimony from 3 different forensic extraction experts, Mr. Nicholas Carino, Ms. Jessica Hyde, and Mr. Ian Whiffen. You'll hear about a lot of these things called extraction reports from cell phones. And the extraction reports are done with a program called Celebrate. Mr. Whiffen is someone who writes that software for Celebrate. I anticipate you'll hear from each of their testimonies that Google search that was done on Ms. McCabe's phone was done at the same time frame that she indicates the defendant requested her to do it, and that at 6:23 and 6:24 morning. We'll hear testimony from Ms. Roberts, Ms. McCabe, the firefighters, and the responding Kent police officers about a repeated phraseology that the defendant stated while there, asking again and again in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, is he dead? Is he dead? You will also hear testimony, as I indicated, about sort of treatment that she received at the Good Samaritan Medical Center, and that would involve testimony from Ms. Daisy Formstep, Ms. Kathleen Wilford, and Dr. Gary Fowler. You'll hear testimony from a number of different analysts from the State Police Crime Lab and from some other laboratories as well. Included within that will be Mr. Nicholas Roberts and Ms. Maureen Hartnett, Mr. Andre Porto, Ms. Ashley Vallier, and Ms. Christina Hand, those all being from the State Police. You will hear testimony in regard to an incident which occurred earlier in January, right around New Year's. Mr. O'Keefe, the defendant, and the children have been invited with a much larger group, approximately 70 people or so, to spend New Year's in Aruba. This is a trip that was organized by a friend of Mr. O'Keefe's named Laura Sullivan. We'll hear testimony from her, as well as from her sister, Ms. Marietta Sullivan, as well as you'll hear testimony from the two children in relation to this. And essentially, day 2 or so of this trip, Marietta Sullivan, the sister of Laura, is walking through the lobby and she runs into Mr. O'Keefe. This is someone she refers to as godfather, because John O'Keefe is also the godfather of Laura Sullivan's son. Runs into him in the lobby, gives him a hug, and is sort of pointing him in the direction of where she believes he's going into his room. The defendant is in the area. The defendant starts yelling and screaming and swearing at Ms. Sullivan. Ms. Sullivan responds in kind. Essentially, for the most part, the Sullivan sisters see very little of Mr. O'Keefe throughout the remainder of their trip to Aruba. And we also hear testimony from the children that shortly after this, or immediately after this, there is an approximately 20-minute screaming match going on between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant within their hotel room in front of the children. Now, you'll also hear testimony from the defendant's phone in regard to, and from another individual's phone in regard to that Aruba, in regard to text messages of an amorous nature that she had with Mr. Brian Higgins, who was at the waterfall, and also at the residence on 34 Fairview, because he was friends with the homeowner, Brian Albert, but he was also friends with Mr. O'Keefe and had also met the defendant. And throughout the course of those amorous text messages, there is references that the defendant makes to that incident in Aruba, as she purports it to be Mr. O'Keefe cheating on her. She insists that he was making out with Marietta Sullivan in that lobby, as opposed to her giving him a hug, and makes repeated reference to that within the contents of those text messages as well. Now, you'll hear testimony from a number of different other individuals. Mr. Michael Trotter, who has a supervisory role with the Canton Department of Public Works. You'll hear from Mr. Louis Jutras, who has a supervisory role with regard to IT, in regard to certain video that was recovered from the town of Canton, as well as from a temple located along the route that the defendant traveled, both away from Fairview that evening, as well as to Fairview from the waterfall, away from Fairview to Mr. O'Keefe's residence on Meadows, and then later in the morning at 5 a.m. Because if you recall, Ms. McCabe, I anticipate, will testify that she receives the call from the defendant about 4:53 in the morning. The defendant then drives around Canton for some perceptible half-hour or so period of time prior to even getting to Ms. McCabe's house. And what I submit the evidence, or what I anticipate the evidence would show, based on sort of the tracking of her phone records, testimony you'll hear from Lieutenant Brian Tulloch of the State Police, from these faulty records and RTT accounts, that the defendant, while she's using her phone, is driving in the direction of Fairview Road prior to going to Mrs. McCabe's house, where she meets Mrs. McCabe and Ms. Roberts. Now, again, you'll hear testimony from a number of different troopers who were involved in the investigation. With regard to this case, you'll hear from Trooper Michael Proctor and Sergeant Jerry Mechanic of the State Police. You'll hear from Lieutenant Brian Tulloch. You'll hear some testimony from Trooper Joseph Hall, who's in a specialized unit within the State Police called PARS for short, but essentially a collision analysis and reconstruction section within the Massachusetts State Police. His examination of the vehicle, his examination of the scene, his examination of specifically some Toyota texture, because Lexus is essentially owned by Toyota or vice versa. So there is some data that he's able to recover from that and back the vehicle up based on its known locations and travel, key cycles, and essentially opines, anticipate he'll opine that around 12:45 in the morning, when the vehicle was in front of the residence on Fairview, that for some perceptible period of time, that vehicle travels over 60 feet in reverse at over approximately 24.2 miles per hour. Now, you'll hear testimony, as I said, from a number of different troopers, as well as from a number of different analysts from different labs. Included within that is Ms. Maureen Hartnett, who collected items from the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, including the taillights, sort of housing from that vehicle, pieces of the taillight that were discovered in sort of front grass, front street area. There is a specialized team called the CERT team. You'll hear from Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara, who has a supervisory role in relation to that. And then later on that day of the 29th, he, along with Lieutenant Tully and a number of different members from his CERT team, were searching for evidence within the mounds of snow in front of that house, as the blizzard is still ongoing at this point through sort of the afternoon hours. Among the items that they locate is a sneaker. When Mr. O'Keefe is transported to the hospital, he's found to only have one sneaker on his feet. They find the other sneaker in that area of the body. They find various pieces of taillight. And as is wont to do, over the course of the following days, temperatures rise, rainstorm that comes in, and the snow melts. Over those successive days, there are additional pieces of taillights that are eventually discovered in that area of the front lawn on the street. Now, from these different pieces, Ms. Hartnett also locates a cocktail glass that's located on the bumper or the rear area of that scene, and she locates a human hair on the back of that defendant's vehicle as well. Now, the cocktail glass on the bumper, you'll also see surveillance video from the waterfall, and Mr. O'Keefe is observed on that surveillance video essentially walking out of the waterfall with a cocktail glass in his right hand. Same right hand that has minor injuries to it, and the same right hand that's attached to his right arm that has the abrasions and lacerations that are observed by the paramedics, that are observed by the doctors at Good Samaritan, and are observed by the medical examiner as well. We'll hear testimony from another analyst, Christina Hanley, about the forensic consistency between a drinking glass that was in the defendant's bumper and the drinking glass pieces that were found on scene 34th Fair. You'll hear her testimony in regard to pieces of red and clear plastic that were microscopic in size that were found within Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. Consistent, in her opinion, I anticipate she'll testify, with the same pieces of plastic contained within the defendant's taillight. You'll hear from an Ashley Valley, who works for the lab as well, and how she fit the various pieces of broken taillight from the scene together and over that taillight housing, finding them to be consistent with each other as well. You'll hear testimony from Andre Porto, who does essentially DNA analyst for the lab, and samples that were DNA samples that were taken from the taillight, from the clothes of Mr. O'Keefe, and the broken drinking glass that were consistent with Mr. O'Keefe. Those items were also sent, the taillight pieces, taillight DNA was also sent to an independent lab, Bodie Technologies, located in Northern Virginia. And you'll hear from an analyst there, Mr. Nicholas Bradford, indicating that the DNA on the defendant's taillight, in his opinion, is consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe, and inconsistent with Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan, who were the two preliminary investigators and primary investigators when it came to this case. You'll also hear from this test chart from that Bodie Laboratories in regard to some mitochondrial DNA that she examined in regard to that hair that Ms. Hartnett found on the bumper of the car, and her opinion that it was consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe as well. Lastly, you'll also hear from Dr. Irene Sportibello and Dr. Renee Stonebridge of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in regard to their various examinations. Dr. Stonebridge is a neuropathologist who essentially examines brain findings. Dr. Irene Sportibello is a forensic pathologist who does the sort of autopsy and medical examination of Mr. O'Keefe's body. You'll hear about the variety of sort of injuries that she observed over Mr. O'Keefe's body from him. In particular, you'll hear testimony in regard to lacerations to the right back of the scene. You'll hear testimony in regard to an initial sort of skull fracture that occurs to the back of his head, and then sort of a radiating skull fracture that goes throughout his skull. which then leads to a subdural hemorrhage, or essentially bleeding on the brain and then swelling of the brain, which then causes a condition called ecchymosis, which then sort of leads to the swelling of both of Mr. O'Keefe's eyes that was observed by the initial response. You will hear various testimony about sort of issues in regard to his pancreas, how that's indicative of hypothermia. Now, again, as I said, this is the first of 2 times that I have an opportunity to address you directly. And I thank you very much for your attention today, and I thank you for the participation of your close attention as we go through all of the witnesses and all the evidence in this case. That second time that I do get to address you, what I'll be asking you, based on the evidence, and again, as the board has instructed you, you are the sole arbiters of the facts of this case. You are the ones who find what the facts, I reiterate that, facts, and what the evidence demonstrates in this case. What I submit to you at that time, that second time, is that the only true and just verdict based on that is that the defendant, Karen Reed, is guilty of murder in the 2nd degree, striking the victim, Mr. O'Keefe, with a car, knocking him back onto the ground, striking his head on the ground, causing the bleeding in his brain, swelling, and then leaving him there for several hours in a blizzard, with temperatures in the teens, wind swirling around, snow piling up on his body, until she comes with Mrs. McCabe and Mrs. Roberts just after 6 a.m. And that she is also guilty of vehicular manslaughter, operating under the influence of liquor, and that she is also guilty of leaving the scene after causing death. Thank you very much for your time.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lally. Mr. Yanetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Karen Reed was framed. Her car never struck John O'Keefe. She did not cause his death. And that means that somebody else did. You will learn that it was no accident that John O'Keefe was found dead on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road in Canton on January 29th of 2022. You will learn that at that address lived a well-known and well-connected law enforcement family in Canton, the Alberts. Because the Alberts were involved, and because they had close connections to the investigators in this case, Karen Reed was framed for a murder she did not commit. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. As I previously told you, my name is David Yanetti. I'm an attorney with an office in Boston. Together with attorneys Alan Jackson and Elizabeth Little, it is truly my privilege and my honor to represent Karen Reed during this trial. From a very early juncture in this case, you will question the Commonwealth's theory of the case. You will question the quality of the Commonwealth's evidence. You will question the veracity of the Commonwealth's witnesses. And you will question their shoddy and biased investigation, a faulty investigation that led to Karen Reed sitting here today. You will learn, in short, that the police did no real investigation of this case, and you will question why. You'll question why the investigators had such tunnel vision. You'll question why they focused solely on Karen Reed, someone with no ties to the Canton Police Department, as opposed to the well-known and well-connected Albert family of Canton, family that was never treated as suspects by the investigators in this case. Boston police officer John O'Keefe was found mortally injured on Brian Albert's front lawn. His body was in full view and almost right below Brian Albert's bedroom window on his front lawn. He was found wearing only one sneaker. You'll learn that Brian Albert was a Boston police officer as well, and that he was a trained first responder. Brian Albert was notified that another police officer was injured and unresponsive on his front lawn, And Brian Albert did nothing. His sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, and other civilians were on his property that morning after John O'Keefe's body was found. Police, EMTs, firefighters, police cruisers, an ambulance, fire truck, lights flashing. And first responder Brian Albert never came out of his house. Equally important for you will be the fact that the lead homicide investigators never went inside the Albert home that night. You'll learn that Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert, is a Canton police officer. It was obvious very early on that the Canton police should not be investigating the death of a man found on the property of the brother of a Canton police officer. So it was decided just about from the start that the Massachusetts State Police should take complete control of this investigation because the Canton police were conflicted out. Now, that sounded good at the time, but you'll learn that two major problems arose. First, despite the fact that they obviously had a conflict of interest, the evidence will show that the Canton police still had their hands in this investigation. You will find it astounding, but Canton police officer Kevin Albert, the reason for the conflict of interest in the first place, was continually updated about the status of this investigation while it was going on. Second, and equally troubling, is that the lead state police detective who was assigned to this case was a man named Michael Proctor. Michael Proctor, you will learn, is one of the many people in Canton with deep ties to the Albert family. Michael Proctor's own mother refers to the Alberts as the Proctor's second family. His own sister's wedding, Michael Proctor was in the wedding party with Colin Albert. And he sat at the head table of that wedding with members of the Albert family. That's the man who was chosen to lead the investigation into the suspicious death on the property of Brian Albert. That's the man who gave updates to Canton police officer Kevin Albert while the state police were supposed to be investigating what had occurred at his brother Brian Albert's house. You'll learn that right from the jump, Michael Proctor predetermined the outcome of this case. Never stepped foot inside the Albert home on January 29th, 2022. Never checked out whether there were any signs of struggle inside that home. He never called for crime scene technicians and other specialists to look for blood or other trace evidence within the home. He never asked Brian Albert for permission to go in the home and take a look around. Michael Proctor never applied for a search warrant to go in that home. Instead, he focused immediately and exclusively on Karen Reed, the outsider. You will learn that no one in the Proctor family has ever called the Reed family their second family. No one in the Proctor family had been in a wedding party with anyone from the Reed family. Karen Reed was a convenient outsider. She was most definitely not from Canton. So how did Michael Proctor feel about her? How did he treat somebody he was investigating at a point in time when he should have been keeping an open mind, focusing on obtaining all possible evidence so that he didn't miss anything? Well, you will learn that on the very day that John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, Michael Proctor was texting with his high school buddies about this supposedly secret investigation using his personal cell phone. He was revealing information about this investigation to his friends, assuming that nobody would ever find out what he was doing and what he was saying. And he was revealing his true thoughts about Karen Reed to his friends, not what he put in his sanitized police reports, his true feelings. To his friends whom he trusted, and in text messages that he never thought would come into the hands of the defense in this case. Lead investigator, Trooper Michael Proctor, right from the start, called Karen Reed names you would reserve only for your worst enemies. He told his friends that he hoped that she would kill herself. He told his friends that he had seized her cell phone. And you will learn that he knew he shouldn't have been accessing any content on her cell phone because he knew there would likely be attorney-client communications on between Karen and me at that time. He knew that he was supposed to wait for a search warrant or other permission from a judge in order to go through that phone. But you'll learn that he went through the phone anyway, without permission. And you'll know that he did because he told his high school buddies that he was searching her phone for nude photos of Karen Reed. And he was disappointed he hadn't found any yet. That is the professional and unbiased investigator who was chosen to lead the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe. You'll learn that one of Michael Proctor's high school friends commented to him that with a dead body on the front lawn, the homeowner in this case is surely going to catch a lot of grief. And do you know what Michael Proctor's response to that was? One word. Nope. And he explained why. Michael Proctor assured his buddies that the homeowner would not catch a lot of grief because, quote, the homeowner's a Boston cop too, end quote. That one sentence, ladies and gentlemen, in Michael Proctor's own words, will explain a lot to you about how this investigation was conducted. You will be able to evaluate whether Trooper Michael Proctor treated Brian Albert and his family differently because of who they are and their relationships between his family and theirs. You will evaluate whether this investigation was on the up and up. You will decide, as a result, how valuable or worthless the prosecution's DNA evidence is or is not, in light of who controlled that evidence. You will learn that Michael Proctor's fingerprints are figuratively all over this case. His fingerprints are all over the Commonwealth's evidence. You will learn that Michael Proctor showed up at Karen Reed's parents' house in Dighton to interview her during the afternoon of January 29th, only hours after John O'Keefe's body was found dead on Brian Albert's front lawn. You'll learn that Michael Proctor had her Lexus SUV towed from her parents' home. But you'll also learn that he wrote a search warrant in which he falsified the time that he took that SUV. He swore under oath that the vehicle wasn't towed until 5:30 p.m. But you'll learn that we obtained surveillance footage that he didn't know we would get. And that surveillance footage exposed that Michael Proctor's words in that sworn affidavit were a lie. Michael Proctor had that vehicle for about 90 minutes before he claimed to have taken it. And folks, you will learn that the timing is important, very important. Because when John O'Keefe was first found on Brian Albert's front lawn, the police thoroughly searched that yard for potential evidence. And it wasn't just one officer, or two, or three. There were at least 4 officers that searched that front lawn. And that morning was the beginning of a snowstorm, but there wasn't yet much snow on the ground when they were searching that lawn. It was light out by the time they did the search, and it was getting lighter. And during that thorough search of Brian Albert's front lawn, the number of pieces of taillight that were found by a minimum of 4 officers looking for evidence was 0. It was only later in the day when the snow was really starting to accumulate that the police miraculously started to find pieces of taillight on the property. The police only started to find pieces of taillight after Michael Proctor had seized Karen Reed's car. They only started to find pieces of taillight after Michael Proctor had possession of her taillight. You'll learn that Trooper Michael Proctor then kept going back to the Albert residence after that day, and he claims to have kept finding pieces of taillight on multiple occasions on multiple different days. And in addition, a good week after John O'Keefe's death, Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz, an older officer on the brink of retirement with probably not the best eyesight, he supposedly was driving, happened to be driving past Brian Albert's house. And by the way, Brian Albert is someone with whom Chief Berkowitz is also good friends. And this older man allegedly spotted yet another piece of taillight from his moving vehicle. This was yet another piece of taillight that was somehow missed by the trained specialists who had previously and thoroughly searched the property. Another piece of taillight that Proctor supposedly missed in the many times he went back to the property. Michael Proctor claims that he kept finding pieces of taillight right up until February 18th of 2022, which was nearly 3 weeks after John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's land. You will learn that there is no competent evidence that Karen Reed's taillight shattered at Brian Albert's property in the early morning hours of January 29th of 2022. To the contrary, you'll learn that when Karen left John at Brian Albert's house, she drove back to John's house on Meadows Ave across town in Canton. At John's home, where he lived with his 2 adopted children, Karen was drifting in and out of sleep, but she woke up for good in a panic sometime around 4 a.m. because John hadn't come home. And that was not like him at all. He had never done that before. Karen had a sinking feeling that something was wrong. Something was seriously wrong. So she got back into her Lexus. She backed up out of the garage to leave the driveway. And when she did, the right rear taillight of her Lexus struck John's parked vehicle in the driveway, and her taillight cracked. That was the same taillight that the prosecution now claims was broken outside the Albert residence hours earlier at 12:30 a.m. But we have video evidence that the taillight was actually broken at 5 a.m., many hours after the prosecution needs that taillight to have been broken. There is, of course, no video of the taillight being broken at Brian Albert's house. You will eventually conclude that that's because the taillight was not broken there. Importantly, you will learn that there was an eyewitness who arrived at 34 Fairview after Karen got there with John O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th. And that eyewitness, Brian Nagel, who's the brother of Julie Nagel, who was at the after-hours party that night. He had a clear view of Karen's SUV. Brian Nagel confirms that there was no damage to her taillight at that time. Karen was sitting in the driver's seat with her hands at 10 and 2. And Ryan Nagel confirms that while Karen was inside the car, John O'Keefe was not. John O'Keefe was also not outside the car at that time. You will ultimately conclude there's only one other place he could have been. Now, going back to that 5 a.m. video from John's driveway, you will see Karen back up her Lexus and strike John's car at about 5 a.m. when she was leaving John's house to go out to look for him. And you will know that she struck his car at 5 a.m. because you will watch that video closely. You will witness that the wheels and the hubcaps on John's car are jostled and moved by Karen's SUV. And you will conclude that that video depicts exactly when Karen's taillight was cracked, long after she dropped off John that night at 34 Fairview. And you will learn that part of the reason that Karen's Lexus hit John's car was that Karen was panicked at that time. Where is John? Why didn't he come home? What happened to him? And you will learn that she was racking her brain for what possibly could have happened. And like many of us, was worried about the worst. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? That was what she was saying, both to herself and to other people later that morning. when she went back to 34 Fairview. She couldn't think of anything else that made sense. She certainly didn't consider in a million years that someone from within the Albert home could have beaten up John and left him to die on the front lawn. Now, that was over 2 years ago. Karen didn't know then what you will learn during this trial. Karen didn't know that Brian Albert's sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, left the after-hours party at Brian Albert's house sometime after Karen pulled away. She didn't know that after Jennifer McCabe dropped off some people elsewhere, she returned to her own home. Karen didn't know that Jennifer McCabe climbed some stairs in her home and eventually made it into her bedroom with her cell phone. Karen didn't know that Jennifer McCabe settled in at 2:27 in the morning on January 29th, 2022, and typed a Google search that she would later delete. 2:27 in the morning was over 3 hours before John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's lawn. 2:27 was over 3 hours before anyone knew or suspected that John O'Keefe was missing or hurt or in trouble. And at 2:27 in the morning, you will learn that with no one watching her, thinking she was alone with her thoughts, not worrying that anyone would know what she was doing, Jennifer McCabe typed in the following Google search: how long to die in the cold? Now, she misspelled the first word, so the actual search was how long to die in the cold, but you'll get the point. You will ask yourself, why would somebody Google how long does it take for someone to die in the cold, unless that person knew someone who either was in that situation or would be in that situation? You will question during this trial, who was it who actually did die in the cold at some point that night, sometime after Jen McCabe was asking Google for an answer to her question? And you'll learn that the answer to that question was John O'Keefe. The medical examiner in this case will testify that one of the causes of John O'Keefe's death was hypothermia. John O'Keefe died in part because he was left to die in the cold. Now, the Commonwealth will try to dispute the timing of that Google search. They'll try to claim that there were only 2 Google searches at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. after John's body was found. But one problem for the Commonwealth will be that we have retained Richard Green, one of the leading computer forensic experts in the country. Rick Green has forensically analyzed Jennifer McCabe's phone, both manually and using every appropriate type of computer software to solve this issue. Rick Green will confirm for you that Jennifer McCabe did indeed make that search at 2:27 a.m. And another problem for the Commonwealth is that you will hear and see other evidence that will confirm that Jennifer McCabe is lying when she denies making that Google search at 2:27 a.m. You will conclude that before she went to bed, if she went to bed that night, Jennifer McCabe wanted to know just how long it would take for someone to die in the cold. And a big question in this trial for you will be, when was John O'Keefe left to die in the cold? I expect the Commonwealth will try to persuade you that he was left there sometime around 12:30 a.m. because they're going to try to prove to you that Karen Reed hit him and that his body stayed there the entire night until first responders arrived at 6 a.m. and his body was taken to the hospital. But you will learn that there are big problems with the Commonwealth's theory of this case. You will learn that there were 6 people at that after-hours party at Brian Albert's house, all of whom left by the front door and would have been confronted by John O'Keefe's lifeless body on that lawn if he was actually there at that time. Those 6 people walked out the front door to 34 Fairview, walked to their cars, either in the driveway or parked in front of the house. Brian Albert's sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, was there. Her husband, Matthew McCabe, was there. ATF federal agent Brian Higgins was there, who was also Brian Albert's friend. Sarah Levinson, a friend of Brian Albert Jr., was there. Julie Nagel, another friend of Brian Albert Jr., was there. And Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert's daughter, was also there. All of them leaving the residence. Each of those people left 34 Fairview in Canton, where Brian Albert lived. Each of them walked out facing the front lawn, where the Commonwealth will tell you that a 6'2", nearly 220-pound big man in dark clothing was sprawled on the front lawn when there was only a dusting of white snow on the ground. He was supposedly sprawled on that lawn, just feet from where these people were walking when they left the residence. And you will learn that not one of these people saw John O'Keefe laying. Not one. And you know who else saw no one laying outside in the early morning hours of January 29th? The snowplow driver in charge of plowing the street for the city of Canton. And this is another big problem for the Commonwealth. You will learn that Michael Proctor, here's that name again, wrote a report where he claimed that the DPW supervisor had told him that Fairview Road had not been plowed that night. Proctor's total investigation on this issue consisted of one phone call and no follow-up. He just submitted his report that simply said the road hadn't been plowed that night, and perhaps thinking that no one else would follow up either. But you'll learn that when it came to finding out the truth, it's not that Proctor couldn't find the truth, it's that he wouldn't. But fortunately, you'll learn that we would, and we did. You'll learn that within weeks after January 29th, we sent our investigator, a former Medford police officer named Paul Makowski, to the Canton DPW to try to get to the bottom of this. Paul Makowski talked to the same supervisor at the DPW, a man named Michael Trotta, whom Proctor claimed had told him that the street hadn't been plowed that night. You'll learn that Paul Makowski found out that Michael Proctor was not telling the truth. You'll learn that Michael Trotta from the DPW told Paul Makowski, our investigator, that the street was indeed plowed that night, and that the name of the plow driver was Brian Loughran. So Paul Makowski tracked down Brian Loughran. He asked Mr. Loughran if the state police or any investigators had ever spoken to him. And the answer came back, no. You will then learn what Brian Loughran had to say about what he saw and didn't see that night, and you will be shocked. Brian Loughran told Paul Makowski that he was driving a big snowplow in Canton that night. You'll learn that the nickname for it at the DPW was Frankenstein, because it had a lot of spare parts and it had been around forever. Brian Loughran told Paul Makowski that when he plows the streets of Canton in Frankenstein, he's very careful. He makes sure to check not only the roads in front of him, but also the yards to the side of his plow. He makes sure not to hit a fire hydrant or a tree or an animal, or heaven forbid, a person lying in the snow. He's always on the lookout. You'll learn that Brian Loughran passed by 34 Fairview in his plow, traveling right by Brian Albert's front lawn at 2:30 in the morning. You'll learn that Brian Loughran confirms that at about 2:30, when he went by that house, John O'Keefe was not on that front lawn. So you'll learn that about 2 hours after the Commonwealth claims that Karen Reed somehow incapacitated John O'Keefe, an eyewitness confirms that not only could it not have happened, but it didn't happen. But you'll learn that Brian Loughran also provides some other troubling testimony for the Commonwealth. You'll learn that after making that pass at 2:30 in the morning and seeing no body, he showed up again at the entrance to Fairview Road, intending to make another pass down it with his plow. This time, however, at about 3:30 in the morning, he looked down the street and he saw that parked right next to Brian Albert's front lawn, right in the very area where John O'Keefe's body was later found at 6 a.m., Brian Loughran saw a Ford Edge parked on the side of the road. You will learn that the police have done zero investigation to discover whose Ford Edge that was. You'll learn that members of the Albert family drove Ford Edges. You'll learn that the police to this day claim not to know who was parked right next to the area where John O'Keefe's body was later found. You will learn that while investigators on this case, including Michael Proctor, completely ignored the snowplow driver who went right by the Albert residence, the defense not only tracked him down and interviewed him, but the plow driver actually took our investigator on a ride back past the residence to explain the precise route that he had taken on January 29th. You'll learn that some other curious things were going on in the early morning hours of January 29th. Curious things that the police in this case utterly failed to investigate. For example, after people left the after-hours party at Brian Albert's house on January 29, Brian Albert claimed that he had no contact with anyone but his wife until he was woken up in the morning. But you will learn that he was ultimately confronted by the fact that his phone records revealed that he had actually placed a phone call to ATF agent Brian Higgins, his friend, the same friend who had been at his house earlier that night. And that was at 2:22 in the morning. You'll learn that Brian Higgins called him back 17 seconds later, and they connected for 22 seconds on their cell phones. You'll be asked to consider just how long 22 seconds is and what could be said and discussed during that long of a phone call. You will consider that phone call in the context of the other curious things that were going on during the early morning hours of January 29th. You will learn about the following in chronological order. 2:12 a.m., Jennifer McCabe arrives at her home. 2:22 a.m., Brian Albert calls Brian Higgins. 2:22 a.m., 17 seconds later, Higgins calls him back. And Brian Albert and Brian Higgins are on the phone together for 22 seconds. 2:23 a.m., Jennifer McCabe climbs the stairs to her bedroom. 2:27 a.m., Jennifer McCabe searches on Google how long to die in the cold. 2:30 a.m., plow driver Brian Laughlin confirms there was no body on Brian Albert's front lawn. 3:30 a.m., Brian Laughlin confirms that a Ford Edge was parked right where John O'Keefe's body was later found. The Commonwealth will not be able to successfully dispute any of those facts, yet I expect that they will persist in asking you to convict Karen Reed anyway. You will learn that there are other major problems with the Commonwealth's theory. You'll learn that when John O'Keefe was found, he did not look like he had been hit by a car. You'll learn that he looked to have been attacked and beaten up. You'll learn that John O'Keefe was a large 6'2" man who, if positioned behind a Lexus SUV, would have had his torso completely exposed to the rear of that vehicle, including to the taillight. You'll learn that no part of his torso was injured. There was no bruising, no ridges, no scratches, no punctures. You'll learn that his chest and hips and legs were pristine, despite the Commonwealth's contention that he was hit by a 6,000-pound vehicle. The evidence will show that what was not pristine was his right arm. You will take one look at that arm, and you will conclude that a car did not cause those injuries. The injuries to John O'Keefe's arm appear to be consistent with scratch marks and claw marks, marks that make it look as though an animal had attacked his arm. But you won't have to rely just on your common sense when you look at those photos. You'll hear from an expert forensic pathologist who is world-renowned, who has personally conducted thousands of autopsies. And he will testify that those marks are consistent with scratch and claw marks and bite marks from an animal, including a German Shepherd. You'll learn that on January 29th of 2022, Brian Albert's family dog, Chloe, was a German Shepherd. You'll learn that Brian Albert has admitted that this dog is not good around strangers. You'll learn that on January 29th of 2022, John O'Keefe would have been a stranger to that dog. And you'll learn that Chloe had been the beloved family dog for the Alberts for 7 years. The Albert family loved Chloe. But strangely, as we discuss this dog today, the Albert family doesn't have its beloved Chloe anymore. You'll learn that Brian Albert was called to testify before the grand jury regarding this matter in April of 2022, and that he did testify about his German Shepherd, Chloe, during that grand jury testimony. And you'll learn that not long after that testimony, Brian Albert and his family rehomed their beloved family dog. They gave away their family dog, and Chloe, the German Shepherd, is therefore now gone. Now, the Commonwealth will try to take your attention away from all of these troubling facts and try to persuade you not to consider their shocking lack of investigation of anyone else, not to consider John O'Keefe's injuries, not to consider the fact that multiple people left the residence and saw no body, not to consider the fact that the snowplow driver was specifically looking at 2:30 a.m. and there was no body there, not to consider the fact that two people in the house were communicating at 2:22 a.m. but denied speaking to each other for 22 seconds, and not to consider the fact that one of their witnesses, who was also present at the home, was unusually curious at 2:27 a.m. about how long it would take for someone to die in the cold. Commonwealth will instead try to persuade you that Karen Reed supposedly had a motive to kill John O'Keefe because they were not getting along. You'll hear about their trip to Aruba over New Year's Eve and that Karen was upset that John had been flirting with another woman. And you will hear that Karen considered exploring her options after that trip, which led her to a get-together at one point with ATF federal agent Brian Higgins, although that never went anywhere. But you'll also hear that in January of 2022, after the Aruba trip, and not long before January 28th and 29th, John O'Keefe was making long-term plans with Karen, including a family trip with her and the kids, and also another trip with Karen and another couple for months into the future. And you'll see video of how John and Karen were interacting on the night in question. You'll see for yourself how they looked at each other from the video at the waterfall that night. Nobody who saw them that night saw anything wrong. There was nothing wrong. I mean, like any couples, occasionally they would bicker or disagree, but you will hear zero evidence of any domestic violence in that home whatsoever. John never raised a hand in anger toward Karen, and Karen never raised a hand in anger toward John. That simply wasn't who they are. You will conclude the notion that Karen Reed chose the start of a snowstorm to suddenly become violent out of the blue for the first time and intentionally kill her boyfriend by hitting him with her car and leaving him there with a house full of people inside is patently ridiculous. You will also learn that what's not ridiculous is that someone, not Karen Reed, ambushed John O'Keefe. Somebody probably didn't mean to kill him, but somebody went too far. You'll learn that Trooper Proctor failed to investigate motives that other people had to harm John O'Keefe. You'll learn that Proctor failed to investigate anything or anyone who was in the Albert residence that night. You'll learn that he failed to investigate the antagonistic relationship between members of the Albert family and John O'Keefe. You'll learn that apparently nobody investigates the Albert family of Canton. Remember, on day one, Trooper Proctor was asked whether the homeowner, Brian Albert, would catch a lot of grief. And Trooper Proctor himself said it. Nope. Homeowner's a Boston cop too. So folks, the trial is now about to start and the witnesses are about to start testifying. On behalf of Karen Reed, I ask that you do two things during this trial. First, I I ask that you pay attention to all of the evidence. The way trials work, the prosecution gets to present its case first. They conduct their direct examinations first. So we respectfully ask that you wait for us. We will get to cross-examine their witnesses, and you will find that cross-examination is the key that unlocks the truth. Wait for us. You'll be glad that you did. Second, I ask that you keep your eye on the ball. You have one job and one job only to do during this trial, and that job, quite frankly, is not to solve this case. Your only job during this trial is to determine whether the Commonwealth, the prosecution, has proven to you each and every element of the crimes they have charged, beyond a reasonable doubt, to a moral certainty. The prosecution will fail to prove this case to a moral certainty. They will fail to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. You will reasonably doubt their case because their theory of the case does not make sense. You will reasonably doubt their case because Karen Reed was framed, and the evidence shows that, despite the fact that the police never ever investigated that angle of this case at all. Because the prosecution will not prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt to a moral certainty, we will stand before you again at the end of this trial and ask that you find Karen Reed not guilty.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Yanetti.
Or may we approach you at sidebar?
Yes.
Well, that was explosive.
Well, how about that?
We'll get into it a bit more detail now, but what's his inside bar? Wow, he nailed that one.
I can tell you right now, what a way to come out of the corner. I mean, I have in my notes weigh in on Lally. I said, this guy doesn't believe a word he's saying. You could just tell, flat line. But Dave Yanetti came right out. Karen Reed was framed. Put it right out there. Put it right out there. I mean, I got notes of it's. Listen, did we learn anything really new? We've known this story.
Some bits I did learn, if I'm being honest. The search and stuff, which we'll go into in a bit now. We'll go into in a second. There's loads of comments. Everyone says they liked it. Facebook, let's hit the like button. 351 people, only 100. Please like it so we get in the algorithm. Thank you very much. There's a few things that I was new to me, but as I said, we'll go into it in a second. But wow. What a contrast difference between Lally and the Yanetti.
You know, listen, I know people differ in their approaches. Let's face it, all right? Lally has a tremendous burden. He has a huge hill to climb. I hate to say this.
Oops, they're back. I'm not sure they're coming back.
Oh, okay.
Oh, they're not. Sorry, carry on. Just Karen talk to her family, that's all.
So, and like I said, so it looks like they're going to take a break. So I think we're asking about where's Paul. I mean, no witnesses that are going to testify can be in the courtroom. Only Mr. O'Keefe was allowed. So I think someone asked, is Paul O'Keefe there? No one who's testifying can be in the courtroom. But so get back to Lally. Listen, everyone has their own style. But if you're the prosecutor on a major murder investigation, you're supposed to have a little zip in your step. You're supposed to have a little passion. But then you see Dave Yanetti, and I put in my notes, my God, came right out of the block, right out of the gate, put it on the table, laid an impression onto that jury. But my client was framed. I will say, the part about Proctor texting his friends, that is very telling. That's something I did not.
No, that's the bit I didn't know.
Right.
The looking for Karen's nudes, disgusting.
Yeah.
And wanting her dead, disgusting.
But the fact is that he was searching it without a warrant. That's the big thing. What else did he see? Lawyer-client privilege. Let's face it. She voluntarily handed her phone over. This is the travesty of everything. Karen Reed is an honest person. She had no idea that this was going to turn around on her. She just figured, hey, I'm going to cooperate. I'm going to do whatever they want because I'm a law-abiding citizen. Okay? And she freely handed over her cell phone, which she didn't have to. She did not have to. And they took her car.
Mm-hmm.
The fact is that he's searching through her phone. That's a violation. Maybe that's the IA thing. Who knows? All I'm just saying, shocking. And listen, we all heard about the C word being, he said he called her a C word. I don't know. I'm hearing this stuff. Like I said, why are we here? Why are we doing this?
Yeah. I mean, if there's any doubt about this case, those openings just smash it and go, we shouldn't even be here. Before I get to Laurie's question, thank you to Murph's Turf for the 10 gifted memberships. Murph, thank you, my darling. I really appreciate you. And congratulations to everyone that's just become a member. Thank you. And Murph, you're the best. Thank you. Laurie's got a question. What does everyone think of the O'Keefe's body language? That's interesting.
Well, I mean, Mr. O'Keefe is beside himself. I've been looking at Carl. I'm going to tell Kenny, tell his brother, his facial expressions tell it all. When Dave Yanetti started talking about all the stuff, all of a sudden he looked up, and his wife is doing the same thing. I love body language. You can't dismiss what they're doing.
They're just, yeah. I mean, I would love to know what's going through their heads right now. Do you know what I mean? If they did, because some of this is probably new to them as well in some elements. You know, the searches and stuff are probably new.
Exactly.
And the way I look at it is, Lally, if you're new to this, Lally was confusing. We're not new to this case, and I was confused. I go, where's he going with this? He's going left, also he's reversing, going right, and then what's he doing? But with Yanetti, he was clear, concise. These searches happen. These things happen. Bing, bang, bosh. Forget about it. You know, it was one of those. Do you know what I mean?
What I loved, he was right. He didn't have to get into the third-party culprit. He really didn't. He didn't have to get into the federal investigation. This is going to become so apparent. I'm just, like I said, we are at trial. It started. Like I said, it's going to be very interesting to see how the first witness takes the cross-examination. So they're going to put firemen on, probably put bartenders on, probably put, who knows who they're going to put on. I don't know. They should tell the story in sequential order. So I guess we'll see the video camera of Sarif as he driving through the snow, I guess. I don't know. You know, we'll see.
Yeah. There's a question here from Sea Dog. Wonder how Liz feels about her husband looking for Karen's nudes. She just found out.
That is true. Oh, God. You know, I think I intimated last night that I do have a former state trooper, retired friend, and they commented and said, and that this person differs with me. I mean, this person's opinion is that Karen did it, and this is great. I love the fact that two law enforcement people are discussing civilly, right? But even this former trooper said, very surprised. This person knows Proctor. Very surprised, and even intimated that even though we have our differences, case will probably get thrown out because of the shoddiness of the investigation. I mean, thrown out. I mean, it's going to be it has to be an NG.
Mm-hmm.
Not guilty.
Yeah, that's true, Audrey. I just want to bring something up here that covered here. Sorry. So Josie reminded me, she goes, free Karen Reed, free Zachary Anderson, right? So they both have the same sign, they both have the same symbol, which is, I love you type of thing. So yes, I love you. So, but the main point here, right, is I was alluding to the confusion that Lally is doing. The same thing happened in Zachariah's case. Exact same thing. And this is what Murphy's reminded. The confusing the jury may be a tactic. We saw this with Gravely in the Zach Anderson case. So for those that have not seen the Zach Anderson case, what Lally did just there to confuse and put stuff in, and I don't want to say he lied, but he stretched the truth and he alluded to some things that are not really true that happened to Zach, and the jury bought it. So we never know what the jury are going to buy and what they're not going to buy, what they're going to listen to, what they're going to be like, oh, I'll take that. We know the truth. The jury don't. So
right.
I still think that's too confusing, but I think he's doing it deliberately to confuse them, to make it sound like it's not that simple, guys. This is a complex case, and I'm looking at this from a trying to be objective, trying to be Bill Devil's advocate here as well. Maybe that is a bit of a plan that he's got. He knows he's got nothing. The only way he can win this, in my opinion, is by confusing them. Those smoke screens, putting those smoke screens up and be like, hey, I'm over here. No, I'm actually over there. Do you know what I mean? Type of thing,
Well, that's going to work against him because he's boring to begin with. He's not going to be Alan Jackson. He's going to lose the jury. That's the problem. The jury's will be lost in his trying to be cute. It's his boringness. He's boring. And he's boring because he doesn't believe a friggin' word he's saying. He knows it. He knows he can't believe it. He knows what David just said. He knows everything. He knows all about the stuff that the defense is going to get in and more. He knows this. How the hell can he pretend? He can't. He doesn't have a poker face. He's given up. He just hosts the thing. He's covering up, just saying, just take it. I just want to get out of this. Let me just get out of this as quickly as possible. That's how I feel.
Yeah, no, I don't either. I'm literally just trying to be one of those, as I say, down the middle, look at this from both sides, because I'm trying to think of what are they thinking as a jury as well? What are they thinking? So, and let's be honest, some stupid jury people out there. They're not just jury. There's some stupid people out there. So you got to attest to that sometimes.
I'm glad the mics were off when she was saying to these people, now, can you tell me that you didn't look at this since the last time? That's a lie. Of course they're looking at this thing.
Yeah. Heather says, who cares? Lol, the C word is a word. I'm not sure what this is. Personally use it as needed, such as to describe the DA in New York not pulling over for the cops. She's a true C through and through. I'm not sure what the C word, as in what's going on with the C word. I missed it. I must have missed something.
I did too. I don't know where I was, but I understand that somehow a couple of weeks ago, texts were uncovered where Proctor called Karen the C word, said that she's nothing but a C. I don't even like that word. To tell you the truth, it's kind of weird. It is pretty bad. It's a bad word to use.
Yeah.
It really is. To a woman, holy shit.
Yeah, no. For like a women calling women, it was whatever it is. I said the C word on the stream last time by accident because I was reading chat and Aussie Insider said it. I was like, does she mean CUNT here? And I said it by pure accident. I said it then. I felt so bad.
See you next Tuesday. See you next Thursday.
See you next Thursday.
Right.
Whichever one you want.
Just got a text, and it's true. Lally does not have a fastball. He has no fastball. No one. And the telltale will be this. All their witnesses, if they don't get beat up, they're going to get muddied up. Right? But this is going to be the tactic. Karen's defense team is going to do everything possible to spin it around. And unfortunately, Lally doesn't have it. He doesn't have it. And I'm sure he's a great attorney. I'm sure that he got sold a bill of goods.
Yeah.
That's it.
Christine, they're just taking a 15-minute recess. So we'll be back in 5 minutes, Christine.
Oh, that's 15?
15, yeah.
Really?
Yeah. So that's according to, hang on. That was according to full, hang on, where's it gone here?
Oh, so
Fall River Reporter. Sorry,
Listen to this, all right? Rogie Rogue, right? Just text me. He says, it's over. It's over for who? For who?
Well, that's a good question because he's very much about her being guilty, but he can't. After all this, he cannot say that Karen is guilty after listening to those.
Well, he sent this text 44 minutes ago, so he must think.
Oh yeah, he's an idiot.
He must think it over. He hasn't listened to a word.
You gotta love him. You know what I mean? You gotta love him.
Texas messages came out between him and what's her name, Natalie, and he's saying, "Oh, she's 1,000% innocent." So these people.
It is unbelievable. Erin says, identical Dylan, shaking my head. Please watch Wisconsin v. Zachary Anderson. Such a disgusting trial, yes. And that's why I can never say rest of my laurels and say this is slam dunk, not guilty for Karen. I thought it was slam dunk, not guilty for Zachary Anderson as well. So nothing is ever slam dunk. But yeah, please go and watch Free Zachary Anderson.
No, listen, for myself, Dylan, as I guess as biased as I am biased. I would be on the jury.
Same here.
Myself, I'm still looking. Someone just like this kid just said, we have differences of opinion. Okay, fine. Give me something that I can latch onto. I can't even latch onto it. Not with this evidence. Not with the counter. I mean, it's crazy. To his buddies, like Jay.
Yeah, this is cool. That's just that's not right. And there's a few things I want to go through.
Sure.
I obviously don't want to go through it quite yet because I'm not sure when they're back from break. But there were a few things that came up, obviously.
Sure.
Hang on. So Lally did admit something. I saw Olivia say about admitted to the 227 search.
No, he didn't dispute it. That's the thing.
There we are.
Dispute it. That's the ticket right there, because he knows he's going to get had on it. He never even mentioned it. He just talked about at the 623, 624, and that's what Olivia said. He didn't dispute the 227, and guess what David did? David went right for the 227 and gave a masterful. She went upstairs. Did she even sleep that night? But 5 minutes before Brian and Brian are talking to each other, right? 5 minutes later, she does this text. So it's classic.
Yeah. And there was obviously talk as well about the car and everything like that, which, I don't really want to go into this second, only because I know that once you get started on it, then I don't want to cut you off. Do you know what I mean? I don't want you to start and then cut you off with Cork coming back.
No, I'm just saying, listen, did we learn? We didn't really learn anything new from the prosecution.
No.
If that's their opening, they lost. I said, cases are won and lost in openings and closings. They just lost. They just lost this case in their opening statement.
Yeah.
There's no there's no pop to that catcher's mitt. Fastball. You want to hear that pop, like Roger Clemens, like whoever, name them. I mean, he has no pop for this case.
No, I agree. Last time I did this, Erin Hack, I got a strike. So, Linda, listen, Linda. Lally's still trying to claim, hey, die boy. Lally's still trying to claim John was hit at 12:45, despite the fact that Karen was home at 12:41. It's like he just wants to lose and get it over with. True. And also, the other one was here that he's saying, we will show you the Karen's vehicle traveled 60 feet in reverse at the time John was killed.
Come on.
I was like, how's he going, sure.
Big Matt didn't see that happen. Come on, Big Matt didn't see that. He's going to say, hey, Matt, when you're looking out the window, did you see the car go back 60 feet at 24 miles an hour? You saw how the hell could he see the V marks of a 3-point turn? That's what he said.
Yeah, and
remember I said you can mess up the investigation, can't mess up the cover-up.
Well, this is the cover-up. They're saying that the reason they didn't find the pieces of taillight was because snow had gone all over it and it's melted them. That's how they found it. BS. BS.
How the hell can you find clear glass? Clear glass Come on, they had leaf blowers. They find clear glass, the most impossible thing to find in snow. Yet you missed 37 plus pieces of red plastic. Come on.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, did you hear my thing last night? The word is almost confirmed that they put the damn taillight back together. The whole thing. I don't know if they glued it. I don't know what the hell they did to it. They supposedly put the whole taillight back together. How the hell is that possible?
Not possible.
And like Olivia said, it had to have been done in a controlled environment. Had to be.
It's not. It's impossible to get all pieces. It's impossible.
In the snowstorm, in a big, huge snowstorm year,
it's impossible.
It had to be busted during that 42-minute break in that video camera. It had to be done in a controlled environment. Had to be.
Mm-hmm.
Jonathan?
So it needed 1,000 horsepower plus drag car to go 0 to 29 in 60 feet or in reverse. Jonathan knows his cars. He's basically saying it's absolutely impossible that she did that.
So you see how good this is already doing. We know it's coming, right, for the defendant.
Oh, here we go.
Court's back in session. You may be seated.
All right, jurors, we're about to begin the evidence in this case. And I remind you, I defined for you what the evidence is and what isn't evidence. Please remember that the opening statements of lawyers are not evidence. You're about to hear the evidence starting now. So, Mr. Lally, your first witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Mr. Paul O'Keefe to the stand.
Okay.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may take the stand. Put this one down.
Anytime you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Paul O'Keefe, last name O''K''E''E''F''E.
And where do you live, sir?
I live in West Bridgewater, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived there?
10 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live there with?
My wife, Erin, our 2 children.
And how old are your children?
13 and 10.
And both daughters, is that correct?
Correct.
And how long have you and your wife been together?
Together, 24 years total. Married for 17 almost.
And what is your wife's name?
Erin.
And where did you grow up?
Braintree, Massachusetts.
And what are your parents' names?
My father is John, mother is Margaret.
And did you have any siblings?
2, yes. My sister Kristen. And brother John.
And what was sort of the order in age as far as the siblings?
My sister was the oldest. My brother was the middle. I'm the youngest, so my sister was 5 years older than me, and my brother was 3.5 years older than me.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm in sales for a company, Simmons Industries, which is a manufacturer of plumbing products.
How long have you been doing that?
12 years now.
Does your wife work as well?
She does.
What does she do?
She's in marketing. She works for a mechanical contractor out of Randolph.
And about how long has she been doing that?
She's been with her company for a year and a half now. Before that, she had a job working out of Boston for about 13 years.
And your brother, John, did you call him John, or was there like a nickname or anything else that you referred to him?
I mean, we all called him Johnny, especially if you're a family.
And what did Johnny do for work?
Boston Police.
How long was he a member of the Boston?
16 years.
And within the Boston Police, where specifically did he sort of work?
He started in Hyde Park, Mattapan area, which I believe is E18, and transferred over to Dorchester, which is C11, and then downtown Boston for in the SOAR unit, which is the sex offender registry unit.
And when was it about that he started with the sex offender registry?
So after my sister had passed away in 2013, her husband passed away 2 months after that. My brother he took on responsibility of raising our niece and nephew. And so the Boston Police, to ensure that he was safe and protected, moved him to that unit in 2014.
And I'm sorry to ask you this, but your sister passed away in 2013, is that correct?
Correct.
And what did your sister Kristen pass away?
She had an aggressive brain tumor, which is called glioblastoma.
And about how much time was it between the time that she sort of received the diagnosis to her passing?
5.5 months.
And you mentioned that you had a brother-in-law, Kristen's husband, is that correct?
Correct, Stephen Furbush, yes.
And when was it that he passed in relation to?
2 months later, which was January 12th, 2014.
And they, and by they, I mean Kristen and Stephen Furbush, they had two children, is that correct?
Yes, 2 children, Kaylee and Patrick.
Which one is old?
Kaylee's the older. Patrick's a couple years younger than her, about 3 years.
How old are they now?
Kaylee is 16 and Patrick is 13.
And you mentioned, so initially when your sister Kristen passed away, what was sort of the family's plan as far as Kaylee and Patrick were concerned?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. So initially when your sister Kristen passed away and her husband Stephen was still alive, what was sort of the initial plan as far as with reference to the children?
We were kind of in scramble mode to figure out, how we were going to move forward. My wife and I had talked about having the kids come live with us. We had 2 small children at the time. 3 and 8 months were my children. We didn't have a, large enough house to take on 2 other children. So my brother stepped in, moved into the house in Canton and raised them for 8 years.
And so around this time of 2013, your sister Kristen and her husband Stephen's children, about how old were they at this time that Johnny sort of took over?
Kaylee was 6, Patrick was 3.
Now, when your brother Johnny what if any sort of legal relationship did he have to your niece and nephew, Kaylee and Patrick?
He was made a legal guardian.
And where did he move from, and where did he move to when he assumed that role?
So he was living in Dorchester in a condo. He was living by himself, so he pretty much moved into my sister and brother-in-law's house in Canton. Lived there for, I want to say 4 years, until sold the house and bought a different house, which is also located in Canton.
Now, the initial house that your sister Kristen and her husband Stephen lived in with Kaylee and Patrick, about how long had they been living there before your brother Johnny moved in?
They were probably there for 5 or 6 years.
Prior to that, where had your sister Kristen and either of the children lived prior to moving into that house?
Yeah, so they, Kristen and Steve actually moved in with Johnny in Dorchester when Kaylee was just a baby. Lived with him for approximately a year before they bought their home in Canton.
Now, you mentioned that at some point your brother bought a second house in Canton and moved in there with the kids. Is that right?
Correct.
Around what time was that?
I want to say 2017 or 2018 timeframe.
And they lived there up and through sort of January 28th, 29th of 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, around that particular time of January 2022, about how often did you see your brother Johnny and kids, Kaylee and Pat?
I would say probably every other week, twice a month.
And your brother in particular, how often would you communicate with him during that time?
Communicate regularly, mostly through text messaging, a couple days a week, I would say.
Now, over the course of time, you said about 8 years or so that Johnny had sort of custody of Kaylee and Patrick, correct?
Correct.
And over that course of time, about how many relationships and well, let me phrase this question first. About how many long-term relationships did your brother Johnny have with women over the course of that time? And before you get to that, if I could just ask you what your definition of long-term relationship.
Long-term relationship is, over a year.
And so how many of those types of dating relationships that lasted for at least a year did your brother have during that time that he had the kids?
2.
And who were those 2 individuals?
Amy Fortney and Karen Reed.
And this other individual, Amy, when about was it that your brother dated her?
2016, 2017 timeframe, I think.
And did this other woman that he dated named Amy, did she have children of her own?
Yeah, she had 2 sons.
Now, you mentioned 2, so other than Amy, who was the other one?
Her 2 sons' names are Gabriel and Christian.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
In reference to, you mentioned 2 women that your brother had dated for a long-term period, correct?
Yes, correct.
And one of them was the woman Amy that you were just speaking about, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And who was the second one?
Karen Reed.
And is Karen Reed someone that you had met through the course of your brother dating her?
Yes.
It's clear for the record, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today? Could you identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
Yep, she is seated right there between Mr. Yanetti and Mr. Jackson.
Does the record reflect identification of the defendant by the witness?
No objection. Yes.
Now, Mr. O'Keefe, when was it that you first met Karen?
I believe it was Mother's Day, so maybe May of 2020.
Now, prior to that, were you aware of any other time when Ms. Reed and your brother Johnny had dated in the past?
They dated very briefly in 2004.
And had you had occasion to meet her during that brief period where they dated in 2004?
I did not meet her back then, no.
And so the first time you met her would have been sometime in the spring of 2020, correct?
Correct.
And what was your understanding as far as when they had reconnected or gotten back together in reference to when you met her?
They reconnected. I believe my brother reached out to her in March of 2020, right at the beginning of COVID. I think he reached out to her via Facebook Messenger and then, text.
And they resumed some kind of relationship, and you had occasion to meet or see Karen Reed over the course of hang out with your brother at various occasions, correct?
Correct, yep.
Now, about how often would you see Miss Reed? Would it be the same, more or less than when you saw your brother?
Almost the same, maybe a little less. If my brother was just him and I or his friends, but for the most part, he was with Karen.
And as far as your understanding, what was sort of the living arrangements with regard to Miss Reed and your brother?
She has her own home in Mansfield, Massachusetts. She would stay at my brother's house in Canton, I would say 3, maybe 4 nights a week.
And that would be at your brother's house with both he and your niece and nephew,
Correct.
Now, with regard to, you mentioned that they reconnected sometime around the COVID-19 pandemic, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And with regard to your brother and the defendant, Ms. Reed, and the children, what was sort of going on as far as school and work with regard to the pandemic, with regard to each of them?
So that was a period of time when schools were closed and kids had to do remote learning. So Kaylee and Patrick were both at home, remote learning, and my brother, didn't have a job where he can work remote, so he had to go into the office. And most of the time, Karen would be at home with the kids during the day while she worked remotely.
Now, you mentioned earlier that your brother had a legal guardianship role with regard to the children, correct?
Correct, yes.
What, if any, legal status or role did the defendant have with regard to the children?
She didn't have any.
Now, with regard to your brother and the defendant's relationship, what, if any, conversations did you have with your brother in regard to status of their relationship or any issues in their relationship?
He didn't say too much. If they were arguing, he might, give reference that they were arguing. Didn't really tell me what they were arguing about, but mostly kept that stuff to himself.
What, if anything, did he mention to you as far as reasons for an argument or sort of points of contention?
He didn't like, if she would spend a lot of money on the kids for gifts, or, I know there was some arguments over, what she fed them, whether it's, Dunkin' Donuts or whatnot, but it was things along those lines.
Now, what, if any, what if any occasions, as far as they're arguing or anything like that, did you observe personally yourself?
Yeah, I witnessed. So they had rented a house down in Cape Cod. Say that was summer of 2021. I brought my 2 daughters down for a couple nights, and I witnessed, one intense fight between the 2 of them.
And as far as the fight, as you're characterizing that, was that anything physical or just verbal?
No, it was a verbal argument.
And what, if anything, was that verbal argument about?
It's hard to recall. I mean, I guess like typical couples fighting. There was alcohol had been involved. I recall her complaining that he wasn't nice to her, or something to that effect, and I was kind of the referee in that entire situation.
Now, when you make reference to alcohol involved, is that one or both, or
both?
Both your brother and the defendant.
Correct.
Now, if I could turn your attention to New Year's, and specifically New Year's Eve, going from 2021 into 2022. You recall that time?
I do.
And you recall where you and your family were for that sort of New Year celebration.
Yeah, so I was with my wife and her family. We went to Aruba the day after Christmas in celebration of my wife's mother's 70th birthday.
Mr. Lally, does it make sense that I give an instruction at this point? I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Quick sidebar. This is interesting to start off with Paul O'Keefe, I think.
It is. Does Lally know this case?
I don't think he does.
I mean, stumbling over softball questions. Yeah.
I don't know. The cross is going to be interesting on this one now as well. So,
should be interesting.
Whether they do, I don't know.
I'm sorry. He talks about an argument, heated argument, right? Well, guess what, Sherlock, right? Not Paul. Booze involved, right? Look at Peter. You get booze involved. You know, he said, well, typical. That's right. Couples get in fights, right? Married couples get in fights. Dating couples get in fights, right? And you get a lot of booze involved. That's going to make it worse. I don't know why this is such a topic they're trying to, jam down our throats here. It's crazy.
Yeah. Josie says, "Oh my God, just noticed Sean's pink shirt for Karen." Yeah, I feel bad now.
Solidarity here, but no. It's actually the judge called the sidebar. She said, so she's picked up on something here, huh? It was about Aruba. I was kind of.
Yeah, same. She just said, stopped him and said, "Mr. Lally, is this a good time to put the
because he's not a witness in Aruba. He can't talk about Aruba.
No.
Be hearsay on his part."
Oops, here we go.
Okay. So during that New Year's Eve, you were in Aruba for your wife's mother's 70th birthday, correct?
Correct.
And was your brother, Johnny, was he also in Aruba around that same time frame?
Yes.
And your resort and your brother's resorts, where were they in relation to each other?
They were pretty much on opposite sides of the island.
And at any point in time when you were in Aruba, did you see your brother at any point?
Unfortunately, we did not.
Now, you mentioned that you were there with your wife and your children. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know who your brother was in Aruba with around that same time?
He was with Karen Reed and brought the kids. So Kaylee and Patrick were with him. They were also with a large group, many other couples and families.
You know who was sort of the primary organizer of that group that your brother was with?
Yes, a friend of ours, Laura Sullivan.
And how did you know Laura Sullivan?
I knew Laura through my brother. She had dated my brother's partner and one of his best friends, Pat Rogers.
And did Miss Sullivan and Mr. Rogers have a child together?
Yes, and a boy.
And at some point, did Mr. Rogers pass away?
Yes.
What was sort of the relationship between your brother and Miss Sullivan in relation to Mr. Rogers' child?
Johnny was, so she has a son, Benjamin, who Johnny is godfather to.
And sort of towards the end of your stay in Aruba, with regard to the pandemic, what, if anything, happened to you or any other member of the family?
So my older daughter tested positive for COVID. So her and I kind of got left behind, stayed for an extra 3-4 days, I believe.
So after you returned from Aruba, at some point, were you and your brother trying to make plans to connect or to hang out or see each other at some point in January of 2022?
Yes, we were actually planning on getting together on January 29th.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
That was a Saturday.
And why was it Saturday? Why were you sort of targeting Saturday as a new point?
A weekend, no work. Kids didn't really have much on the schedule.
By that, you mean your kids as well as?
Correct. Yes.
And then what, if anything, occurred with reference to those plans as far as them coming to a fruition?
A big snowstorm hit the area, and we said, maybe it's probably better if we just stay home and off the roads. So we kind of canceled getting together the day before.
So initially had a meeting for the 29th, but canceled it the day before on the 28th?
Correct.
So this snowstorm that you were talking about that was coming in, is that something that you and your brother were aware of prior to that day it happened?
Yes.
And was that something you learned of? Where did you learn about that?
The news.
So sort of all over the news, is that fair to say?
Correct. Yes.
And as far as did either your children or John's children, for lack of a better term, niece and nephew, were there any sort of planned activities for that day that got canceled because of the weather or no?
On that Saturday, the 29th, I think everything was pretty much canceled. I don't know anything specific. We had, my daughters had basketball on Friday night, the night before, but we didn't really have any plans for the children on Saturday.
Now, turning your attention to that day of the 28th, so the day before that was a Friday, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And you mentioned that your daughters had basketball that evening, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, role do you have in regard to your daughter's basketball?
I coached both of their teams.
And so you coached 2 games that Friday night?
Correct.
And about what time do you know did you sort of get home from all of that?
First game was at 6. Second game was at 7:15. So we got home 8:30ish.
And your wife was with you at both of your daughter's games?
Correct.
And when you got home, the snow that had been predicted, had it started at that point where you were?
I noticed the first flurries sometime between 10:30 and 11 p.m.
And if you know, approximately what time did you go to bed then?
Right around probably midnight.
And your wife, Erin, did she go to bed same time as you?
I think she went to bed a little before me, yes.
Now, earlier in that day, that Friday, the 28th, what, if any, conversation by any means did you have with your brother John?
My last communication with him was on a group text exchange that included myself, Karen Reed, and my mother. And he was excited because our niece Kaylee had gotten accepted to Bishop Fee in high school. So he was happy, proud dad moment. And then, Patrick's national math scores came back and he scored extremely high. So he was extremely proud of Patrick that day as well.
So he had sort of sent, your brother John had sort of sent that to the group, which included yourself, your mother, and Miss Reed.
Correct.
And your niece Kaylee, as far as what grade was she in and what grade was she going into as far as that application to?
Yeah, so she was 8th grade going into 9th, freshman year in high school.
You go to bed at some point in the evening of the 28th, and you woke up on the 29th. Do you recall what woke you up on that morning?
Yes, my mother called me at 6:40 a.m.
Is that something typical?
No. She called and just said something happened to your brother. They found him in the snow, and they took him to the hospital.
And which hospital was it?
Good Samaritan in Brockton, Massachusetts.
And at that point, did you, or what, if any, other sort of information did you have as to what had happened to your brother?
I really didn't know much until I got to the hospital. While I was at the hospital, my cousin works 911 dispatch, so she came down because she had heard. And the only thing I was able to get was that, he was cold and they needed to warm him up. But didn't have much information other than that.
So you get that information from your cousin when you get to the hospital, correct?
Correct.
That cousin, what was her name?
Susanna Hensley.
If I could take you back to just prior, so you initially get the phone call from your mother, Peggy O'Keefe, is that correct?
Correct.
That's about 6:40 in the morning?
Correct.
And your wife Erin is with you at that time, is that correct?
Correct.
And so you get that call and sort of what is it that you do, or sort of how quickly are you out the door?
I jumped out of bed, got changed, brushed my teeth, and I was out the door.
And you drove from your house to where?
Yes, I drove myself from my house to the hospital, Good Samaritan Hospital.
And what kind of car did you have at that point, if you know?
A Toyota 4Runner.
That's a SUV?
That's an SUV, yes.
What color was that?
Black.
And as far as the road conditions, visibility, sort of when you're driving from West Bridgewater to Brockton, what, if anything, did you observe as far as how the roads were?
The driving was very poor that morning, and just continued to get worse throughout the day. So it took me longer than usual, than it typically would to drive that distance.
Now, as far as your parents were concerned, did they come to the Good Samaritan Hospital as well?
Yes, our friend Kerry Roberts picked them up in Braintree and brought them to the hospital in Brockton.
And when you say your friend Kerry Roberts, how do you know Kerry Roberts?
So we grew up in Braintree. She grew up in Braintree as well. 2 years older than me. Knew my brother. They went to homecoming together one year. And she also resides in Canton.
So she was someone who had grown up with you, and your brother was friends with you and also friends with your brother, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as your arrival at the Good Samaritan, who arrived first? Was it you, your parents, or something else?
I got there first.
And about how long was it, if you know, between the time that you got there and the time that your parents arrived there with Ms. Roberts?
Probably about 45 minutes.
And when you arrived at the Good Samaritan Medical Center, where within the facility did you sort of go?
Emergency room waiting area, lobby.
And at some point, did you, after your parents arrived, did you move from the waiting room area to somewhere else within the hospital?
So when my parents arrived, they brought us, in the double doors into like a little family sitting room.
And about how long was it that you were in the family sitting room before you went somewhere else?
So we were in that waiting room. Doctor and nurse came in and told us that all their efforts to save my brother were unsuccessful and that he had passed away. And then asked if we wanted to go see him, in which we said yes. So we left that room and walked down the hallway to his hospital room.
And that doctor you spoke to, do you recall what the doctor's name was?
Dr. Rice.
And when you say that we went down to the room where your brother was that everyone in the group?
It was myself and my parents, yes.
And Ms. Roberts, did she go as well, or did she stay?
No, she stayed out in the waiting area. And
as you were making your way down to the room where they had your brother, what if anything occurred along the way?
So I noticed Karen Reed was there. She was being restrained by hospital employees, and she was, screaming out to us, asking if he was alive.
Is that something that she screamed out once, more than once, or something else?
Several times.
Now, at some point, you went into the room where your brother was, correct?
Correct.
And can you describe to the jury sort of what you saw as far as your brother was concerned?
He was pretty banged up. He had his eyes had swelled up. He had a breathing tube in, well, the mask anyway. Blood come down his nose, blood come down his mouth. But what really stood out to me was, the eyes. It was almost as if like there were ping pong balls under his eyelids. They were that swollen.
Now, in addition to what you observed as far as his eyes, what, if any, other sort of injuries did you observe on any other part of your brother's body?
I noticed some markings on his arm. Didn't look at his lower torso area at all because he was, covered by a sheet. So most of the injuries that, we observed was to the head area and face area.
And when you say his arm, do you recall whether that was one arm, both arms, or which arm in particular?
He had markings on his right arm. I didn't notice anything on the other side.
You spent some time privately as a family with your brother. At some point you left, is that correct?
Yes, we were. I would estimate we were probably in the room with him for probably 20 minutes until we left.
And after about that 20 minutes, you come back out to the hallway, and where are you going?
We went back to the waiting area, trying to figure out, can we leave? Do we leave? So yes, we left. My mother drove with me. My father drove with Kerry Roberts. We went from the hospital at Good Samaritan in Brockton back to my brother's house in Canton.
And if I could just take you back for a moment. So as you exit the room where your brother is and you come back out in the hallway, what, if anything, occurred at that point?
Again, we saw Karen Reed being restrained by hospital employees, screaming the same things. Is he alive? Is he alive? Is he alive?
You, at any point, either before or after, respond to any of that screaming that you heard from the defendant?
I actually blew her a kiss.
Now, as far as your relationship with the defendant, Ms. Reed, prior to January 29th, 2022, how would you characterize it?
I thought we had a good relationship. I held her in very high regard. I thought she was a good influence on my niece and nephew. I appreciated all the help that she was providing to my brother with the kids. We'd go out together as couples a couple times. She became very friendly with my wife, but I'd say overall we had a good relationship.
As far as those positive feelings that you had in relation to the defendant prior to January 29th, 2022, had you expressed those to either the defendant or any member of her family?
Yes. So Christmas Eve of 2021 was the first time I met her parents. My brother hosted Christmas Eve at his house. I met Mr. and Mrs. Reed. I offered to help Mrs. Reed carry some things in from her car. And as we were walking to the car, I said, I just want to tell you, I think your daughter's great. I think very appreciative of what she's done for the kids and helping my brother.
Now, turning back to that day of January 29th, you go back out to the waiting area, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, happened? What did you see or speak to when you got out there?
I saw her father, Bill Reed, come into the hospital. He was picking up Karen as we were pretty much exiting the hospital to head back to Canton.
And did you have any conversation with him?
I did not.
Now, you indicated that you drove with your mother back to Meadows Ave where your brother lived. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Roberts drove with your father back to the same location. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And as far as your understanding, sort of on the drive back, where were the kids? Where was Kaylee and Patrick?
So Kaylee was picked up by Mike Camerano, who's her Kaylee's best friend's father. Patrick was at a sleepover the night before, so he was still with the family at the house where he slept the night before.
And you mentioned that the drive from your house from West Bridgewater to Brockton was somewhat difficult, correct?
Very difficult.
How would you characterize the drive from Brockton to your brother's house in Canton?
I mean, at one point I said to my mother, I don't know if we're going to make it back. Visibility was terrible. Couldn't see the roads. We made it back. It was just very, very difficult. Probably the worst driving conditions I've driven in as far as weather.
And so then at some point, you and your vehicle, Ms. Roberts, and hers and your parents, you arrived at your brother's house in Canton, correct?
That's correct.
Know about what time of day that was?
It was mid-morning, so maybe between 10 and 11 o'clock in the morning.
And was there anybody present at the house when you arrived there?
No.
And at some point, did other people come over, as far as specifically I'm asking about the children?
Yes, so Kaylee was dropped off shortly after we arrived. And then a little while after that, Patrick was dropped off from his sleepover.
And at some point, you were tasked with informing the children what happened to your brother, correct?
Correct.
At some point after you left the hospital in Brockton, what, if any, conversation or what, if any, phone calls did you receive in relation to the defendant, Ms. Reed?
Karen Reed called me, asked me if it was okay to come over and to see the kids, and I said sure.
And do you know how long that phone call went on for?
It was a quick phone call, maybe a minute. Like I said, she just asked if she can come over, and I said sure. And then she arrived at the house, shortly thereafter.
When you initially arrived at the house, along with your parents and Ms. Roberts and her vehicle, what, if any, other vehicles did you observe sort of in the driveway at that time?
I only noticed, I think, my brother's car. I mean, I don't even recall seeing any other cars. I mean, there could have been a car in the garage, but I didn't notice, really. Nothing stands out.
What kind of car did your brother have?
Chevy Traverse.
What color was that, if you know?
Like gray.
And if you recall, when you first sort of arrived there, where was that vehicle parked in relation to the drive?
I believe it was the right side of the driveway, all the way down to the end of the drive, like the top of the driveway.
Now, you had the phone call with the defendant. You indicate it's fine for her to come over. You know about how long it was after receiving that phone call and when Ms. Reed arrived there?
20 to 30 minutes, maybe.
And when she arrived at your brother's house, who, if anyone, was she with?
She was with her father.
And at some point, was there anyone else from her family that came over the house that morning?
Her brother and his wife showed up shortly after she arrived with her father, yes.
And how many cars, if you know, come in between sort of the...
They each took separate vehicles, so 2 cars arrived.
And Ms. Reed's vehicle, do you know where that vehicle was in relation to your brother's house at that time?
It was either in the driveway or in the garage. I'm not positive.
So fair to say it was at the house, correct?
It was at the house, yes.
So between the Reed family, there's 3 vehicles at your brother's house, correct?
Correct.
Now, the defendant, you mentioned that you had met her father before on Christmas Eve, is that right?
Correct.
Had you met her brother or brother's wife prior to that day?
No.
And you were in the house when they arrived, is that correct?
When Karen and her father arrived, I was shoveling the walkway out front.
And in total, about how much time was the defendant at the house that morning when she came in?
I would probably say about 30 minutes.
And at that point, when the defendant arrived, was either Kaylee or Patrick or both home at that time?
Yes, Kaylee had come home first, and then Patrick had come home. So I think Patrick may have come home while they were there.
And you mentioned when they arrived, you were out shoveling sort of the front walk, correct?
Yes.
And when they arrived, did you go in the house with them, or did you continue shoveling or something else?
I continued shoveling for a very short period of time, and went in the house like pretty much right after they did.
And when you got in the house, what was it sort of that you were doing at that time?
I mean, we had just told Kaylee what had happened, and we were waiting for Patrick to get home, so we were kind of just congregated in the kitchen.
When you say we, who exactly are you talking
Sorry, myself, my mother, my father.
Was Miss Roberts still there, or is she gone home?
I don't recall.
And so, in addition to yourself, your mother, and your father, Miss Reed, her father, any other sort of members of her family, where were they within the house at that time?
So mainly the kitchen at first. When Patrick came home, we kind of took him to like the side room where the kids hang out. Talked to him in that room, and then we were in the kitchen. Then Miss Reed and her father went upstairs.
And when you sat down with Patrick to tell him what had happened to your brother, who, if anyone else, was with you at that point?
Karen Reed.
And at some point subsequent to that, you went back to the kitchen, correct?
Yes.
And where was it that the defendant and her father went?
Upstairs, into the bedroom.
And if you know, about how long were they in the upstairs area of the house?
I would say 10 to 15 minutes.
And them as they came down the stairs?
Yeah, so I was on the phone a few times. So I didn't watch them walk upstairs, but I saw them come downstairs, turn the corner at the bottom of the stairs. She had some of her belongings that she had taken from the bedroom.
And where did she go with those belongings?
They left. Like I said, they were probably there for 30 minutes. They got in their cars and drove back to Dayton, Massachusetts.
And when you say got back in their cars, you mentioned 3 cars that had been there in the driveway or in the area of the house, correct?
Correct.
When the defendant left, how many of those cars remained?
0.
And as far as the weather conditions that you had mentioned that existed at the time that you drove from the hospital in Brockton to your brother's home in Canton, what, if any, improvement occurred with the weather during that time frame?
None.
So essentially the same, is that fair to say?
Yeah, it was still, the conditions were still poor.
Now, with respect to Miss Reed's vehicle, did you know what kind of vehicle Miss Reed had?
A Lexus SUV. I don't know the actual model.
Mr. Lally, that clock is actually wrong. It's just about 1 o'clock. So is this a good place to take a break?
Perfectly fine.
All right. All right, jurors, it's the luncheon break. We'll break for an hour. We'll be here ready to go no later than 2 o'clock.
Court, all right, please. Close those notebooks, put them on your chair.
Okay, they seem to. Sometimes they do that. They just leave without coming back. But I'll leave that there.
Sure.
Well, so I mean, there's a lot of people asking why we what's the point of all this and all that, but they got to go through some of this. Do you know what I mean?
It's going to be very drab. All right. They want to set up the foundation that clearly the relationship was, back and forth, but they had a good relationship. They're telling, Paul saying that he liked Karen, that he thought she was a good influence on the children. I'm still perplexed. They just found out that John had died. Looked like he had died in a very brutal way. Karen, they're saying, is being restrained. I don't understand why there was no effort on their part to talk to Karen to find out what the hell happened right then and there.
Yeah.
Blowing a kiss doesn't work for me. There's a disconnect there, Dylan. You're telling me on one hand, oh yes, Karen and Mrs. O'Keefe and this, and you're a good lady. You take care of the kids, a good influence on John. You just found out your brother's dead. He looks like, his words, banged up, not run over, banged up. I wrote a note there. Poor Karen is in the other room, restrained. Something's not, listen, this is the cop in me. Something is not adding up. Why not? Why did Lally even ask? Did you try to go in to see Karen? For Christ's sake, they're not married, but they're our family. They're close to each other. The normal thing would be, can I talk to Karen? That's my brother's girlfriend. She can tell us what the hell happened. Something's not right there. Something is a disconnect.
Yeah, it does sound a bit crazy. But yeah, they're setting the scene, they're going through everything. And obviously the key piece they're saying at the end there was the 3 cars there and now 3 cars gone, because he keeps banging on about the weather.
Yeah.
And saying the weather was super bad. He couldn't drive in it and he couldn't. Lally keeps leading towards that.
I'm surprised he doesn't remember Karen's car in the driveway, because the cruiser allegedly drives up and parks behind Karen's car. So how the hell did Paul? I can't fault the kid, right? I mean, he just finds out his brother's, dead.
Yeah.
Sees the Traverse, but doesn't see this big ass SUV. We know now, late, that it wasn't in the garage, that the cops have it on a video cam, so we know it's outside somewhere. Cops are saying it was in the driveway. Well, how did Paul and his mother, father, and Kerry pass by this car and didn't see it?
It's a bit confusing. I think he's leading towards as well that she didn't really care about children and stuff, because she just left.
But she was present when the notification was made to Patrick. That I never knew that. That's
no, I know, but I think that's what they're leading towards, because she just abruptly left.
Yeah.
It's what they're trying to lead towards.
I mean, well, see, this is what we're going to bore out. We're hearing this from Paul's perspective.
Yeah, of course.
And now when we get to cross-examination, I'm sure the defense will go in and say, well, yeah, Paul, you were distracted, you were shoveling, you were on the phone. What was really going on between your mother and Karen? Because that's going to get into probably why Karen took off, like I said. Oh, by the way, our friend Rogie got back to me. He said, the defense has no evidence.
You got to love him. Do you know what I mean? He's consistent.
Yeah, like I said, it's going to be like this until they get to the cops. until they get to the physical evidence, till they get to Proctor or Uri or who the hell is going to take the stand. This is going to be dry. I mean, it is. Unfortunately, hey, Paul comes over. I have to give Paul credit. He comes over very credible, right? He does. My assessment. He stood there. I mean, he sat there knowing it was very difficult, and he went through it like a trooper, like a good guy, like a good brother. And knowing that it was difficult, he's got the eyes of the world on him. Let's face it. He knows that camera's right over him. And I have to give the kid credit. He's till now, he's done a great job.
I think so as well.
It always changes on cross-examination, trust me.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, but we knew he was going to say some of this stuff anyway. At least he was honest about his relationship with Karen. That she you know, he really liked her. His wife and her were really good friends. He told the parents that he really liked her because obviously the in the cross they're going to say, well, you really liked her, didn't you? You got on really well with her. So he can't lie. He's got to tell the truth. It's just.
Right. But then there's going to probably the left shoe's going to drop too, because we're going to find out that maybe there's other comments after, that changed, or maybe who knows. But up until this point, I find him to be very credible. As a juror, I like Paul. As a juror, I like Paul. Like from my seat right here, I like him. I like him as a witness.
Yeah. As you say, the main thing is credibility. But
he didn't hurt Karen, and he just telling like it is.
As you say, though, his credibility is going to be questioned once the cross happens.
Yeah.
His demeanor, it's easy, I'm sorry, I don't mean easy, but it's easier to sit there when you've been prepped.
Sure.
It's a lot harder when the shoe's on the other foot.
And you've seen enough trials in your true crime, covering these trials like you do. You get to see how this thing can go, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's going to be dry. It's going to be dry for the next couple of days. But rest assured, they're going to get into some good stuff here. Trust me.
So in a lot of trials, Mike Demetri's right here. In a lot of trials, cross-examination is going to be brief. Don't disrupt the victim is the thought. Defense may not even cross. In a lot of cases, they don't cross.
Yeah, I think Mighty Meat. I think you're right there because you don't want to lose the jury. Paul's doing pretty good, but maybe Liza Little might come up in her way, cross-examine him. If there's anything to get out of Paul that's worthwhile, I say leave him alone.
Yeah,
leave him alone. He did not hurt Karen. I would ask, but Paul, wasn't it strange? Why didn't you want to find out from Karen what happened? That to me would be God forbid if my brother ended up dead and I saw his girlfriend in the hospital bed, hospital room across the hall from where my brother was just told he's dead. I'd want to know what the hell happened, right? But he did not hurt Karen, and I say just leave him alone. There's nothing to get a guy unless now on the second half when Lally comes back, he opens up a can of worms. That's going to be a different story.
Yeah, he's building up to something, and he's on about the weather. He's on about her leaving abruptly, the 3 cars. So there might be something, but up until now, I think everyone says the same thing. This is a nothing burger the way he described it, and as Mike DeMeat alludes to, there's nothing worse than attacking the family member. You don't look good,
especially when he comes off so credible. I have to give him credit.
It's obviously affected him. I don't think it's his brother, so it's he's angry. He's an angry, but we all would be, angry. I just think he's been sold goods that isn't the truth, So
right. I mean, maybe Lally's going to anticipate that the defense has some stuff, right? Because maybe Paul said, "Hey, listen. I might be good to her now, but we had some moments afterwards." So, like I said, that's speculation on my part. If the Lally comes back and says, "Okay, I'm done with this witness," personally, I'd leave him alone, or I'd ask one question: why didn't anyone ask Karen what happened to John? You had right there, right? No suspicion. He said, we didn't know what happened. He was just found on the ground. I mean, that to me, to see her in the other, yeah, even ask her, are you okay? Right. That's what I'm saying. You're right, Heather. It's not normal. That part's not normal to me.
No.
Especially since they're all, I guess, nice at Christmas Eve. Now, I got confused. So he never saw John and Karen when he was down at Aruba.
No.
That's
they were
funny.
supposed to meet and stuff. Then there's COVID and everything.
Yeah. So was the whole thing about Mrs. O'Keefe's birthday? Is that what it was? That
No, they were on different resorts from what I gathered.
Gotcha.
So I don't really know. It's fishy. I don't even know where Aruba is, to be quite honest with you. I haven't got a clue where it is.
Aruba's in the Caribbean, across from Venezuela.
There we are. How big is it? Is it like a small island? Is it big?
Not small island. I mean, big enough.
Yeah.
But it's a very nice place. My buddies go down there. My parents used to go down there. There's a place called the Divvy. They used to go all the time. I never got to go.
It's quite a Boston place then, if you're all going there.
It seems like a lot of Boston people go down to Aruba. I don't know. Oh, Jesus.
This is important as well. Audrey says, remember how the parents got to good Sam.
Hello, you guys, gentlemen.
Oh, hang on. I got something in my ears.
That's right. Listen, Kerry Roberts, let's face it, she's on the scene. You're right, Audrey. She's saying the statements. Okay, that's even makes a better point. If Kerry Roberts is telling Mrs. O'Keefe or whoever, oh, yeah, I was there when we picked up John and Karen's going crazy. I hit him. Well, guess what? Why not ask Karen directly? Why stay away? But Audrey, that's a great point. I'm just saying, in a normal day-to-day type thing, we're all not, just go in and say, Karen, how you doing? Are you okay? Were you with John when this happened? What the hell happened? Something that doesn't sit with me.
This is an interesting question as well. Eliza says, could it be John Paul O'Keefe wants the truth? But he actually is saying the truth.
I believe he does want. Of course, he wants the truth.
But maybe we misrepresented him by saying that he swallowed what the state have sold him. But maybe he hasn't, and maybe he's like, no, I'm going to answer this honestly because I don't believe them. I want to get to the bottom of this.
Maybe he's had a change of heart. Listen, he's gone to almost every hearing, right? He has heard a lot of the stuff that's come out via the TUI, so who knows?
Yeah. Tony says, so far I've learned the following today. David Yanetti is a real deal. Proctor's in trouble and Lally is. Oh, snap, I just fall asleep in my head. Hit the keyboard. Tony. Donald says, there's no way Paul did not check out the Lexus. When at Meadows, he knows that Lexus did not hit John O'Keefe.
Good call there, Donna. Great call.
Yeah, you can join the movement and also go and follow Sean. There's a link mods that I need to share for Sean and his stream this evening. I'll go and get that in a bit. So you've already set up your stream for tonight. I saw that, so I need to. I should have copied and pasted it right there and then.
Don't worry about it. I think I pasted it.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I need to put it in here. Hang on, but I'll do it in a bit now. So, what did Kerry Roberts tell them? Interesting. What did she tell them?
Well, so this is the thing. They can be very nice to Paul and just say, "Well, Paul, did you have any information at all before you left the house of how John was found?" And they have to do some light exploring. They have to, because there's a lot of hands that are involved. God knows. What about Jen McCabe? So who called? It was established that Kerry called Mrs. O'Keefe, I guess, right? So Kerry called Mrs. O'Keefe, right? So, all right. Beautiful.
Get something here. Amy said, in my law class, I was told jurors usually pick a side during openings. I think that's true.
Amy in Boston, I told you, opening statements, you can lose or win the case in opening statements, but definitely in closing arguments, it's won and lost in the arguments too. It's all how they present the case and then close the case. But you're right. I mean, if I had to pick it, if I was a juror, I'm going Team Reed. I mean, come on, look at the two, the differences, you know?
Yeah. No, but even though the judge says you cannot take openings and closing into account, we all know they do. I mean, common sense that says we even do that, you know.
By the way, though, I have to give some credit to Auntie Bev here. I think she handled herself pretty professional in her readings, you know. She still got the breathing going on, but I think she was very clear and concise with her orders to the jury, or, you know, instructions. I think she did a great job. I think so far this case is got off to a good start.
Yeah, it's that breathing, man. Just stop.
She needs some compression on that microphone.
Either she needs something. Jesus, it is just too much. So at 7 p.m. this evening, everybody, go here. This is Sean's link for this evening. I just posted in there. So
yeah, Eastern.
So that's the do some of this now. Why is that playing about? Oh, okay, I need to drag that across. Fine. There's a few things going on here. He was there for his wife's mum's birthday.
Oh, his wife's. Oh, okay. Yeah. So Laura Sullivan. All right. So if people don't really know about the whole thing with this connection, John's partner, good friend, Pat Rogers, he committed suicide, right? John found out when he was going over to pick up Pat to bring him to Canton for one of the kids' either birthday party or whatever it was. And the alleged reason is that not only did he have impregnated Laura Sullivan, he also had two other women impregnated too, which, like I said, I don't know if it's true, but that's what the going rumor was. And I got it from sources not even related to the case. I got it from good sources from the BPD that used to talk to me, that don't talk to me anymore, but they all said that was the case. Now people are talking about crazy conspiracy things. I just leave that alone. But
yeah,
it was the Pat, God be good to him, young kid, 8 years on the job. He was on Boston's Finest with Brian Albert and his crew, and they were going to do the preview for season number 2. And Pat, for whatever reason, said, I'm not doing it. I mean, got to be. Listen, okay, it's bad to get a woman pregnant that you're not married to, whatever. But this is what, 2014. I mean, it was bad in '79. All right, growing up as come on. But to take your life, I mean, even if it was 3 women, I don't know. I mean, but anyway, she kept the baby. Laura did. I don't know about the other 2 women. And she made John the godfather. That's the connection.
Okay, that's interesting. I didn't know
And the woman that John allegedly had this little glance at or hug or little peck is Laura's sister, Marietta. And that's who Karen saw. That's the whole story. So all the pieces are coming together now.
It's
how about, you're right, Leather. Someone had, how about Lizzie? How about the nude pictures? Oh my God.
Proctor he's in the doghouse.
Proctor's done, man. He's done.
He's done. He's going to get divorced. He's done.
Just forget about his investigation. The fact that he went through Karen's phone, and for the reasons he went through. I mean, that alone, I'd be mortified. I can see doing a shit investigation. I can see framing something. You go through someone's phone for the purposes of seeing if there's any nudes and being disappointed. I don't know how do you do that. I don't know what's worse, getting your throat sliced off by your wife with a knife, or getting, going to jail. I don't know. He's got some explaining to do.
Massive explain to do. Let me just tell you, he is, as I say, he is in the doghouse, man.
And now, Dylan, now we know why she says, what if they don't call Trooper Proctor? Now we know why she said that.
Yeah, she must know something.
Oh, God.
But Trooper Proctor will be testifying. He has to testify. But yeah,
he can plead the fifth, though, if he's not called by the prosecution and the defense calls him, he could, in fact, take the fifth.
Well, so this is going to be like a shit sandwich, they call it. Like, they're going to start off with emotion, then they're going to put all the shit in the middle with Proctor and everything, and by the end, they're going to pad it out with, some legal speak and, some experts, and just pad it so you forget everything about Proctor. That's what they want to do. Put it in the middle, forget about him. What lead detective goes in the middle? All lead detectives go right at the end to tie everything together. It is, woo. It is, woof.
I don't know why I don't know why we're here.
Especially with the openings, as they were,
Openings were exactly how I thought. I thought Lally was going to surprise me with something. Now, maybe he's back. Maybe he's holding back. Something come out in his case in chief. But I got to tell you, Yanetti came out swinging, man. He came out like Tyson, just swinging, chopping, swinging. I mean,
but that's an opening. That is an opening. Do you know what I mean? That you can't keep everything to your chest, because the jury are already molding it in their heads. Oh, okay, so this is happening, that's happening. They're already doing it in their heads. So if he's holding back, then he's an idiot. But that could be the case, though. He could be an idiot.
And like Tina says, right? Definitely. I mean, listen, guys, that would be the best thing that could happen to Proctor. He's going to go to jail. He's going to jail behind this. There's no doubt. If he doesn't go to jail state-wise, he's going to jail on the violation of Karen's civil rights. But one thing I forgot about, all right, hope I don't forget it now, is the fact that, by all measures, the guy was a pretty decent guy, a gentleman, right? He was a gentleman. What the hell changed in this guy? Really, what changed? And there was something else that I just forgot about in the halls. Oh, God. I had to go back to my notes. There was something else that I just remembered because of that Tina's... Anyways, it'll come back to me. A lot of stuff on the hard drive here.
I know. That's why we take notes. It's all good.
I had complete brain loss last night. I was trying to remember some of the girls with Aiden Carney. I couldn't remember because they were talking about all the discovery that Tully just handed over by mistake. I couldn't remember the main girl's name. I mean, not that I give a shit, but it's like there's so many names to remember, Oh,
I don't remember half of them. I rely on chat.
I just remember the telling thing was when his friend said, man, that guy that owns that house, he's in a lot of trouble. And he comes back, he goes, nope. He's a Boston cop. Like, no, we're going to take care of him. See, that's the stuff, that's the stuff that kills Proctor, kills him.
Yeah. The nudes, that, and, everything.
I would not want to be on Proctor's house tonight.
Not trying to make light of it, but would you not be Proctor going, hey guys, just fucking arrest me now. My wife's going to kill me. Do you know what I mean? That's the worst place you could be tonight with her.
Talk about, she's going to go Lorena Bobbitt 2.2, whatever the hell.
Yeah, somebody said that. They'll try to make light of it, but it is a case of bloody hell. A woman scorned is worse than prison. Let me just tell you.
Listen, Lally knew this. Lally knew weeks ago that he's going to have a person not only accused of being corrupt, that he had, I told you this, all the baggage, I didn't know that baggage existed, but all these witnesses, except poor Paul, are going to have incredible baggage, Paul's there to soften up the jury. He's there to soften them up get their emotions right. He's like I was actually surprised to see Paul off the bat, but they did a good job. Put Paul on, give them some flavor to the brother, to John, who he was, even to Karen. He did not hurt Karen at all.
No.
Did not lay a glove on her. Did not.
But going back a little bit reverse here, I see lots of people in chat. I'll try and jump in now, but Jennifer got a good point. Kerry drove them there at the hospital. Would she not have said anything to them about, look, this is what happened? Basically, Karen's admitted to where she hit him and all that. So would they not have questioned? Would the parents especially not have had some sort of animosity maybe? Or I don't know if she would have said that, but you would have questioned. They would have wanted to know. And Kerry would have probably told them, I was with Karen, she found him, she said that she hit him, there's damage to the car, oh my God, do you know what I mean? Right. I just wonder if that happened.
Well, I can tell you right now, God be good to my mother. I don't know if Linda's in the chat. Linda dated one of my brothers, Kevin, God be good to him. If my mother was Peggy, my mother would have turned that hospital upside down to get to my brother's girlfriend and say, what the Christ happened? Tell me now. There'd be nothing stopping my mother. Mothers do that. So very, very, very strange. All right, real quick. Another thing that came up in Lally's opening statement. See how he brushed away? There was a phone call made, and then all of a sudden, Karen got taken to the Good Sam, right? She was brought to the Good Sam. He didn't tell the story there. He didn't tell the fact that Kerry brought Karen back to Meadows, and halfway there, she had to be brought back to the scene from a waiting ambulance, right? He didn't say that. He left that whole part out, that they actually allowed, see, this is the thing. They actually allowed the suspect in this case to leave the scene.
Yeah.
And then only brought her back to put her under a Section 12. And for an awaiting ambulance, they brought her back to the ambulance was waiting. Lally made it seem like, she ended almost like, hey, Jill, that's my cousin right there. Jill.
Hi, Jill.
Yes. Now listen, Dylan, it's almost like in his opening, it's almost sound like that Kerry Roberts dropped her off at the hospital. I'm going to replay that, but that was amazing how he glossed over that.
Yeah. No, but you're right, though, I think.
Glossed over it. Completely glossed over it. He completely misconstrued that whole thing.
Yeah, because Kerry Roberts dropped the parents off to the hospital.
But it was almost like I'll be analyze this real quick, but it's he didn't say anything truthful about that exchange of how Karen Reed actually got to the hospital. She was actually taken away from the scene by Kerry Roberts to get freshened up, whatever, and she was called back by Jen McCabe under the authority of Lank or Good or somebody. Get her back to an awaiting ambulance, and then did I do that? Am I frozen?
Yeah, I can hear you, but you're frozen. Yes. Oh no, you're back. You're back.
Okay. I don't know how that happened because I'm on a camera here. I don't know how that happened. Anyways,
sorry.
I'm not on my. Anyways, getting back to one thing. She was brought back to the scene, and the ambulance took her without her consent. That's why she was not resistant. Whatever the hell he said to her, she was like restrained. She was pissed. Didn't know anything. So,
hello, Snuggy Nuggy.
Snuggy Nuggy.
From Twitter. How are we doing, my darling? Hope you're well. There's a lot of stuff here. There's a lot of stuff now. You're right. She's glossed up. But as a parent, you mentioned that your mother would have been like, hey, there we are.
I can
your mother would have been questioning Kerry Roberts. Or anyone's mother or anyone's parents would be questioning Kerry Roberts. So this is...
My mother would have knocked down the walls to get to Karen Reed's hospital room to find out what the hell happened to my son. That's what a mother should have done.
He helped Karen, if anything. Yeah, I don't think he's done any damage. The one question I do have is why do they keep banging on about the weather, about how bad it was and stuff?
To set up the scene, why nobody could have seen John because it was so bad that
yes,
and knew where he was exactly. It's a bunch of no, I'm not gonna say.
Yes.
That's trying to do. Oh, the weather was so bad that Karen had a preconceived idea exactly where John was because she allegedly knew where she hit him and went back to check on him before she went to Gemma Caves. That's why I think they're saying how bad the weather was. Well, 3 cars made it. 3 cars left and made it fine to die. No, maybe they're setting up that she hit the maybe she damaged the tail light on the way home to die. Maybe they're setting something up. Who knows?
But at the same time, if you say about the weather, it's like, well, how could Karen have reversed 60 yards straight line on, and hit? It works both ways, Sean. You can't have everything your way. It's either the weather was so bad or not. I don't know. Bree saying, I just watched a few minutes of the Yellow Cottage. Their take on it is astounding.
We're like, this place is divided. Two polar opposites. How they hear it, how we hear it is completely different. Completely different.
But look at Court TV. Tony says Court TV did a poll. Who was more compelling during opening statements? Prosecution 17%, defense 83%, and that's hard. Court TV is always pro prosecution. They're pro prosecution. So yeah. David says there's a cruiser cam footage of one of the CPD saying, "I'm going to section her." Is there not? Yeah, they're claiming it was because her father said she was hysterical, but the decision had been made. That'll come in.
Yeah, evidently the rookie, Mulaney, evidently was heard saying that, and it was caught. I don't know. It was caught on camera, or something like that.
There's still stuff we don't know about that's going to be introduced as well. This is, we found out stuff today that I didn't even know. So what else is coming in?
A lot better for Karen Reed.
Having Melanie on TV and you guys on iPad is epic.
So Chrissy, are we in the ballpark with the expert attorney? How are we doing? How are we doing? Are we in the ballpark?
How did you find out about the snowstorm coming on the news? Who cares? It's true, Jennifer.
Yeah,
I didn't see it. So Jonathan, our car resident expert, says, I don't even see a 1,000 horsepower drag car doing that speed in 60 feet with special snow tires, even in the snow.
And especially with a woman allegedly blottoed, right? Drunk. Listen, sober, going backwards to me is still kind of a difficult thing to do, right? I can't even use those backup cameras. I have to actually see. My neck is. I have to see it. But going back at 24 miles an hour for 60 feet, come on, who can do that? Sober, never mind drunk.
Christy said, do you know who Paul O'Keefe is? Do you like the Paul O'Keefe is John O'Keefe's brother, and he's been fine as a witness. I mean, I don't think
good witness.
Yeah, credible witness.
Up to now, he's been a standout.
So we people might not understand, but the cross is important because his demeanor could change, his aggressiveness could change, and that's where the credibility comes into it. Right. So we'll see.
You will, because let's face it, he knows. Listen, he knows what they know, right? He's been prepped. Like, for instance, Lally knows if there's anything that's going to come up, Lally should know this. And I can guarantee you, Paul has been practicing with some attorney that went at him hard. So he's going to know something. And then, again, there may be nothing. But if there is something, they practice it. But you will see Paul probably cross his arms, getting defensive, something. Yeah? But right now, he's doing great.
So why wouldn't Paul tell Karen that John died in hospital? I think Paul helped the defense. Yes. There's a lot of questions that they could ask, but it could backfire, though. If they ask that question, he could say, well, she's hysterical and whatever. I don't know.
To me personally, he he's coming up very sympathetic to the jury. The jury's looking at him as very sympathetic. I don't get why he blew her a kiss though. I don't get that. That to me is kind of
yeah.
So Kevin said they got Krusty and Coffin Robber. I tell you, this got to be.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Do you know what I mean? Thank you, Susanna. Suzanne, sorry. Thank you, Suzanne. The weather people are mostly wrong, yes. Christy says this. Let me say she's gone over John's mother mouthing nope when Yanetti was talking about Proctor.
Yeah.
What was that?
And listen, evidently this judge in the previous case under Chestnut, I just learned this and I don't know how to get the word out, but she has a rule. No crying in her courtroom. Now we did see, Mrs. O'Keefe crying. Listen, I get it. But she admonished the Chestnut family for crying. So maybe someone should.
Maybe, yeah. And there'd be no concern about the house because he was supposed to go. Mum said nope. Same time.
Right.
Yanetti did. What? I missed that.
So
I didn't know she said nope.
Well, she mouthed it. I guess right, Chrissy? She must have. See, I think what Ellie's doing, she's stopping, which is fine. We'd be here all.
Yeah, I can't stand that, but yeah.
I mean, that's fine because Melly's going to get the whole thing in, which is great. But Melly's picking up stuff, so she probably stops, makes comments, and then keeps going, which is great. I just would be here to like forever,
Well, that's the thing. I mean, everyone does it differently, so it's totally fine. Some people like that.
I like the way we're doing
it. We wouldn't do it any other way. This is the way we like it. And also, we do it with an intelligent chat. Because if we didn't have this chat, we'd be buggered, Sean. Because they're much more intelligent than us, than me then. Right.
So that means that Mrs. O'Keefe knew the answer that Proctor was going to say. Nope. Right?
Yeah. Must be. Well, yeah, we probably have to. I mean, that's a good thing for you to talk about tonight in your recap as well.
Exactly.
I'll believe anything I can actually see, but that's a bit ridiculous when a motorcycle would have difficulty hitting that speed in the distance forward. True. How much is 25 miles per hour? Oh, no idea. I don't do kilometers an hour. Did Mrs. O'Keefe get talked to about her expressions? Well, Amy, interestingly, that's what I'm behind. Sean said exactly the same.
Yeah.
I wonder what drug that 17% are taking or what they drinking to have such impaired judgment. The Melchat are all dumbfounded. I thought you were going to say, I think us and Melchat are all dumb. Dumbfounded. That's fine. Okay. I'm hoping the defense asked him how the roads were in the morning when he picked LG up for court just to be petty. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, he arrived in court allegedly with that whatever her name is, LG, today.
Hey, Dylan.
Yeah.
I just sent you a clip on Messenger.
Yeah.
They have a clip of Mrs. O'Keefe saying nope. A good friend of mine, Rosie, sent it to me. I don't have the technology to do it.
I got it.
You can put it on,
friend.
You can put it on, and this is like the big thing on Melanie's thing,
Right, hang on. We got Melanie here as well, so credit to her for finding this. Let me just share this then. Stop screen.
I see. I know you could do that.
See? And I'll just put us to the side here.
Technology is amazing. Watch this. I guess you got to watch Mrs. O'Keefe.
Here we go. Mrs. O'Keefe is here.
The antagonistic relationship between members of the Albert family and John O'Keefe. You'll learn that apparently nobody investigates the Albert family of Canton. Remember, on day one, Trooper Proctor was asked whether the homeowner, Brian Albert, would catch a lot of grief. And Trooper Proctor himself said it. Nope. Homeowners of Boston Cop said it.
Wait a minute.
Look at her. Yep. Homeowners of Boston Cop too.
Wait a minute. Wow.
Nope. Homeowners of Boston Cop Center. Nope. Look at her. Yep. Homeowners of Boston Cop 2. So, folks, the trial is now about.
Let's go back here a second.
That is awesome.
Remember, on day one, Trooper Proctor was asked whether the homeowner, Brian Albert, could catch a lot of grief. And Trooper Proctor himself said it. Nope. Homeowners of Boston Cop Center. Nope. Look at her. Yep. Homeowners of Boston Cop 2.
That's
the trial is now about to start, and the witnesses.
Wow.
She may be coming over to us, buddy.
That is huge. I thought that she meant that Trooper Proctor had he was accusing Proctor of lying, but no, she's saying he did.
That's huge. That's huge.
That is huge.
That is. I can see now.
So shout out to Melanie Little as well for that nugget, and shout out to Rosie, your friend, for sending that.
Incredible. Rosie, a good undercover agent from mine back in the old days.
Here we go. No, that's fun. I never picked that up, Jeremy. So that's fantastic.
Awesome. That's
I know
awesome.
everyone's here. Hang on. Correct. She told Cindy Chesner she couldn't cry in court in case it influenced the jury. Yeah, she's a reptile.
Well, that she should tell Mrs. Well, you know, don't touch Mrs. O'Keefe if she's on our side, right?
She's now on our side, yeah. I think the thing is everyone's wondering if the Keefes have been working with FBI. This is why I'm here. I love you guys. Thank you, Chrissy. Hang on. Yes, I agree, though. Thank you, Mighty Mate. Well, we love you either way. I'm not sure. I've lost in chat. I don't know where we are with chat anymore. This is why I'm too slow sometimes.
I got the big screen on. I don't even see the chat because I really want to focus.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'll put everything up here now. So hang on. Nice things about Karen Cross should just say no questions. Eliza, they might do, yeah.
Yeah, like I said, unless this turns differently when he comes back, I say either leave it alone or just ask softball. Like, did you not want to know what happened to your brother from Canada?
Yeah.
You know, stuff like that. But maybe it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at this stage. We know what happened. We know what happened. He knows what happens. I know he knows.
This is interesting because this is not just for Paul and family. This is for everybody. They trust the institutions, the DEA and the MSP. They can't imagine they've been lied to. That's true.
Me too. I didn't want to believe this shit. I did not want to believe it at all.
You guys, my nerves are shot. I put Mel on to go to the bank. I lost you guys for a little bit. Right, let's see what's going on here. Wow, H-Bag says, tell me that's not wild. That is wild. Has she already seen the light, Heather? Yes.
Right. Dylan.
Yeah.
I need 10 minutes.
Yeah, I know you do. Go on. It's fine.
I'll be back before 2 o'clock. I can't believe.
Yeah, no, it's fine. You know that. It's fine. Just do what you need to do, my friend.
I just need to do this right here. We'll be good to go.
Crazy thing, did the O'Keefes are working with FBI. Now we won't think I'm crazy. We'll still think you're crazy though, Chrissy, but not on the whole thing about working with the FBI though. But yeah, we 100% will still think that you were crazy. They know. I think so. That's pretty damning. She looks pissed. Yes, Spider Girl, she does. That is huge. Let's watch it one more time, shall we? Let's watch it one more time. Because that is a big nugget, shall we say. Stop screen for that, and I'll play this. Let me just do this over here. No, over here.
the antagonistic relationship between members of the Albert family and John O'Keefe, you'll learn that apparently nobody investigates the Albert family of Canton. Remember, on day one, Trooper Proctor was asked whether the homeowner, Brian Albert, would catch him out of grief. And Trooper Proctor himself said it. Nope. Homeowners of Boston cops said it. Nope. Look at her. Yep. Homeowners of Boston cop to the Albert family of Canton.
So just in case you miss it, this is Peggy, by the way. This is Peggy. So just watch her mouth. Nope.
Remember, on day one, Trooper Proctor was asked whether the homeowner, Brian Albert, would catch him out of grief. And Trooper Proctor himself said it. Nope. Homeowners of Boston cops said it. Nope. Look at her. Yep. Homeowners of Boston cops.
That's huge. Do you know what I mean? I don't care. Like, okay, look, I'm sure if you go in with Plevin, he'll be like, that's a nothing burger. She didn't even say nope. You know, they'll probably say that she said the word magician or something. You know, they'll make something up. That is huge. That is huge. That does make me question whether they actually are now thinking, ooh, what's going on? Like Sean will say, what's going on? So what else we got here? Melissa says, I'm driving and in a rural area with poor call service. What did I just miss? That's huge. Yeah, it is huge because when you're mouthing something about the lead investigator saying that about a Boston cop, that he's basically safe, don't have to worry about it. I wonder if they knew about the whole thing about Proctor looking up nudes for Karen, which is disgusting, and saying, I hope Karen, what did he say to his friends? He said two things. Oh, this is where me and organization don't go together. Hope she kills herself. I hope she killed herself about Karen and was looking for nude pictures of Karen. Do you really want your lead detective to be saying that? And it's interesting. I'm not sure who said this, whether it was Olivia, Sean. I caught this from someone that said that they changed Inspector Proctor from to be the lead inspector to be co-lead as soon as all this came out. So that's interesting. And the other thing that's interesting is that a lead investigator always goes last. So the fact that he's going in the middle tells you everything you need to know because he has to testify. He has to. There's no ifs or buts. He has to testify. Because if the lead investigator or co-lead investigator doesn't testify, what does that tell you as a juror? Why can't they testify? So there may be trouble ahead for the Commonwealth. You're fucked, but who cares? Let's free Karen Reid. Let's go. I think this has been good. Good day for Karen today. Right, let's go back to the chat. I hope the jury saw that. I didn't see it, so I don't think they saw it. But when they go home tonight and look at the video, even though they're not supposed to, they might pick it up then. Or if you make enough TikToks to get it out there, they might see it. Karen Barrows, thank you, Karen. Welcome to the Paddington Club family. Thank you so much. Thank you, Karen. I'm pulling a Lally, Delan. I'm all over the place. Don't mind me. We're all over the place. Don't you worry about that. It's all good, Heather. It's lovely to see you as well, Heather. This is why my hair is turning grey. Mine is as well. Right. When Jonathan speaks cars, I don't know what he's on about. So, love from Italy. Suzanne, thank you. Suzanne Jalkinger. Suzanne Jalkinker, love from Italy. Thank you, Suzanne. Sorry for butchering your surname. We're all crazy. We are crazy. That's a song. You drive me crazy. You drive me crazy. And I feel good too. I don't know the words, sorry. That's more like than a nugget. That's more than a chicken nugget, let me tell you. And we love you for your crazy. Normal gets so boring, you know. Yeah, I mean, that's one thing you can't say about this stream is that it's normal. I'll be honest with you. But I think the stream, the chat reflects the stream. So I do think we got a few crazies in here, but in a good way. I love crazy. Check this commentary of the trial. Where's that, Bree? Where did you get it from, Bree? Oh, Christ, I'm way behind on this fucking chat. Jesus, I'm so sorry. Bree, if you let me know what we got that from, I'll play it. I think not working with FBI becomes she clearly heard this for the first time today and she's so angry. Maybe, but I don't think she heard the. She said that. Yeah, I know. In general, you're right. But who told about the? Nope. Could it be the defense who said it? I don't know. Who's that? I need to get this. Samantha Joy says thank you. No worries, Samantha. Dies off out to the darts in a minute, but if you want a second chair one night after 5:30 time, thanks, Die Boy. Cheers, buddy. Thanks, man. We'll see. I try not to go on too much in the evenings because obviously it's a long day, and also Sean's going to cover in the evening as well. But we'll get you on one evening just to get your thoughts, though. Definitely. Okay, I'm missing loads of people. Was that the first time Yanetti mentioned that text? I think it's the first time. But don't quote me that. Yeah, I don't know who they are, to be honest with you. I have no idea. I did think that. I'll ask Sean, see if he knows. Move to the other side and honour your murdered son. Donna, that'd be great. Crooked lead investigator, so huge. The part about hitting John with her car, they're saying she had driven 24 miles per hour per 63 feet in reverse. All right. Kevin, doesn't make sense. And I'm glad you're not the other Kevin who doesn't speak any sense. But Kevin C, you're on it. That's the Dougals. Okay, fine. I didn't know that. This is why I'm so behind. Sorry, I'm catching up. They see that and they will take undoubtedly be. She's clearly saying cope. Yeah, cope harder. Honestly, if you are on the anti-Karen Reid train, there's no way you're going to admit that she said no. But no way in a million years are you ever going to admit to that. They're going to say, as you say, she said cope harder. 100%. We all know what they're going to be saying without them saying it. This is so awful. Where's the damn FBI? That was awful. It is. Hang on. Tomo was in the house. I think the feds have spoken to the O'Keefes. I think they are in on it, especially given the testimony from John's brother. He didn't indicate that John and Karen's relationship was contentious yet, we know of. Do you think that the feds could have spoken to the O'Keefes, Sean?
I think they could have. I do. I believe they could have. And actually, something, if they have the rock solid evidence that they say they do, they have an obligation to tell them and show them.
Yeah, but it's Mimi.
How the hell she know what Yanetti was going to say? She never saw his opening statement.
This is what I'm saying. How? But the prosecution's not going to tell her. No. So it must be like, did the defense tell her?
Right. No, I'm just saying she knew the answer.
But how does she? They said, how does she know the answer? That I know what you're saying, but that's what I'm asking. How does she? Was it the FBI? Was it
No,
the defense?
unless we're reading it the wrong way. In other words, unless she's saying, nope, it was always Karen Reed. I mean, it could cut both ways. I don't think so.
No, because she said it instantly.
Said it on
yeah.
cue. Right.
There's no way.
No. It's that was a great catch.
Yeah, Melanie or whoever caught it for Melanie. I'm not sure if Melanie or one of her, whoever caught it, grats. And again, thank you to Rosie for sending it to you.
And also, take a look at, well, we can't now, but Carl and his wife had some facial expressions also that I picked up on. He was very perplexed when, when he found the nudes. Yeah, that's crazy. Exactly. Wait a minute now. Hold on.
Kevin Dye says, Kevin, not just that, got from 0 to 24 miles per hour in reverse at night in the snow under the influence and on a curve in the road. TB tried to in dry conditions, daylight, impossible. Yeah.
It's impossible. Right.
Free Karen. I did a bit of a sing song while you were away, so Miss says, sing it. Sing it, baby, one more time.
Nice.
When's the album? This Way Up here. This Way Up, how you doing? When's the album?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. All right.
Please say hello to Marco from Italy. Hello, Marco from Italy. How are you doing, Marco? Hope you're well. The O'Keefes would never in a million years think a fellow cop would do this. Of course, they believe the Commonwealth, and they didn't even have the decency to let Mum know about this before court. Possibly, yeah. Sick people, especially when the lead is one in chain of custody evidence.
Right.
You're doing great. Thanks, Miss. Clowns. Get it, Brit. Yeah, I do like to sing, but normally when I sing, it makes people leave the stream, so I don't tend to sing that much.
You might leave a couple of pints.
A couple of pints. I thought, Wills, I know Dice. I've let Die down. I've let you down with the sing-song, Dice. Sorry, but Niles Barkley, crazy. I've posted the link. Oh, Emily D. Baker, right. So Emily D. Baker says this. Let me just go and find Emily D. Baker. So, unfortunately, Bree, people can't post links on YouTube for whatever reason. So that's why I can't see Emily D. Baker. So she's covering this. Oops, wrong one. 203 apparently. So, okay. I'll go to 202. Hang on. Let me just stop screen there then and share it. Share screen.
And the evidence shows that, despite the fact that the police never ever investigated that angle of this case at all. Because the prosecution will not prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt through a moral certainty, we will stand before you again at the end of this trial and ask that you find Karen Reed not guilty.
It's a great,
thank you very much,
great
Ms. Yanetti.
opening statement
Yes.
from the defense. They are now approaching at sidebar. I'm going to zoom since we're behind to a moral certainty. Is that a Massachusetts thing? Stephen asked. Some of the original colonies have older language that harken more towards the English system. Each has their own distinct jury instructions. Let's see if we can zoom. Oh, are we going to get up to real time? Are we going to be, look at us caught up. That fan is going to make me motion sick. I hate it. All right. Let's talk about opening statements real quick since everybody's at sidebar. I imagine they're going to take a morning break, let the jury use the restroom, and then get into their witnesses. Though that said, it is noon local time for the court, Eastern Standard Time. I wonder if they will take a lunch break. Let's talk about these opening statements real quick, and then I'll answer some questions if we can. I hate that fan. I miss the seal of a state or the Commonwealth. I miss a clock. Like this fan, man. Can we do something different tomorrow? Opening statements have concluded in the Karen Reed trial. I found the Commonwealth's opening statement to be a bit hard to follow. They got very into the weeds of who was where and what. They jumped around in time quite a lot between the night of the murder, a trip to Aruba earlier in January over New Year's, back to the morning that the victim was found, back to when people were at the bar. And it was incredibly difficult to follow. Even when they pointed out statements made by the defendant, they weren't punctuated. The statements by the defendant saying to EMS, I hit him, asking others, could I have hit him? Did he get hit by a snowplow? None of those were well punctuated and were hard to follow. The defense openings.
Okay, the trial's back, so I'm going to go back to it. We'll go back to Emily D. Baker again.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Lally, can we have Mr. O'Keefe again, please?
Yeah, sure.
Witness, please.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. O'Keefe, you testifying before the lunch and recess before, you had indicated that defendant Ms. Reed had gone upstairs for some period of time. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's at your brother's house on Meadows Ave?
Correct.
And who, if anyone, had she gone upstairs with?
Her father.
About how long were they upstairs for?
10, 15 minutes.
And as far as, was there anyone else in the upstairs area of the home with them at the time that they were upstairs?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed was concerned, what, if any, conversation did you have with her while she was at the house for that period of 30 minutes or so?
None, really.
And as far as any other members of her family, without any reference to what it was, what, if any, sort of substantial conversation, what, if any, conversation did you have with either her father, her brother, or the brother's wife?
Again, none, not really. I didn't really have much interaction with any of them while they're at the house.
Now, you're obviously familiar with your brother's house on Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as the house itself, what, if any, sort of security did your brother have installed on that house on Meadows Ave?
He's got excuse me, a ring. He had a ring doorbell, and then a ring camera floodlight combination above the garage doors overlooking the driveway.
And when you say the doorbell, how many sort of points of, how many doors or entrances into the house were there?
With cameras, I would say 2. I mean, the driveway and then the main front door of the house.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Just 3 photographs, exhibits 2, 3, and 4. If you could just look at those briefly and look up when you finish. And generally speaking, sir, do you recognize what's depicted in those 3 photographs?
Yes. The first.
Before we get to them, just in general,
yes.
Do you recognize those? Okay. And what do you recognize in general terms? What do you recognize them to be photographs of?
That's my brother's house at 1 Meadows Ave in Canton.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 2 up on the screen. So I'm going to approach again, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm going to hand you here as a laser point. Basically, just click this button. Okay. And again, sir, what's up on the screen is Exhibit number 2. What are we looking at?
That's my brother's house at 1 Meadows Ave in Canton.
And as far as the Ring doorbell camera that you were referring to, is that something that's visible in this photograph?
Not in that photograph, no.
And so typically when you would come over to your brother's house, what would be sort of the general points or door that you would use to go inside the house?
So either the garage door or there's a side door right behind that bush.
So behind that bush, is there any sort of like walkway or anything like that over there?
Yeah, so there's a walkway that leads up to a couple of steps and then to the entryway.
Is that where the Ring doorbell would have been located, labeled as sort of the front door?
Yes.
And the garage area with the driveway that you were referencing in relation to this photograph, it's not depicted in this photograph, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. So which sort of, with relation to this photograph, understanding that it's not depicted in it, where would that be?
The driveway would be to the right side of the house as we're viewing it from here.
And if I could turn your attention to the next exhibit, number 3, Ms. Gilman, if I could have that. And what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as exhibit number 3?
Correct.
Okay. And whereabouts in relation to the house, what are we looking at here?
So that would be the driveway, right side of the house, 2 garage doors, the upstairs window, and the Ring camera / floodlight combination.
Now, with respect to the garage, was there a particular way that your brother would have kept sort of the garage area?
Yeah, he had on the left side, he had a 1971 Ford LTD parked over that side. And he would typically park his car on the right side.
So the car that you were talking about before, that being the Chevy Traverse, is that correct?
Correct.
And so the floodlight combination with the camera, that you see that in this photograph, is that correct?
Yes.
If you could just using the laser pointer direct the jury's attention to that.
Right under the window.
And as far as these particular Ring cameras, driveway, garage one, and the front door, the sort of side entryway there, who, if anyone, as far as you knew, had access to those particular cameras? How would they be accessed?
Most likely through the Ring app on your cell phone. And I believe the only ones who had access to was my brother and Karen Reed.
And as far as your brother,
All right, I'll strike that, see if you can lay a foundation.
as far as your brother was, what if anything would he do with reference to those Ring cameras and his app on his phone when people would arrive at his house?
I mean, a few times he'd talk to me through the speaker. You know, if I pulled up to the house and he wasn't home, and he would speak to me on it, but I'm not sure if I follow the entire question.
No, and that's exactly, so there were points where you would come to the house, correct, and he wasn't there?
Yes.
And he would sort of talk to you through the Ring application, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as Ms. Reed was, when you say you believe she had access to it, what leads you to believe?
I believe the kids had mentioned it before. Kaylee and Patrick, mostly Patrick.
All right, I'm going to strike that.
Now, if I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before you, exhibit number 4. And again, sir, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as exhibit 4?
Correct.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of what part of the house we're looking at here, and what, if anything, in relation to the Ring that you observed.
That is also the driveway from a different view. call it the top of the driveway looking down onto the street. Right in this picture here, the ring camera or the floodlight ring is not visible.
And the walkway that you were talking about that was behind the bush, do you see that in this photograph?
Yes.
Okay, if you could direct the jury's attention to where that is. So if you follow that walkway sort of around to the bush, where does that lead?
Right to the like breezeway door.
If I may approach it.
Yes.
Now, Mr. O'Keefe, the ring camera that we're talking about, have you seen those on like a disc form? Is that correct?
Have I seen them on a disc form? I'm not sure if I follow that question.
Sure. Have you viewed any ring camera footage from either the front door or the driveway to your brother's house?
No, I didn't have access.
Okay. Now, you want to maybe approach?
Yes.
Someone said in chat that they think that they're going to accuse Karen of going upstairs and deleting the ring cam.
Well, they're going to have to prove it, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Because I thought I read it somewhere that Proctor came by either that day or the next day, the 30th, and got the laptops out of there. And probably had the passwords, like I said. But one video that did not get released or erased or whatever is the video of her getting into John's car. You know?
Gene says, yeah, they're going to say Karen deleted the ring cam, but it's ridiculous. All the people are right there in the house with Karen's car right there.
Right. And let's face it.
Okay.
All right. So, Mr. Lally, you have something to mark as an exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor. So there are two discs, one labeled Meadow Ave ring videos. Oh, sorry.
So they've already been marked.
Already been marked.
All right. So the next, go right ahead.
No. Okay. So
And let us know if you want the lights dimmed at all, Mr. Lally.
yes, please, Your Honor.
Do you want that now?
Yes.
Would please? Thank you.
So, Ms. Gilman, if I could have from what's been marked as Exhibit 6, the driveway camera. If I could have video number 161. And if you could just pause that just for a moment. Now, Mr. O'Keefe, what's up on the screen there? Do you generally recognize what's depicted there?
It looks like Karen Reed's vehicle, my brother's vehicle, and it looks like another SUV behind it. I don't know the two people.
If you could, just using the laser pointer before, if you could just direct the jury's attention to which vehicle you're talking about when you. So starting with Miss Reed's vehicle, where is it in this video that you observed?
I believe it's that one right there.
And your brother's vehicle?
Is back there.
And the vehicle you're referring to is your vehicle, where is it? And if you know, when about is this video depicting in relation to what you've described as the events of January 29th?
I mean, that would be in the morning coming back from the hospital, mid-morning.
And as far as the people within this video, do you recognize any of the people within?
That'd be myself. I believe that behind me is could be Kerry Roberts, because I believe that's Kerry Roberts' car. She drove my father back from the hospital to One Meadows.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just run the video.
Oh, that's my mother.
Ms. Gilman, from the same exhibit, if I could have Bill Mark 165. Again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause that briefly. Now, with respect to this video, do you recognize the vehicle that just pulled into the driveway?
That looks like Karen Reed in the photo, on the video. I assume that's her father's car.
So this would have been the time that Ms. Reed, the defendant, arrived with her family from the hospital as well?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just run that through. Thank you. If I could ask for the next labeled video from Exhibit 6, number 166. Gentlemen, if I could ask you to pause there. Now, Mr. O'Keefe, with the last video, the two individuals sort of walking over to the house, do you recognize who those were?
Yeah, it appeared to be Karen Reed and her father.
And the individual who just got out of the same vehicle, do you recognize that?
That appears to be Karen Reed's brother, Nathan.
And again, this particular day, January 29th, at your brother's house, that's the first time that you met him, is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this one. Thank you. Ms. Gilman, from the same exhibit number 6, if I could have video 169. Just there for a moment, please. Now, as far as you mentioned earlier in testimony that after Ms. Reed arrived at the house, that your nephew Patrick came home as well?
Correct.
And do you see your nephew Patrick in this video up on the screen now?
Yes.
So this would depict when he got dropped off, essentially.
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run that, please. Ms. Gilman, from the same exhibit 6, if I could have number 176. Pause that right there. Now, from this video, you referenced early in your testimony, Ms. Reed had gathered some belongings and then had left with all of the vehicles that her family came with, correct?
Correct.
And do you recognize anyone depicted in this video number 176?
That's Karen Reed.
And what, if anything, do you observe in this video her to have in her hand at this time?
Looks like some type of a bag.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this one. Thank you. Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could have from the same exhibit 6, number 178. I could ask you to just pause right there. Now, Mr. O'Keefe, you were at your brother's house on Meadows Ave for the majority of that day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. About how long were you there into the evening?
Yes.
And at some point were attempts made in and around your brother's house, driveway, the walkway, things of that nature, as far as snow removal was concerned?
At one point, other than me shoveling, Patrick's friend's father came with a snowblower.
And so initially it was you shoveling, what if anything was your father doing while you were shoveling as well?
It was just me shoveling.
And do you recognize what's depicted up in this video as far as any individuals in this video?
I believe that is me standing there with the shovel.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this. Ms. Gilman, from that same Exhibit 6, could I have video number 185? Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause it right there. Now, in reference to the snowblower coming out, or sort of the friend of Patrick, the father of Patrick's friends, you recognize anybody in this video here?
I'm assuming that's the father of Patrick's friend, but I'm not sure.
So fair to say this was later in the day after you were out there shoveling and after the defendant had left the house, is that correct?
Yes.
And with regard to that particular day of January 29th, do you recall any law enforcement, whether the PD or state police, coming to the house while you were there that day?
Not on the 29th, no.
During the course of clearing driveway out as far as snow or ice, what, if anything, did you observe as far as beyond just sort of snow and ice? Were there any sort of other items within the driveway that you recall seeing, or?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this video. Thank you. And lastly, from this exhibit, Ms. Gilman, if you could, from Exhibit 6, pull up video number 239. Mr. O'Keefe, what's up on the screen right now is that essentially what the driveway looked like at the end of sort of the snow blowing and the shoveling and snow removal that day?
Yes.
And that vehicle towards the top, that's your vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And is this around the time that you would have been leaving your brother's house on January 29th?
Yes.
Mr. Koros, we can have the lights back up. Thank you, sir. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Recognize that?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 1 up. And Ms. Gilman, if you could just enlarge that a little. Thank you very much. Now, what's up on the screen, Mr. O'Keefe? Is that what you have before you as Exhibit number 1?
Yes.
And what are we looking at in this exhibit?
That's my brother.
And as far as your earlier testimony in regard to the vehicle that he kept sort of on the left side of the garage, what, if anything, do you recognize?
It's depicted in the picture. It's a convertible 1971 Ford LTD.
And with reference to that vehicle, how did your brother feel about that vehicle?
He enjoyed it. He thought it was fun driving around, in a convertible. Nephew Patrick enjoyed, being driven to baseball games and whatnot in it. So.
And your niece, Kaylee, how did she feel about it?
She did not like it. Still doesn't.
Thanks, sir. May I approach this to retrieve your? I have nothing further.
All right.
Mr. O'Keefe, sir, I have no questions for you.
All right, Mr. O'Keefe, you are all set, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
1 second, Joe. You're next.
Commonwealth said, I'm sorry, Commonwealth will call Mrs. Erin O'Keefe to the stand.
Mr. Thomas, would be able to give the court and jury in the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You may take this.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name? For the record?
Sure, it's Erin O'Keefe, Okeefe.
And where is it that you live now?
West Bridgewater.
And who, if anyone, do you live there with?
I live with my husband, Paul, and our 2 girls.
And how long have you lived there in West Bridgewater?
Be 10 years this year.
And your girls, how old are your girls?
Now 13 and 10.
And what is your husband's name?
Paul.
And how long have you and Paul been together? How long have you been married?
It'll be 24 years this year and 17 years married this year.
And do you work, ma'am?
I do.
And what do you do for work?
Currently, I switch jobs. Currently, I work for a mechanical contractor.
And just sort of in general terms, what type of work is it that you do?
I'm their marketing director.
And you said you switched jobs. So how long have you been doing this sort of new job?
I'll be there 2 years in October.
And your husband, Paul, how did the two of you meet?
I was his waitress in a bar when he was in college.
And as far as your husband Paul is concerned, his parents, what are their names?
John and Margaret.
And your husband Paul, did he have any siblings?
2, an older sister and an older brother, John and Kristen.
And of the 3, John, Kristen, and Paul, who's the oldest, who was the youngest, and what is sort of the age difference between the 3?
Kristen was the oldest. Johnny was next, and Paul being the youngest. And Paul's 3 years younger than Johnny? 4.
And your sister-in-law, Kristen, she was the oldest, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Was she married at some point?
Yes, her husband, Steve.
Do you recall about when it was that your sister-in-law, Kristen, and Steve got married?
They got married in 2006.
And your sister-in-law, Kristen, and her husband, Steve, did they have any children?
They did, Kaylee and Patrick.
And Kaylee and Patrick, about how old are they?
Kaylee is 16 now, and Patrick is 13 now.
Now, excuse me. At some point, did their last name was Furbush, is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point, did your sister-in-law, Kristen, her husband, Stephen, and their children move to the town of Canton?
They did.
And about what time or what year was that?
2009, 2010, I believe.
And if you know, where had they been living previously before they moved to Canton?
They were renting out their townhouse in Abington, so they were living in Dorchester with Johnny.
And if you know at the time that they were living with Johnny, were both Patrick and Kaylee born yet, or
just Kaylee?
Just Kaylee. So fair to say she was relatively young at that point?
Yes.
Now, at some point, your sister-in-law, Kristen, got sick, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall when about that was that you learned of that?
It was June 2013, beginning of June.
And do you recall what she was sick from or what the diagnosis was?
She was diagnosed with glioblastoma.
And at some point subsequent to that, she passed. Is that correct?
Correct. 6 months later.
Sometime in fall, November 2013.
November 11th, 2013.
Now, at that point in November of 2013, as far as you and the rest of your family was concerned, what was sort of the plan or the expectation as far as what was going to happen with the children, Patrick and Kaylee?
I know that my in-laws were helping while Steve was still here. Steve passed away 2 months later, but my in-laws were helping Steve kind of get acclimated.
And what, if any, role did your brother-in-law, you called him Johnny, is that correct?
Yes.
So what, if any, role did your brother-in-law Johnny have with respect to the kids during this time?
He was very involved because he was very involved when my sister-in-law was sick. I think he was out on, he'd hurt his hand or something when he was working out on the, when he was out on the streets, I guess. And so he was on disability and was helping and going to the hospital all the time and being with Kristen.
And you mentioned he was out on disability and that he was working. What was it that your brother-in-law, Johnny O'Keefe, what did he do for work?
He was a police officer in Boston.
Now, you mentioned that shortly after your sister-in-law Kristen passed away, her husband Stephen also passed away. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so what, if anything, sort of became the plan, or what happened with respect to your niece and nephew following their father's death?
Paul and Johnny went out to lunch one day, and we had kind of assumed because Johnny was out on, the streets doing his job like that Paul and I would take the kids, and Johnny said he was going to do it.
So he sort of volunteered or stepped up to do it, correct?
Correct.
And pursuant to that, where did Johnny go to live? Where did the kids live when he did that?
Johnny moved into their house in Canton, the original house that Steve and Kristen had bought. He moved in with the kids there.
And about how long was it that Johnny lived there with the kids sort of assumed that role?
Maybe 4 years, 4 or 5 years. I don't remember the exact year that he bought the new house.
And so they lived there for 4 or 5 years, and then you mentioned that he bought a new house. Where was the new house that he bought?
The new house is the house now on Meadows Ave in Canton.
And so from whenever time Johnny bought that house, he lived there basically with kids, Kaylee and Patrick, until he passed away as well, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to your niece and nephew, what, if any, sort of legal relationship did Johnny have with respect to the kids, Patrick?
He became their guardian.
And during the time that, from the time that your brother-in-law Johnny sort of took over that guardianship with respect to your niece and nephew, as far as dating was concerned, what, if any, sort of long-term relationships did he have during that period? Before you answer that, if I could just ask you for your definition as far as what do you deem or term as far as a long-term relationship?
1, 2 years, I guess, as a start, 2 years.
So during that time, after he assumed sort of guardianship of the kids, how many of those relationships, 1 to 2 years or so, did Johnny have during that time?
2.
And what were the names of the people that he had those relationships
The first was Amy, and then Karen.
And just to be clear, by Amy, that was, where she lived, what town?
She resides in Westwood.
And she had children of her own, is that correct?
Yes.
And the second that you mentioned was Karen, is that correct?
Correct.
What is Karen's last name?
Reed.
Just for clarity purposes, do you see the person that you knew Karen Reed, correct?
Yes,
So just for clarity purposes, for the record, you see Karen Reed in the courtroom.
I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing?
Black or blue blazer.
All right, just ask the record reflect the identification of the defendant by the witness.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Ms. Reed, as far as her relationship with regard to your niece and nephew, what, if any, sort of legal relationship did she have with regard to either your niece or nephew or to your brother-in-law, Johnny O'Keefe?
Legal, none.
Now, as far as over the course of, when was the first time that you recall meeting the defendant, Ms. Reed?
I believe it was in June of 2020 during COVID.
Based on sort of your understanding, when was that in relation to when they began sort of their relationship?
I think it was in February or March of that same year.
So right around the time that the pandemic caused a sort of general shutdown, correct?
I think so, yes.
Now, as far as you were aware, did you know of any sort of pre-existing relationship or any time that they had dated in the past prior to that February, March of 2020?
I learned that after the fact.
So fair to say during any sort of previous time that they may or may not have dated, you hadn't met Ms. Reed, you weren't aware of her at all?
Correct. I had not met her.
And do you recall sort of where you were or what the circumstances were the first time that you met the defendant?
I believe we were all coming to our house. It was either, it may have been a birthday party or Father's Day, but we were out on the patio. I think it was June.
So John O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, as well as the children came over to your house for some kind of holiday or something?
Correct.
Now, from that time sort of going forward, how would you describe sort of your relationship with the defendant, Ms. Reed?
I liked her a lot.
And as far as prior to January 29th of 2022, would you consider yourself or characterize your relationship as friends?
I would.
And about how often, sort of from that time of when you first met her in June of 2020 through January, the end of January 2022, how often would you see sort of your niece, your nephew, Mr. O'Keefe, and or Ms. Reed?
1-2 times a month. It was COVID, so when we could be outside or all get together, or if there was a birthday.
And were there any occasions where you would have occasion to spend time with or hang out with the defendant outside of either your husband or your brother-in-law, John O'Keefe?
Yes, and we talked quite often.
And just in regard to sort of in person, about how many times was that?
Without them, I don't recall.
Now, as far as your understanding of sort of the living arrangement around it, how often, what was your understanding as far as the relationship and sort of where everybody lived or where everybody stayed, or how often, things like that?
I believe that Karen was there most times. I do know that she liked to go home on Mondays just to kind of have a fresh time by herself, and Thursdays she was teaching an online class, so she would be home on Thursdays as well. But for the majority of the time, I believe she was over there.
Now, just to be clear, when you say over there, you mean the house on Meadows?
Correct.
When you say she was home, where else did she have a home during that time?
In Mansfield.
And had you had occasion to be over her house in Mansfield at any point in the time that you were friends?
I had gone over once, yes.
Now, with respect to their relationship, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as fights, arguments, issues, anything like that?
I think normal relationship, you know, the stuff everyone goes through.
If I could ask you just if you could expound upon that a little, as far as when you say normal relationship stuff, what exactly do you mean?
I know that, you know, my in-laws being there often could be stressful, and, you know, two people with kids and life, normal everyday relationship.
Now, during this time frame, you were living in West Bridgewater still, is that correct?
Correct.
And where were you, like what town were you working in at that point?
At that time, I was working in Brighton.
So fair to say, relatively long commute between Brighton and West Bridgewater on a daily basis?
Correct.
And so during that sort of long commute, what, if anything, would you do with reference to the defendant, or who, if anyone, would you typically talk to on those long commutes?
I would text her or call her and say I'm hey and driving, and or she would call me and we would just shoot the breeze and just talk.
Was that something, how often would you do that?
Quite often.
Now, as far as your relationship with the defendant, Ms. Reed, you considered yourself friends or friendly, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that something that you communicated to her, or she communicated to you in any way?
Yeah. And yeah, we would say how well we got along, and she would say if they ever broke up, she hoped that she and I would stay friends.
Now, Mrs. O'Keefe, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into January 29th of 2022. Actually, first, let me bring it back a little bit further. So New Year's Eve going from 2021 into 2022. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
Do you recall where you were or who you were with around that time of New Year?
We were in Aruba for my mother's birthday.
And when you say we, who, if anyone, were you in Aruba with?
My mother, father, sister, husband, and our two girls.
And over the course of that, were you also aware of where your brother-in-law, Johnny O'Keefe, and Miss Reed, and children, Patrick and Kaylee, were at that time as well?
They were also in Aruba.
And so where they were situated in Aruba, where was that in relation to where you were situated?
We weren't close. You'd need a cab. It was not the other side of the island, but far enough away you'd need to catch a cab. They were more downtown.
And what, if anything, did you know about sort of who they were with or how they had come to be there in Aruba at the time?
They were with a large group of people. I don't know how many, but there was a large group of people that was going down.
And as far as you knew, was there any one person, excuse me, in particular that organized sort of that trip? Or
Yes, Laura Sullivan.
And do you know Laura Sullivan?
I do.
And how do you know Laura Sullivan?
I know Laura through Johnny. He's her son's godfather.
And fair to say, as far as you knew, that Mr. O'Keefe, Johnny O'Keefe, and Laura Sullivan had known each other for some time?
Correct.
Now, at any point when you were in Aruba around the time of New Year's, did you ever meet up with or connect with Miss Reed and Johnny O'Keefe?
We did not.
Now, at some point in time when you were in Aruba during that same time frame, what, if any, conversation did you have with Miss Reed and the defendant?
I don't believe any with Johnny. Karen texted me on the flight down. The flight attendants were Karen and Erin, and we were trying to arrange and see if there was a time we could get together.
So the flight attendants on their flight down had the same names as both yourself and Miss Reed?
Yeah, she texted me and said that.
And so you had been trying to arrange some time or some day to sort of meet up, is that correct?
I don't know. I don't recall. I had texted her on New Year's Eve to see where they were.
And what, if anything, did she reply? Did she reply in text?
She did. It wasn't until later in the evening that she had caught Johnny kissing Laura's sister in the lobby of the hotel.
And what, if anything, further did she indicate to you in regard to that?
Just that they got into an argument about it.
And so did the two of you, and by the two, I mean, it's sort of the two groups of families, did you ever connect or meet up at any point when you were in Aruba?
We did not.
Do you have any further conversation with Ms. Reed in reference to what she had indicated occurred at their resort?
I responded and said, like, kissing, and I don't recall what her response was, but I had missed the next text. She said did I want to meet up? She had freshened up and did I want to meet up? But I had missed it and was either already going to bed or just missed it until the next day.
So she had indicated to you via text that they had got into an argument and then further indicated or asked you if you wanted to meet up, correct?
Correct.
All right, Mr. Lally, I'm just going to give a brief instruction at this point. All right, excuse me. So, folks, you just heard testimony about statements that were allegedly made by the defendant. You're really not to use the statements for the truth, but you can consider them solely on the limited purpose of the defendant's state of mind and as they go to the nature of the relationship between the defendant and John O'Keefe. Thank you.
Now, between that time in Aruba and January 28th of 2022, had you had occasion to meet up with Johnny O'Keefe and or the defendant Karen Reed or the kids or anybody from that Canton house?
No, our older daughter tested positive and she and Paul had to stay back in Aruba. So we didn't have, and then by the time they got back, it was back to school and we didn't have a chance.
So your oldest daughter was quarantined along with your husband in Aruba, and they came back sometime after you and your younger daughter?
Correct.
And with respect to that, that sort of weekend of January 28th into January 29th, what, if any, plans did you have initially to meet up with your brother-in-law, Johnny, and the defendant?
Johnny had been communicating to Paul that wanted to get us together on the 29th. And I said, there's a big storm coming. I don't think that's going to happen.
And so you were aware somehow of a big storm coming in on that weekend as far as the 29th was concerned?
Correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall sort of about what you were aware of as far as that storm, like how severe, what kind of storm?
I don't recall specifics, but I knew that it was a big storm that was coming for Saturday with a lot of snow.
And so you didn't think that was a good idea to set up a time to meet up with that?
Correct.
Now, on that date of January 28th, what, if any, conversation did you have with Ms. Reed on that day?
She had texted me while I was waiting for the school bus, asking if there was any chance I was out without Paul.
Was that a typical thing that she would text you as far as the without Paul part?
No.
And you indicated that you were waiting for the school bus, is that right?
Correct.
And at that time in January 2022, you had two daughters, correct?
Yes, correct.
Were they sort of in the same school as far as on the same bus?
No, they were not. They're separate schools.
So fair to say one was maybe in elementary, one was in middle school?
Correct.
So as far as around that time that you received the text, would that have been the younger daughter or the older daughter that you were waiting for?
The younger daughter. It was after 3:00.
And who comes home, or at that time, who came home first, the younger daughter or the older?
Our older daughter.
And when you received that text from the defendant, what, if anything, did you, or how did you respond to it?
I said that I was waiting for the school bus and we had basketball on Friday nights.
And the basketball on Friday nights, was that something that was one of your daughters or both?
Both.
And do you recall, well, let me ask you this. With regard to your daughter's basketball, at least at that time, what, if any, sort of relationship did your husband have to those basketball teams?
He was the coach for both of them.
And was that something that was sort of like a local league? Is that correct?
Town league.
Town. And did all of you, and by all, I mean yourself, your husband, and the two girls, did you all go to both games that night?
Correct.
And do you recall about what time those games were?
6 or 7.
Now, Ms. Reed reached out to you and texted you, and then you responded as you described. What, if any, further conversation did you have with Ms. Reed on that day?
I asked her if everything was okay, if something was up, and she responded and said, just another day, I wish I didn't talk to an O'Keefe after 2004.
And how did you respond to that? If you...
I said, what happened? What's going on? And they had bickered, I guess, about her taking Kaylee to Dunkin' Donuts in the morning before school.
And just to be clear, when you say they, you mean Johnny O'Keefe and Karen Reed?
Correct.
Do you recall sort of how that conversation evolved, or what, if anything, else was said during that time?
I just knew that they had gotten into some type, I don't know if it was an argument or there was something. They bickered about her taking them, and he said that she spoiled them.
Now, as far as your conversation with Ms. Reed in regards to the weekends, what, if anything, did the two of you talk about as far as sort of plans for the weekend?
I said I was anticipating a storm, so was probably going to hang in the neighborhood with everybody.
Now, as far as later on in that afternoon, what, if any, sort of further communication did you receive from Ms. Reed that day?
I think the last text was a picture, something that popped up in her memories of my children and Kaylee and Patrick from the Cape that summer, and said, this just popped up in my memories and made me smile.
Now, did you have occasion to talk with Ms. Reed any further on that day, the 28th?
No, that was it.
And so you went to your kids' basketball games, came back to your house, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recall about what time you went to bed that night?
It was either close to midnight or after, because Paul and I were sitting up watching TV.
Do you recall what you were watching on the TV?
Yellowstone.
Was that sort of a binge watch that you were doing?
Yes.
Now, before you went to bed, did you have occasion to sort of, knowing that the snow was coming, did you have occasion to sort of look out and make any observations about what the weather was like before you went to bed?
I noted that while we were still up watching television that it was snowing already.
And did you have occasion to see whether or not it was sort of sticking to either the pavement or the grass or anything like that?
I looked out on the deck and it was starting to accumulate on the deck, sticking to the deck.
You know about what time that was?
Probably around 10:30 or 11.
And this is at your house in West Bridgeport?
Correct.
Now, you go to bed and at some point you wake up on the 29th. And if you recall, what is it that wakes you up the next morning?
I woke up to my husband on the phone with his mother saying he's going to be okay. He's going to be okay. And they got off the phone and I said, what happened? And what's going on? And he said they found Johnny in the snow this morning.
And after that phone call, what is it that your husband Paul did?
He's pacing around and he goes to the bathroom to brush his teeth because he said that he was going to drive to the hospital.
And do you know what hospital he was going to drive to?
Good Samaritan.
And based on the weather and sort of the road conditions, what, if any, concerns did you have about that plan of your husband's?
I was concerned with him driving because the roads weren't good.
Now, as far as your in-laws, so your father-in-law is John O'Keefe Jr., is that correct?
Senior.
Senior. And your mother-in-law is Margaret or Peggy O'Keefe? Is that
Correct.
And what, if any, information did you have as far as were they going to the hospital, and if so, how were they doing?
They were going to the hospital and Kerry Roberts was going to pick them up because they didn't have a car that could drive in the snow.
Now, was Kerry Roberts someone that you knew prior to this date?
I knew her from when Johnny moved to Canton.
And at some points, do you recall approximately how long was it between the time that the phone call comes in and the time that your husband left your house?
10 minutes.
Relatively quick. I'm sorry, you just have to.
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. So then, when your husband is leaving, what, if any, similar to earlier the previous evening, what, if any, observations did you make as sort of the weather and what was going on outside at the time he was leaving?
It was snowing when he was leaving. Heavy.
Now, at some point, you're at home and your children are at home with you, is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point, who, if anyone, do you reach out to sort of find out what's going on?
When Paul was brushing his teeth, I said to him, "Where's Karen? Where is she? Is she okay?" And I called her and I could hear the phone pick up and she didn't say hello. I just said, "Karen, what the hell is going on?" And she just yelled back in the phone, "John's dead." And Kerry Roberts grabbed the phone from her and said, "No, he's not. He's at the hospital. They're working on him." And I didn't know what was going on.
Was there any further conversation on that initial phone call that you made to?
They were in Kerry's car waiting for an ambulance to pick up Karen. And then Kerry was going to pick up my in-laws.
As far as sort of going through that day, what was the next learned as far as your brother-in-law, Johnny, and who did you learn from?
When I spoke to Kerry in the car, I asked her to take my phone number. I knew she was going to the hospital and I was nervous that Paul was going to be there by himself. So I asked her to please keep me informed as to what was happening when she got there.
And without any reference to anything that Ms. Roberts may or may not have said to you, did you further updates from Ms. Roberts throughout the course of that morning?
I think I called her every 5 minutes.
And at some point, did you learn what sort of the status was in regards to John?
I think it was, I don't recall the exact time, but Kerry had texted me or called me to let me know when they were finally called in by the doctors from the emergency room.
And what, if anything, did you learn once they've been called in by the doctor?
All right, sustained.
At some point later on in that day, did you have further conversation with the defendant this week?
I did.
And do you remember approximately what time that was?
I think it was around 1 o'clock.
And if you recall, was that a situation where you called her or she called you, or?
I called her because I didn't know what was going on. And I kept saying to my husband, "Has anyone checked on Karen? Is Karen okay?" So I called her.
And when you called her, what, if any, conversation did you have with her at that time?
She answered the phone and said that I was on speaker and she was in the car with her dad. and they were driving to Dighton.
And what, if any, questions did you ask her about what had happened, and what, if anything, did she say?
I asked her, I said, what the hell happened last night? And because I couldn't understand first how they were together, if they had been arguing earlier in the day. And she told me that they were out, that she dropped him at a party afterwards, didn't feel like going, so dropped him and went back to Canton.
What, if anything, did she say occurred after dropping Johnny off?
She said she went back to Canton and I think woke up around 4:30 and couldn't find him, and woke up Kaylee to see if Kaylee had heard from him at all.
What, if anything, did she say happened after that?
She said that she went to go out and look, but the roads were bad, so went back and called Kerry and Jen so that they could drive together.
And by Kerry, you understood that to mean Kerry Roberts?
Kerry Roberts.
And by Jen, who, if anyone, did you understand that to mean?
Jen McCabe.
Is that someone that you knew or were familiar with at that time?
I had never met Jen.
And what, if anything, did she say happened after that when she went out with Kerry and Jen?
I don't, is it possible to refresh my memory on that?
Without getting into that, just as far as beyond sort of what happened, what, if anything else, did the defendant say to you as far as
She told me that she had to remember the bad times, which struck me as an odd comment to say, but I assumed since she was at the hospital that maybe she was medicated, but it just struck me as something odd.
now, in addition to the having to remember the bad times, what, if anything else, did she say to you at that point during that phone call?
She said, I don't think I'm ever going to see you guys again. And I said, of course you will. We're friends.
Now, following that conversation and that day, did you ever speak with the defendant, Karen Reed, again?
No.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Just one last question, ma'am. So in regard to those last two statements that you had testified about, was that all part and parcel of the same conversation when the defendant indicated she was driving back with her father to Dighton?
Correct.
Okay. So there was no further conversation after that conversation shortly after 1 p.m.?
No.
Okay. I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have no questions.
All right, Ms. O'Keefe, you're all set. Thank you. Mr. Lally, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Officer Stephen Sarif to the stand.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case ever hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
You can sit or stand, whatever you want to do.
Thank you.
Just ask that you speak into the microphone, please. Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Officer Sarif, Saraf, Canton Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton Police Department?
About 27 years.
Now, were you working with the Canton Police Department on January 28th into January 29th of 2022?
I was.
Do you recall what shift you were working on that occasion?
I was working midnight to 8 shift.
Midnight to 8 a.m., is that correct?
That's correct.
And were you dispatched to a call at approximately 6:05 a.m.?
Yes, I was.
And if you recall, what was the dispatch in regard to and where specifically were you dispatched to?
It was a call of a person that was unconscious outside, I believe it was 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
Now, that particular area of Canton, are you familiar with that area of Canton?
Yes.
And as far as the town of Canton is concerned with respect to police department, is there sort of different sectors within the town that you would be assigned to patrol?
That's correct.
And the area of Fairview Road, would that be within your sector that you typically patrol?
That was West Sector.
And how many sectors within the town of Canton are there?
4.
Now, that particular area of Fairview Road, what type of area is that? Is it residential, commercial, or something else?
It's residential.
And the roadway of Fairview Road, there's houses on that roadway, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there any sort of, it's a paved roadway, is that correct?
It is, yes.
The lanes, are they divided by any sort of lines in the middle of it?
Yes.
And who, if anyone, owns or maintains that particular roadway?
The town of Canton does.
Now, you received that dispatch. Where were you, if you recall, when you received the dispatch?
I was, there's a church right next to the police station. I was in that parking lot.
And with respect to the evening of the 28th into the morning of the 29th, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as sort of forecast of the weather or anything sort of impending coming?
Yeah, it was snowing pretty good that night. It was a snowstorm that evening.
So there's a snowstorm that had been predicted, is that correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. There was a snowstorm actually occurring around that time, just after 6 a.m.
That's correct.
And at the time that you're responding, a little after 6 a.m., was light out, dark out, or something?
It was dark out.
And the time that, if you know, how much time elapsed sort of between the time that you received the call and the time that you arrived in that area of Fairview?
It's pretty close to a couple of minutes maybe, because I didn't obviously go as fast as you could go because the roads were pretty snowy.
During the course of, you've been working sort of since midnight, correct?
Correct.
And over the course of your work throughout that evening, had you, or what, if anything, had you noticed with regard to snow removal as far as town plows or anything like that?
I don't understand. Were they plowing? Is that your question? They usually were plowing the roads.
Okay. So there had been some sort of treatment or plowing to the roads prior to your response, as far as you know?
Yes, yes.
What were sort of the road conditions or the visibility or anything like that, if you recall, during your response time?
It was snowing pretty well. The roads were definitely slippery. It took me a while to get to the destination.
And if you recall, sir, what was sort of the path of travel that you took from, you mentioned you were in the church parking lot next to the police station, correct?
That's correct.
And where is the police station located in Canton?
So the police station's on Washington Street, 1492 Wash.
And so what was sort of the path of travel that you took from the church lot next to the police station to Fairview?
So I went past the police station onto Chapman Street, and then from Chapman Street, I went to Fairview Road.
And when you were approaching Fairview Road, are you taking a right or left or something?
It's a right.
And as you were taking that right onto Fairview, what, if anything, happened with your vehicle as you were taking that?
Nothing that I recall.
And that particular, coming from the Chapman side of Fairview, Fairview goes from Chapman and then it goes down to sort of, let's say, the bottom of the street. It connects with another street. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is the street that?
Cedar Crest.
Cedar. And if you're coming from the Chapman side down to the Cedar Crest side, what, if anything, is there as far as an elevation? Like, is it uphill, downhill, or flat?
It's down. It's down a hill, fairly decent sized hill.
Now, as you are driving down Fairview, what, if anything, you mentioned it was dark outside, correct?
That's correct.
So what, if anything, beyond sort of the headlights on your cruiser, did you utilize for assistance as you were driving down Fairview?
I had a spotlight on the driver's side, a handheld spotlight to try to locate the house in question.
And if I could just ask you a little bit about the type of vehicle that you were driving. So was it, what kind of police cruiser were you driving?
It's Explorer.
So SUV, is that right?
Yes, SUV, yes.
And as far as those, or the particular cruiser that you were driving on that occasion, what, if anything, is it equipped with as far as cameras or anything like that within the vehicle?
Yeah, it's equipped with a camera for front and back, and in the rear seat of the cruiser.
And so as you're driving down Fairview, you reach out and start to utilize your spotlight sort of on, where is that located on the cruiser?
It's on my left-hand side.
And is that a spotlight that's outside of the cruiser or inside of the cruiser? Where is it located
On the outside of the cruiser, but there's a handle that manipulates it so you can point the spotlight where you want to go.
Okay. So you have some sort of tool within the cruiser where you can manipulate where it points?
That's correct.
And as you're coming down Fairview, utilizing that spotlight, what, if anything, do you observe out in front?
Well, as I got to my destination, I saw 3 people on the lawn of in the snow, waving at me.
And initially, when you see these 3 people in the snow, do you have any idea sort of who they are, or male, female, anything like that?
There were 3 women, and I later learned it was a male subject on the ground.
And so when you initially are sort of approaching or getting to the residence, you indicate you see the 3 women waving at you. Could you see, or what, if anything, could you see the body at that point?
I saw that there was somebody on the ground. Yes.
So you could see the 3 women, and you could see a person on the ground.
That's correct.
And at some point subsequent to this, did you learn the identity of the person on the ground?
I did.
And who did you learn that?
John
person?
O'Keefe.
And prior to this dispatch, did you know John O'Keefe in any way?
No.
Now, the 3 females that you saw sort of around Mr. O'Keefe's body on the ground, at some point later, did you subsequently identify who those 3 people were?
I did.
And who did you identify?
One was Karen Reed. The other one was Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts, I believe.
All right, sir, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, okay, or speak into the microphone.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Now, you arrive on scene, and I'm assuming you get out of your cruiser. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What, if anything, did you do from there?
I walked over to the scene. I first asked, is this person a drug user? He's have an issue with drugs. Somebody said, no, he's a Boston police officer. I said, okay. I checked for a pulse. I couldn't find a pulse. Then I went back to my cruiser and tried to find the AED, which is an automated external defibrillator.
back just for a second there. So you indicated that you checked for a pulse, correct?
That's correct.
And where on Mr. O'Keefe did you check for?
On his neck, it's carotid.
Sort of his carotid, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you made contact with sort of the skin area in his carotid area on his neck, what, if anything, did you observe as far as Mr. O'Keefe when you did?
I couldn't find any pulse or anything like that, and he was cold to the touch.
Now, when you did this, Mr. O'Keefe, you mentioned was sort of on the ground, correct?
That's correct.
And how was he sort of positioned on the ground?
He was lying on his back.
And as far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe during this initial time when you're checking the pulse, what, if anything, did you observe sort of on him or around him or anything like that?
I didn't really.
Let me ask it a different way. So as far as you mentioned that when you arrived there, it was snowing out, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so how much snow was in and around or on top of Mr. O'Keefe when you first observed?
It was about, I would say about 6 inches on the ground. There was a light dusting on top of him, I would say.
And what, if any, observations did you make of Mr. O'Keefe and sort of how he was dressed at this time initially that you observed?
I don't recall what he was wearing.
Now, with reference to the residence at 34 Fairview Road, if you're standing in front of the house on the street facing the house, which side of the property was Mr. O'Keefe lying on his back?
As you're facing the house, it's to the, I'm sorry, go again. Can you say that again, please?
So if you're standing on the street facing the house, was Mr. O'Keefe more to the center of the property, the right of the property, or the left?
He was on the left of the property, yes.
Now, in addition to Mr. O'Keefe, in this sort of area on the left side of the property, what, if any, sort of other landmarks or other things did you observe on that side of the property?
To the left of the property, there was a fire hydrant, a bush, and a flagpole, I believe. To the left, to the farther left, like more near the property line, I would say.
Now, with reference to, mentioned that it was snowing out and there was snow on the ground, correct?
That's correct.
What, if anything else, did you note as far as the weather conditions, as far as wind, temperature, or anything like that?
It was, I would say it was near blizzard conditions. It was snowing really, really hard.
And how cold? Obviously, January, it's snowing out, it was cold, but how cold was it, if you know, when you first arrived?
Less than 32 degrees. I don't know exactly. I mean, it was cold.
So you pull up in that area with the three females. Are they to your right or to your left?
I pulled up, basically, I had my cruiser straight on.
And so which side of the cruiser were the three females and Mr. O'Keefe when you pull up and stop?
It was straight ahead.
Straight ahead, okay. And
a little to the left.
And what, if any, other vehicles did you observe sort of in the roadway in that area where three females were and Mr. O'Keefe?
There was another vehicle in the roadway on the side of the road. I parked basically right behind that.
And do you recall anything about that vehicle, like what type it was, what color, or anything like that?
I don't recall.
Now, with regard to the three females you identified as Ms. Reed, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts, do you recall where they were in relation to Mr. O'Keefe, each of them, when you first sort of pull up and get out of your cruiser?
So when I arrived, I saw Ms. Reed looked like she was giving CPR to him, and she had blood on her face.
Now, in addition to yourself, there are other sort of first responders that are dispatched to the scene as well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And of them, who, if anyone else, was on scene at the time that you arrived?
When I arrived, I was the first to arrive. Then there was Officer Mullaney that came a few minutes later, and then the fire department came after him, and I believe Sergeant Good came at, like, within that. I don't know with how many minutes, but it was pretty close.
You're first to arrive on scene, and then Mulaney comes a couple of minutes later?
Yes.
About how long was it between when Officer Mulaney arrives and when the fire department arrives?
Couple minutes. I don't.
And at some point after that, a Sergeant Good comes, is that correct?
That's correct.
Sergeant Good is a sergeant with your department?
That is correct.
Now, the fire department, when they arrived, do you recall what type of apparatus they had that arrived on scene?
I believe it was an engine. They usually come with an engine and an ambulance.
So to your recollection, it was at least an ambulance and an engine?
Yeah, yes.
When you were in transit, sort of coming from the church parking lot next to the station, 234 Fairview, what, if anything, did you have activated on your cruiser as far as lights or sirens or anything like that?
I believe I might have my blue lights on. I'm not sure.
As far as the time that you're coming, this is shortly after 6 a.m. in a blizzard, was there, what if any sort of other vehicular traffic did you observe en route from church parking lot to 34 Fairview?
There wasn't any that I can recall.
So you go to get your AED device from your cruiser, is that correct?
That's correct.
And around that time that you're retrieving that, what happens?
The FD, the fire department, came on scene, and they took over care of Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, beyond sort of just checking pulse, as far as around that time when you were checking the pulse in the carotid area for Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, other observations did you make with regard to any injuries or anything else on Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, when I first got there, he had blood on his face and it was just wiped away. So that's the only.
So there was blood on his face that was wiped away?
That's correct.
Now, when the fire department arrives on scene and they sort of take over resuscitative efforts with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
That is correct.
And the person you identified as Ms. Reed, firstly, do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of
Seating at the table right there, black.
Your Honor, does that record reflect identification by the witness?
Yes.
After the fire department arrived and they sort of take over resuscitative efforts with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, observations did you make of Ms. Reed and what she was doing or saying at that time?
Ms. Reed was visibly upset. She kept saying, this is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this. And she was very hysterical. And she kept asking, he's dead. Is he dead? Is he dead?
And with that specific phraseology, that's something that she kept saying?
Yes.
And by your repetitive nature, I'm assuming it was said something that she said more than once, correct?
Several times, correct.
And when she's saying this, can you describe sort of how she's saying this? I mean, is it a whisper? Is it a scream? Or is it something?
She was yelling pretty good.
And with regard to her repetitive question, as far as is he dead, what, if any, response did you provide to her in regard to that?
I just said they're doing the best that they can. I don't know.
Now, at some point, did you direct Ms. Reed, the defendant, to somewhere else away from Mr. O'Keefe?
Yeah, I tried to get her out of the elements. I put her in a car. I don't know if it was my cruiser or another cruiser there, but I had her sit in the back seat just to get out of the snow.
And did she stay in that cruiser for any?
She stayed in for a few minutes, and then she was like up and down, up and down.
So sort of in and out of whatever car you put her into?
That's correct.
When she would come out of the car, where would she go?
She was just walking around. From what I remember,
Now, with reference to Mr. O'Keefe, he's laying on his back. on the ground. That location, where was that in relation to the roadway of Fairview Road?
I would say about 20 feet off the road.
So if it's 20 feet off of the road, is it fair to say that was on sort of the front lawn of 34 Fairview?
Yes, that's correct.
And at some point, the fire department takes Mr. O'Keefe's body off of the lawn, is that correct?
That is
And where
correct.
were you in relation to Mr. O'Keefe when that happened?
I don't remember.
And if you don't remember, do you recall anything about sort of what the ground looked like when Mr. O'Keefe was lifted up?
I don't recall. I didn't.
Now, that area around where Mr. O'Keefe was, when you initially come up, you see him on the ground and you check for a pulse. If anything, did you note around Mr. O'Keefe's body as far as the condition of or disturbance of the snow around?
I noticed that there were footprints and track marks around the body itself. There was none coming from the residence or the area. It was just right around the body itself.
And so the position that Mr. O'Keefe is lying on his back on the lawn, correct?
Correct.
Is his head closer to the house or the street or something else?
I believe his head was closest to the house.
And the footprints that you're talking about, was that between sort of his feet in the street or above his head, or where was it in relation to
basically all around him because people were walking around him.
And as far as beyond sort of the immediate area above his head, between his head and the house, what if any footprints or what if any disturbance in the snow did you observe up there?
I didn't see any.
Now, Officer Sarif, about how long was it that you were on scene?
I want to say about an hour and a half.
And at some point, the fire department transports Mr. O'Keefe from the scene, is that correct?
That is correct.
And do you know to what facility he was transported to?
I don't recall where they went.
And after Mr. O'Keefe was taken away by the fire department, as far as the three females, Ms. Reed, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts, do you know where they went or what they did following that?
They, after talking to Sergeant Good, they left in their car. I don't know where they went. The car that was there, they left.
Now, at any point in the time that you were on scene before they left, did you have any conversation with any of the three of them?
I asked, where were they, what happened, and what were they doing?
And who specifically did you talk to, if you recall?
Well, I asked Miss Reed, and she couldn't really tell me too much about what happened. Miss McCabe said that they were drinking in a couple bars downtown.
Let me just stop you before, as far as, so just sticking with Miss Reed. You asked her what happened and you indicated she didn't really tell you much.
No.
Why not? What was her condition like at that point?
She was very upset.
So the same upset that you were describing earlier, did that sort of continue throughout the time that she was on scene while you were there?
I would say yes.
And at some point, did you speak to Miss McCabe without reference to what she told you?
I'm sorry.
At some point while you're on scene, did you speak to either Miss McCabe or Miss Roberts without reference to what they told you?
No. I mean,
let me rephrase.
Yeah.
At some point when you're on scene, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Miss McCabe?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point when you were on scene, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Miss Roberts?
I didn't speak with Miss Roberts, I don't believe.
Was there someone else from your department that was speaking with Miss Roberts on scene?
I believe Sergeant Good or Officer Mullaney was.
One of the other two officers that were there.
Correct.
Now, following Sergeant Good's arrival, who, if anyone else from your department, arrived on scene at some point?
Detective Sergeant Lank, and Lieutenant Gallagher.
And if you know, when was their arrival in relation to sort of when you arrived?
It was light out, so want to say maybe 7 o'clock-ish.
And so for the period that you were on scene, you said it was about an hour, hour and a half. Is that correct?
That's about right.
The weather conditions that you described sort of when you first arrived, what, if any, change occurred in the weather conditions from the time that you arrived and the time that you left?
The conditions lightened up a little bit. I mean, it was still snowing, but.
Still snowing, still cold, correct?
That's correct.
The wind, was that still persistent as well?
I would say yes.
Now, at some point after Ms. Reed, the defendant left the scene, did she come back?
She did.
And do you know how long a period it was that she was gone between when she left and when she came back?
Just a few minutes.
And do you know why she came?
I don't know.
And when she returned to the scene, who, if anyone, did you speak with her further at that point?
No,
Who, if anyone, did you observe her to be speaking?
I don't recall.
Now, the initial ambulance that showed up took and transported Mr. O'Keefe. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, after that ambulance left and Ms. Reed came back to the scene, what, if any, other apparatus from the fire department arrived on scene at that point?
Another ambulance came.
And who, if anyone, went in that ambulance for transport?
They took Ms. Reed to the hospital.
And do you know what hospital that she went to?
I don't recall.
May I have one moment, Ron?
Yes.
And, Your Honor, if I may request the lights be dim.
Okay, could we dim them, please?
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 8 up on the screen. Thank you very much. Now, Officer Sarif, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen as exhibit number 8?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
It's the house, 34 Fairview.
And that's the house that you responded to on that date, is that correct?
That is correct, yeah.
And what's contained in that photograph, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed roughly when you arrived on that date?
Yes.
May I approach you, Ms. Shaw?
Yes.
Direct your attention to this. This is just a laser point.
Yep.
Try not to point it in anybody's eyes. Basically, this button here, you just click on that, and that will shine wherever you want. So from this photograph in exhibit number 8, sir, where Mr. O'Keefe's body was when you first arrived, is that visible in this photograph or no?
I would say it would be over more to the left.
Okay, so further off to the left, is that correct?
That's correct.
Before we get to that, just briefly, Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 13. Clerk, please enlarge. Thank you. Now, Officer Sheriff, do you recognize what's contained in this exhibit number 13?
It's a street.
Fair enough. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sorry. Let's see.
So what I placed before you as exhibit 13 is that what's up on the screen?
Yes, this is.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what Fairview Road looked like around the time that you were dispatched and arrived on scene?
Yes,
Absent the lighting condition, you mentioned it was dark when you arrived, correct?
that is correct.
So this is sometime after when the sun has come up.
Correct.
If I could ask you to flip to the next exhibit number 14, if I could have that one. And again, officer, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as exhibit 14?
Yes,
And you were testifying earlier about sort of footprints in and around where Mr. O'Keefe was, is that correct?
that is correct.
And what's depicted on the screen in exhibit number 14, is that fair and accurate portrayal of the footprints that you were talking?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Ron?
Yes.
So now I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit 18. Thank you, Ms. Cameron. If you could enlarge that just a little bit. Thank you so much. Now, from this photograph, well, first and foremost, do you recognize what's depicted up in exhibit 18 on the screen here?
Yes,
And this is 34 Fairview Road, correct?
that is correct.
And in regard to, you had mentioned some sort of landmarks off to the left side of the property facing the property from the street, correct?
Yes,
And if you could, using that laser pointer that I placed up there before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to first those landmarks that you observed. I'm sorry, officer, if you could, while you're.
Oh, sorry.
You could just describe what you're.
So there's the flagpole right there. There's a bush there, and right there, I believe, is the fire hydrant.
And so where in relation to this photograph, if you can see it here, was Mr. O'Keefe's body when you first arrived?
It's right in this area right here.
Now, if I could turn back just a moment, when you indicated that you were coming up to the scene and you could see the three females sort of waving and Mr. O'Keefe on the ground, correct?
That is correct.
About how far away were you from them when you first observed them or first saw them?
About 20 feet or so.
And when you are driving down Fairview, if you could describe to the jury, where is your direction? Sort of, where are you directed as far as you're driving a vehicle? Are you looking straight in front of you, or are you looking out the window, a combination of both, or?
I was looking for the house numbers, trying to find the house where it was, and there was, I saw the motor vehicle parked on the side of the road.
And that sort of leads to my next question, sir. So what did you see first? Did you see the vehicle parked in front of you, or did you see the people off to the side of you?
I saw the vehicle.
May I approach this to retrieve your own?
Yes.
Do you want this?
So, Officer Sarif, you had testified earlier in regard to a camera within your cruiser, correct?
That's correct.
And subsequent to that day, have you seen the video of your arrival to the scene from the cruiser camera perspective?
I saw it once.
Okay. And Your Honor, I would seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibits the cruiser camera stream 1 from cruiser 683.
Or is there an objection?
There you go.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I can get you across. I'm sorry for the back and forth, Mr. Officer, but if I could ask the lights again. Ms. Gilman, if you could play what's now been marked as Exhibit 25. And if you could just pause it right there, Ms. Gilman. Okay, so Officer Sarif, what's up on the screen? Is that what you recall as far as the sort of visibility and the roadway conditions when you first left the church parking lot?
Yes.
And this is you sort of leaving from the church parking lot as you're going to 34th Fair, correct?
Yes.
Now, there are a number of different sort of things up on this screen. There's an indication as far as the speed that the vehicle is going, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And where is that located, if you could, with the laser pointer there?
Sorry. Whoops, sorry.
Now, along sort of the bottom of that particular video, there's an indication as far as mic, brakes, lights, siren, correct?
Correct.
If those are activated, is there any sort of change in sort of the depiction there? Does it change sort of color or anything like that that you're aware of?
I don't know.
Okay. And the 683 on the bottom right corner, is that the cruiser that you were in that day?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, as far as sort of the top middle of this video, there's a date and a time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
As far as you're aware, that date and time that's up there, that's accurate to when this occurred, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we're sort of looking in real time, correct?
Correct.
So Ms. Gilman, if you could just let it run from this. Ms. Gilman, I'm sorry, if you could stop with this briefly. So, Officer Sarif, this road you're traversing at this point, this is Washington Street, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And at some point, you're going to then travel through and then take a right onto Fairview, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, if you could, just for the jury's sake, as you approach Fairview and as you're taking that right turn, just direct their attention to the fact that that's when you're turning onto Fairview.
Sure.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can go ahead.
So this right here is Chapman Street. This right here is Fairview.
If you could just pause it there for once. So, Officer, similar to as the turn onto Fairview, at some point, if you observe the point at which you believe you sort of illuminated your spotlight on the side of the cruiser, if you could just speak up and draw the jury's attention to that as well.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could continue.
right about now, I believe I put the spotlight on.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could just sort of run it from this point to about the 4-minute mark, and then I'd ask you
Right there.
Now, Officer Sarif, this is, you were testifying earlier as far as the vehicle in front of you that you observed first, and then sort of the parties off to your left as far as the 3 females waving and Mr. O'Keefe on the ground, correct?
That is correct.
And if you could, just using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to number 1, where the vehicle is that you observed in front of you, and then number 2, where you observed the 3 females and Mr. O'Keefe on the ground.
So here's the vehicle right there, and the females are right there.
Thank you, sir. Now, Ms. Gilman, if you wouldn't mind just running this straight through until about 7.5 minutes. Just one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
I'm sorry. About speaking to- I have no further questions to this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Will there be a cross-exam? Because this may be a good time to stop if there is.
There will be a cross-examination.
Okay. So jurors, we're going to stop for the day. I have to caution you, those same 3 cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And just to remind you, tomorrow will be a half day. We'll go from 9 o'clock until 1 o'clock with the mid-morning break. So thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow.
All rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks and leave them on your chairs. First row, follow me, please.
All right. Could I see counsel at sidebar for a moment, please?
It's okay, Chrissy. I know you're here for Sean's sake. It's all good. Here he is. Sean's here. Here we go. Be sure to join Sean's channel tonight for a recap of trial day. 7 o'clock Eastern, guys. In 3 hours' time, Sean's going live. Make sure you go over and support our friend Sean here. We got lots to say, I think. Thank you, Sea Dog. That's Karen's car. Her taillight's intact. Why wasn't Gemma Cape hysterical as well? Well, what a good question.
She was leading the narrative right off the bat.
Yeah.
Clearly, look at poor Karen running around, emotional. And Gemma McCabe is fixated on that one cop. I don't know who that cop was. But this guy, officer, I don't recall.
Sarif.
Yeah, I mean, I'm calling him officer, I don't recall. That's his name.
Cool.
In the name of God. And listen, my wife, who hasn't covered this, she knows the address is 34 Fairview. This is the responding cop. He's worked there 27. He was definitely sound asleep in that church parking lot. No doubt about it.
Yeah.
That's why he's probably buried on midnights the whole time. He is an embarrassment. Absolute embarrassment.
We'll yeah, no, I agree.
Oh my God.
We'll just see if there's anything else to be said here, and then we'll finish for the day. And then we'll go outside, watch Tom then.
Right. I'll go back. I will have to say, good call on the defense not to cross Paul. And I must say, I mean, I told you what I said about Paul. Very good witness. His wife, very professional.
Yeah.
I'm looking at her. I'm saying, my God, you know, her mastery of sitting in that witness stand was great. I mean, she seemed like a professional, like a person who's testified many times before. I know she probably hasn't, but she had a little bit more meat to offer. But again, I thought it was a good call not to cross her. And the fact, let's face it, the fact is, it's coming down. This is going to be blue on blue. This is going to be John O'Keefe versus those cops. John O'Keefe versus the state police. And I got to tell you, this is, and when Alan Jackson said, "Oh yes, we're going to have a cross-examination," that poor cop, he better disappear. This guy is going to get annihilated. Annihilated.
Yeah, deservedly so.
Oh my God. I mean, I just can't believe it. I cannot believe. He says, I don't remember. What's this to pick? He said, a street? I mean, are you serious? Listen, I get that you're not supposed to have your testimony rehearsed. And dude, this guy is a cop for 27 years. He went through his testimony with Mr. Lally. He doesn't Remember the name of the street of the 34 Fairview? I mean, God almighty.
No, I got you. I think court's over with because gone back there. So, hang on. Just gonna go and find if Tom is live here, and then we'll just have a finish recaps then.
Hey, listen, I can tell you right now, no gloves were laid on Karen today. Nothing. Zero.
Nothing. No, it's a great day for Karen.
Yeah, no
The
gloves.
best start you could ever hope for. This is like the defense is the ones that are opening. This is a great start. Hello, Stephanie. Hello, stranger.
Called this earlier, Dylan, before you and I ever met. We were always saying that the prosecution was going to throw this case, and it seems like they're doing it.
Yeah.
I'll say the O'Keefes, Paul and his wife, very professional, very good witnesses, and I think, like I said, good call on Team Reed not to touch them.
I totally agree.
I do think Karen wanted to get a couple of questions in to Erin, but like I said, it's not. Listen, it's germane. It means nothing because
Nothing that hurts.
we're going to get to the good part here. By the way, I didn't see anything saying that suggested that Karen told Jen to go check on Google for John, right? That poor girl, Karen, was so distraught, but Jen is fixated on that cop, telling that cop everything. Karen didn't have a chance.
And Stephanie, we agree with you. Yanetti's opening was amazing.
Absolutely.
I totally agree. There's some interesting stuff coming out of today, but tomorrow is going to be the day with the cross because there's, but I agree with you. This has just been fantastic for the defense.
Dylan, what the defense will do tomorrow is not only show how bad this cop is, they're going to attack his credibility, they're going to attack his professionality, okay? Saying, you're the first officer on probably one of the biggest cases you've ever had in 27 years of your life, right? And you can't remember the details of what John looked like when you got on the scene, right? Tina, 7 o'clock time.
7 o'clock, people.
Yeah.
Eastern.
Jesus. No, but seriously, I'm not sure who's going to do it. I think it's going to be Jackson. He is going to. This will be the first blood drawn for the jury to remember what Yanetti was saying about how this was a frame job, and they're going to start pointing. Now, do I believe Sarif? I don't believe Sarif had anything to do with setting up or framing Karen. However, he's the poorest witness. My God, I cannot believe how poor of a witness this guy was. Horrible witness. Horrible. I hate to say this. I mean, come on. He's the first officer on the scene.
Yeah, diabolical. Cuba is here. Cuba, I messaged you back. Thank you, Cuba. Thank you very much.
I don't believe that was a horrible storm. I've been in blizzard conditions. That was not a blizzard condition. I don't care what the hell they're trying to say.
So no, I don't think so either. Mel says he makes cops look bad. So your intake on this is interesting because obviously you know a lot more about this than most people. So
when I was a rookie cop, okay, testifying in whatever case, I don't care if it was a traffic ticket, you get up there, you want to be the best you can. This guy, I mean, he's like I can't even get a word to describe this guy. It's almost like he's from the old ancient. I can't even describe it. I'm taken back. I'm speechless for the first time. I'm speechless. Absolutely.
It takes a lot. It takes a lot to get you speechless. I have to put that in. No, okay. So yeah, I think we all agree it's a great day for the defense today. Not what I was expecting. But tomorrow's a shorter day, and 9 till 1 tomorrow. Somebody said no trial on Wednesday. I don't know anything about that. I have no idea.
I didn't hear anything about that.
No, neither have I. So we'll hear more tomorrow, but tomorrow's gonna be a half day, guys, 9 till 1. We'll probably get on for about 8:15 in the morning, do some business in the morning, and then we'll probably finish about 1:15 after Karen's left as well, because, you know, these short days are actually quite good because it breaks it, for us anyway, for us, it's good to break it down.
I got 3 hours to get ready.
Because it's a long day, especially for you as well. So
no, it's fine because I get to, you know, today I could just do it off the top of my head right now, but I got notes.
Yeah.
You know, so.
No, we'll see Karen leave. I want to play that 10 minutes of Emily D. Baker.
Sure.
Just because she's impartial, see what she thinks about the openings, and then we'll call it a day, Sean. We'll call her a day then.
I'll see. Yeah, absolutely. Whatever you want to do, I'm here.
Yeah, no, I know you are. It's just, as I say, you've got a show tonight, so we'll have some end thoughts with you. But I think we know what it is. It's a great day for the state, for the defense.
It's a sad day for the citizens of the residents of Norfolk County, that part, and it's a sad day for the Commonwealth because this is a joke. This is truly a joke.
Christine's asking, how did Yanetti open with all the stuff about BA Brian Albert? I thought he couldn't implicate third-party culprit.
Because he stayed away from naming the federal investigation, and he was able to slide it in because there would have been all kinds of objections. Brian Albert factors into this case because A, he's the homeowner, B, he's a Boston cop, and he never came out of the residence. I mean, he's free game on that part.
Yeah, that's true.
It's free game.
True. We'll see if there's any noise from Tom.
Yeah, KB, we're good.
I wonder what the reaction is going to be for her now. Hopefully,
They're hanging up there.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that I can't see any law enforcement channel, court channel, like court TV, can ever stop the prosecution on this part. No way.
Thank you, Wendy.
Do you know what? If you think she's guilty, go in. You still think she's guilty. Doesn't matter. Nothing's going to change your mind.
I guess they do. How the hell I just, hate to say it, but I'm going to have to watch because I got to figure out what the hell they see that I don't see.
Carry on.
Anyone with half a brain or with one IQ will be able to see this is a great day for the defense. But your plebeians with 0 IQ will say, "Oh, this is great for the Commonwealth." No, it's not. But they're always going to say that, no matter what.
He's still debating me when there's video. I put up video evidence. He's still debating me. There was no federal proffer. Yanetti says, "Get the video." The federal proffer, he admitted. During the federal proffer, Brian Higgins admitted A, B, C. Come on.
And CLW comes in and says, Kevin still thinks the snow prints are from John. Jesus. That's, yeah.
This is crazy.
I mean, but they're crazy people. So
the cops are in short sleeves. That's a good sign. The weather's great up there. Springtime.
Spring.
Yeah, the sounds. 1 second.
I believe he incorrectly pointed out the location of the fire hydrant. That is super important. He failed to indicate that there was a telephone box there as well. Also very important.
Absolutely. But he was also very excited to say, only saw this video one time. Are you serious? He only saw it one time. You don't believe that? This guy has probably never seen a homicide. Oh, it's 27 years. He's probably never worked a homicide.
They're
He's
like waiting to come out. They're like right in the airway.
I guaranteed he's worked the midnight shift his whole career. I guarantee it.
Yeah.
And it shows. I feel bad. No, I don't feel bad. No, I don't. I don't feel bad. I expected so much more from the first law enforcement official to take the stand. He should have been completely on top of his game. He looked like Sergeant Slaughter with no brains.
Hang on. YCT, Kevin is saying it's Lally got an A+. Oh, that's all you need.
Jesus Christ. I mean,
that's all you need. You can't take that. Like, I listen to all sides. You try to listen to all sides, but you can't take these people seriously. And if you do, then I'm sorry. You know.
They are the PR. They are the PR for the McAlvins. There's no doubt. Come on.
Oh Jesus! Here we go.
Beautiful.
Good job. Where'd she go? Nice job, David. Good job. Hey, honey.
Oh, look at Grant.
So repulsive.
How are you doing up there today?
The troopers need to be with her, not up front.
You're so close to everything.
Get a moment to scoot ahead.
Erin, the smaller courtroom.
How you feeling, Karen?
Oh. There you go. Good job.
Side, please. Open side, please. Sorry.
Can you believe they were actually commenting on her skirt and boots?
Oh.
I can't believe it.
Disgusting for them to comment on her attire.
How do you feel about make contact with the jury today? How do you feel about your you apologize to Lindsay, Karen?
Oh, Grant, stop.
Why would she apologize to Lindsay? For what?
He's an idiot.
Lindsay has nothing to do with this case. All right, that's all different.
Yeah. Every time I think Grant's doing better, he just does stupid stuff like that.
He claims he has texts between me and Melanie.
How are you, my friend?
I
Good
saw
to
that.
see you.
Oops,
Thank
sorry,
you.
man.
Nice to meet you.
I saw that.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, you guys are just the best. I can't. You made me cry. You made me cry so much. I tell you, I can't. My heart is just. I can't.
Well, you should be appreciated.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Listen, it's been a pleasure. Anything I can do to help you, really, anytime. You guys have a great night, okay? Well, that don't happen every day. Bye, my dear. And yeah, there you go. I got a story to tell you guys.
There we go.
I got a story to tell you guys.
Let's hear the story. Hang on. What's he going to say?
Oh my, oh my, oh my.
Got the dish.
All right, one day down. One day down. Why they don't back in is beside me. They had plenty of time to mess with this like earlier. I'll have to tell the guy.
Everything around.
Yeah. Yeah, one way, zip, right out.
Oh, I don't know. Anyway, we'll probably hear the story later on. But if you haven't done so, please go and subscribe to Tom's CPU. He does all the outside stuff. So shout out to Tom. Thank you to Tom for allowing us to use his content. Right, Emily D. Baker then. Oh, hang on. Before Emily D. Baker, let me share this. 2 seconds. 2 seconds, Sean. Please indulge me for a second.
Yeah, I love it. I love this.
So obviously, thank you to Maya this morning and Gary. Thank you to Hens. Thank you to Murph as well for the memberships and stuff like that. Thank you to Christine for the PayPal. Thank you to Cubert as well. And someone is Shelley. So Shelley, thank you for 3 coffees. And thank you as well to Audrey, who bought 3 coffees. Thank you, Audrey. She says, Lally said Karen hit John, causing him to hit his head on the ground, causing the gash. So wait, he landed on the ground, on the road, and then bounced 12 feet onto the lawn. Audrey.
And, that's their theory. And the cop says he was 20 feet off the road. I mean, come on. They can't even get their story straight.
Come on. Come on. Thank you, Audrey, for that. Thank you, Shelley. Thank you, everybody, for the coffee. Thank you very much. Right. Here we go. Subscribe to Tom CP. He does a lot of great work, so please go and support him. No worries, Chrissy. Right, we're going to swatch quickly 10 minutes of Emily D. Baker to see what she says about the closings. I don't think it's... Yes, 10 minutes. The opening statements. So bear with us as I set this up. Present, share screen. Not sure why this will not work now.
They will take a lunch break. Let's talk about these opening statements real quick, and then I'll answer some questions if we can. I hate that fan. I miss the seal of a state or the Commonwealth. I miss a clock. Like this fan, man. Can we do something different tomorrow? Opening statements have concluded in the Karen Reed trial. I found the Commonwealth's opening statement to be a bit hard to follow. They got very into the weeds of who was where and what. They jumped around in time quite a lot between the night of the murder, a trip to Aruba earlier in January over New Year's, back to the morning that the victim was found, back to when people were at the bar. And it was incredibly difficult to follow. Even when they pointed out statements made by the defendant, they weren't punctuated. The statements by the defendant saying to EMS, I hit him, asking others, could I have hit him? Did he get hit by a snowplow? None of those were well punctuated and were hard to follow. The defense opening statement started with Karen Reed was framed and then laid out with some argument, but wasn't objected to, their theory of the case, including details about this case that were shocking to me, including the fact that they have the lead investigator's personal cell phone. Well, at the very, very beginning of this investigation, they argue that the evidence, they state that the evidence will show that the lead investigator was texting his friends from high school about this investigation. And they say that the texts from the lead investigator, Trooper Proctor's phone, will show that somebody said, well, the homeowner is going to catch some heat. And the lead investigator's response to that was nope. They also talk about the fact that the house party where the victim had been was a house owned by a cop. There were a bunch of cops at the party. And when they learned that there was a fellow officer out in the snow in the morning, those from inside the house didn't go outside. Didn't go outside. Didn't go to help. They're all trained in EMS. They're all first responders. Didn't go outside the house to help. They also argue that if the state's theory of the case is true, and if Karen Reed had struck Officer O'Keefe and left him in the snow, everyone leaving the home would have seen a 6'2" dude sprawled out on the lawn. And the state said you will hear that under the victim's body was his cell phone and grass. They never said that his cell phone showed he didn't go into the house, but they said under his body was grass and the cell phone, showing that the state, the Commonwealth, believes that when Officer O'Keefe was struck, it was before there was a lot of snow. Well, the defense is saying, well, if that's true, how did everyone leave the house and not see anyone? And the snowplow driver didn't see anyone. Nobody saw anybody. How can that be? How can that timing line up? More stunningly, a detail I had never seen about this case is they say that the lead investigator was going through the defendant Karen Reed's phone without a search warrant looking for nudes of the defendant. Are you fucking kidding me? That's the lead investigator they're going to put up on the stand to talk about this case. That is going to be a interesting cross-examination, because are you kidding me? I mean, maybe it's a little more clear now why there's a internal affairs investigation into the lead investigator, which isn't going to come up during this trial. But are you kidding? Are you kidding me? The defense did an excellent job of highlighting the fuckery. The defense did an excellent job of asking the jury to wait. They said, wait for us. Wait for our evidence. The state is going to go first, but wait for the defense case, and asked everyone to keep an open mind, which is what I'm trying to do. But after that opening statement, my mind has a lot of questions. Like, I got a lot of questions, and the defense did their job. I think the defense pointed out all of the areas that the jury needs to ask questions. So as we get into each witness, ladies and gentlemen, humans and law nerds of the chat, I imagine that as we get into each witness, the things the defense said in opening are going to stick into your mind. And you're going to say, but what about this? But what about that? But what about this? And I would imagine that that is what the jury will do too. The state did not make a compelling theory of the case in their opening, and maybe they won't. But as each of those witnesses come up, everybody's going to wait to find out if Trooper Proctor was digging through the defendant's personal cell phone looking for nudes. That's what we're all going to want to know. And so the state's case has already had the defense poke holes that we're all going to sit here being like, I'm going to need you to explain some shit. The defense did an excellent job in their opening. That cannot be understated. Could a strong prosecution opening have gone a little bit further? I don't know. But what I saw from the 18,000 of you in the chat when the defense opening started is all of you went, what now? What now? After the prosecution, you know what this chat was saying? I'm lost. What did he say? What did he mean? What did she say? Who, what? And when the defense started, all of you went, I'm awake. What? You said, what now? You said he did what now? No. And then I saw all of the motions for code red. All of you went, you said what now? And what the jury doesn't know that we know is that there is a federal investigation into this entire prosecution. And maybe now it's a little bit more clear why. Because I didn't dig into it very deeply. Why? Because I wanted to go into this case as a juror. And when I went into this case as a juror, for all of you who went into this case not knowing what was happening in this case, are you just like, what did he just say? Because that's where I'm at right now. I have questions. And I am so glad I came into this case with the briefest of overviews, because I didn't know what the state's theory, what the Commonwealth's theory was by the end of their closing. But you know what I know real well? What the defense is saying happened. And I am stunned. I am stunned. How did they get to Trooper Proctor's personal cell phone? What did they learn? And I know they didn't even get into everything. I am absolutely stunned by the defense's opening. That was a fantastic opening statement. And I think it left all of you with quite a lot of questions. I'll put up a poll in a minute. We're going to get to some Q&A. I can't with this fan. I'm so invested in this case. I'm so invested in this case. How is the state going to prove this? Like, what are they going to do? I can't imagine being a prosecutor sitting there having to try to explain. I wouldn't. An investigating officer searching a female defendant's phone for nudes. Like, Emily, are you going to be able to move on from that? Nope. Nope, probably not. Nope, probably not. Nope, probably not. Nope, probably not. Probably not going to be able to move on from it. Because seriously. But they're trying to show that this investigation was biased from the beginning. And while the nudes are something that I am absolutely like disgusted by, and I'm not going to be able to move past the fact that everyone left the house from the party that night and didn't see a 6'2" man dressed in dark clothes, because we're going to see video of what the victim was wearing earlier in the night, didn't see him and do anything. And the fact that a fellow law enforcement officer was notified that there was a officer down in his yard and did nothing. Those two facts, those two things are telling. Very, very telling to me. So we'll see. All right. Let's get into your questions. That was fucking wild. But I think their theory, I highlighted it. This is what I think the defense theory of the case is. Don't ask me what the theory of the case is for the prosecution. I don't know. I made a note that said the defense had a great timeline because they backed up the timeline to conversations that were not disclosed, to a Google search that was deleted, to the fact that the tow truck driver didn't, or the snowplow driver didn't see anybody. The defense did a great timeline. What else did I note? Where did I took a lot more notes during the defense opening than the state opening, because I couldn't even follow what the state was saying. But what they called Karen Reed was a convenient outsider. And I think that's what we're going to see their theory of the case develop into.
Okay, I think we've got the gist of that. So you need to run. So put that there.
Dylan, we're off to a great start, my friend.
We are.
Tee it off again tomorrow morning. I'm going to do a brief recap tonight. I know where I'm going with this tonight. It's going to be awesome. And you all can come in and follow me tonight at 7 o'clock. We're going to take it. We're going to take it to the other members that come in. And this is a great start to this case. It truly is. So,
it is.
And we're not alone. We're not alone. And she was right. She didn't get a lot of the information. And she is now where we were a year ago. Right? Amazing.
Yeah. Right. You go. You need to go. 7 o'clock tonight, Sean's show. We're about to go as well. I'm just going to say my thank yous to everybody. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Sean Dillon. Thanks, everyone, for being here. We're going to end the stream there because you don't need to hear me speak too much. Let me just get Sean out of here. He's off there, but I need to get him out to the studio. Sean's gone. Right. Everybody, thank you very much for today. It was very informative. Great win for the defense today. Absolutely happy days with that. Oh, hang on, Andrew Burkhardt. Let me just have a look at my lovely Andrew Burkhardt. What does she say about today? Because some of you said she commented today. Let me have a look to see. Today, let's have a look. Oh, here she goes. I'll just go and see what she says here. See you, Erin. Take care, my darling. We'll end on this. This is what she says. Look at this. Andrew Burkhardt sums it up so well. 10-8 round to Yanetti in the openings. That revelation about Trooper Proctor's text messages with his friends was devastating and caught the Commonwealth right on the chin. Boom. Bye, Ruka. Bye, everyone. Bye. Bye. So that's how we end it with my darling Andrew Burkhardt, who's awesome. Come follow her. She is amazing anyway. 10-8 round. No need to say any more. Come back tomorrow, 8:15 in the morning, Eastern time. We'll be live. We'll go through some stuff. We'll show Karen arriving. And then, we'll go through the trial. Thank you for being here. I'm blessed to have you all here. Appreciate you all. Take care of yourselves. See you tomorrow. And then how do I end chat? Fuck, I always do this, right? Brand, here you go. Take care. Ta-ra.
Bye.